Hello and welcome to BierTier, the German engineer. Yes, hello, I'm back. How are we doing? We have a lot of work to do today. It is absolutely insane the amount of oil that we have, and we most definitely have to do something about that. That is what I promised, at least last time around. So, we will see how that goes. We have Alfie in the chat. We have Mitosis in the chat, Frozen here, and Gabriel is here. Croc is of course here as well as usual. Surprise, surprise. Who could have seen it coming? How you guys doing today? Hope you guys having a good Saturday, good weekend overall. Let's see. The game is still running, nothing's breaking. Every time a little bit of a concern when we are loading up the game. But I hope it is okay. Just engineering in Oni? Yep. That's what we are up to too. Alright, let's see how it goes. We have a couple of things that we have on the agenda for today. Up here on the top, actually, right here, we unearthed this aluminum volcano last time around. And yeah, we definitely should try to get some aluminum out of that thing. And then, like I already said, down here on the bottom, we have this crude oil. And we need to build us a petroleum boiler. How exactly we're gonna do that? I don't know yet. I just know that probably it will happen over here on this left side because we have a bunch of space here. And it's just very naturally a nice little cave right here. The only problem is we still have a solid crude oil all over the place. Up here on the top I see some, here's a little bit, and then down here on the bottom, yeah, we have even more. So we're gonna melt all this stuff, trying to extract as much as we can for sure. And then probably deconstruct everything that we see here, and then somewhere along the line here build us a wall, create a vacuum, and then go from there. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of work, but I'm sure we will get through it one way or another. Metal refinery over tapidizer. Oh yeah, the tapidizer is just here temporarily. We just move it slowly but steadily along, so we can actually melt this ice right here. It's okay. The good thing is, one thing we are not lacking is power, so we are not too worried about it. We have Keon is here. What's up? I got some good news. I applied to PhD. That is amazing. And will be an RA. That is really, really great. Love it. That is really, really good. I'm really happy for you, Keonus. I mean, that is great news for sure. Croc says, we can start with heating it using magma biome. Heating what? You mean a metal refinery? We already have one, and we definitely need a lot more refined metal here, so we definitely have to get going with this. Probably, let's see, how much do we have sitting around here? Oh, we got plenty. Let's say we're going to make us 50 steel. So that will definitely heat up our crude oil here a little bit as well, there's no question. But this here is just very temporary and localized, so we can just melt this solid crude oil right here. So that is the general idea, because this oil in this area back here is extremely cold. If we can just heat it up by a few degrees, well, here this liquid tapidizer already did some work, so it's a little bit warmer. But when we take a look on the other side over here, here we are actually using just a liquid vent and a pump to melt this oil right here. It's, yeah. Definitely a process to melt all this stuff. I had no idea there can be that much on a map. It's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen that much oil in my life. So yeah, you will see. Gabriel says, hello, big fuzzy quadruped mammal. That's funny. Oh no. But yeah, the thing is, down here on the bottom, we will probably try to give him a lot to do at once. Because we only have, how many? A total of 5 Atmosuit docks, which means we can most definitely work down here on the bottom and at the same time all the way up here on the top. We have plenty of dupes sitting around, so yeah, shouldn't be that big of a problem. But yeah, let's take a look here. I already said to 9, everything that I want to build right away, and nothing else matters in that second. So yep, always have that usually on the number 9. especially later in the game. Not at the beginning, but later in the game, it's always on a 9 for me. All right, we are heating right here. Of course, that by itself is not going to help us much. We need to make sure that that we actually touch this solid crude oil right here. That would be very helpful. And then the question is, how are we going to melt this stuff right here? We do have this here, and it's actually right in the path. We could do... Yeah, what could we do here? We could just do something very simple. We can build us some aluminum tiles out of aluminum, for example. We could do it with glass doors, or whatever it may be. And we're just going to build us a straight line here, probably somewhere from here all the way to the top. We get all this metal back, so it's not a waste or anything. It's not going to stay there. Right beside that, we're just going to plop a ladder up, and that should do it. Pretty much just like that. All right. Just trying to transfer the heat from the crude oil all the way up to the solid crude oil so we can melt it down. That should do it. What happened with this ladder right here? Excuse me? Nobody wants a ladder in any of those places. What in the hell? Alright, let's try this again. Okay. Yeah, so far so good. Well, up here on the top, I think we should get started with this aluminum volcano. Actually, before we do that, let's take a quick look on Smelina, make sure everything's good over here. Can't really remember exactly where we left off. We fixed the, or we finished, not fixed the gold volcano, so that's very good. Idle erupts in 0.5 cycles, so it has already been running. We can see the steam is here. Seems to be working without a hiccup, so that's very good. What's going on with our plants up here? We have all this hydrogen here from all the slug plugs, of course. What are we going to do about that? Probably just going to, let's say, dig straight up. Is there anything in our path? Not really. We can come all the way to up here. Worst case scenario, we can always vent it into space if we don't know what else to do with it. But other than that, let's just give it a shaft where all this hydrogen can then slowly but steadily spread out. We will probably also, just for right now, let's see, maybe right around here, come straight over and dig all this stuff here up. That is on the top right here. Well, we have a space for our hydrogen to go. All right. Simple. Chris says, I love this game, but my autistic traits always kill it for me. I can't stand it if my stuff isn't like perfectly built or has a flaws. I always restart before the game gets hard. That is something you will have to overcome in the game, just like in real life. Barely anything ever is perfect. That is unfortunately just how it works. But yeah, other than that, it's definitely a fun game. As long as it works. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be the most efficient thing that you can potentially build, right? As long as it works, that's what matters. Maybe add some batteries for the slugs to charge. I could add some batteries somewhere, potentially, yeah. We do have a mini-pod here. I want to be vigilant about the mini-pod today, and not because of dupes, but I have a feeling that we are slowly but steadily approaching the cycle number where we should get some, or at least a chance to get some Dracos. So as often as it comes up, we need to click on it, even if it's something stupid like salt water, which we're actually gonna get us over here on Cold EL. Yeah, that's at least where we have some salt water already, and we can get rid of this stuff. Do we have one? Yeah, here we have bottle emptiers right here with liquid set for salt water, so we can just get rid of these 2 tons and should be okay. Irene says, same, I quit when something I built doesn't look good. Yeah, like I said, perfection is usually the killer. Good enough is usually better than perfection. I mean, eventually you gotta say it's finished and it works. Otherwise, no project will ever get done, right? Charmage said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's true. Again, as long as it gets the job done, the end result is achieved. It's better than not having the end result at all. Gunnar is here, says, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Gunnar. How you doing? And Mordark says, if it looks silly but works, then it is not silly. I agree, 100%. And we can actually see our gold coming out of here. We should have probably already a quite considerable amount here. We have 4 tons worth of gold. That's very nice. I'm actually considering extending this line here for the gold and just bringing it straight back, because what are we going to do with tens and tens of tons of gold over here? Kind of pointless probably, but, you know, We have 3 dupes. They can also do it. It's not that big of a problem. Up here, we are still digging happily away. That is very good. Let's get up there. And the bottom row is already in oxygen again and not in hydrogen anymore. That is what's killing our mealwood right here. So yeah, Smelina should be okay for right now, and we shouldn't have to worry about it. Okay, our aluminum volcano. So basically, what the plan is the same plan as every time. You know, why use 10 different builds if you have one that works just fine? And at least parts of it I developed myself, so might as well use it the way it is. But last time around, we just used a blueprint right here, and we just plopped it in. That is, of course, from my tutorial video. You can see that's where I took this blueprint here from. You can see the output on the bottom left. That is obviously not the end of a real game. But yeah, last time around, just for ease, we just plopped it in and let the dupes do their job, just made a few modifications. Today, I think we are going to build it more from scratch, so you guys can see, you know, just the order of how I would build it, I suppose. So we will take a look at that. We already have it in front of us. We just need to remember the dimensions, 2 tiles on the right side and 4 tiles on the left side. That is all we need space-wise for it. And then, of course, we have a total of 3 high with 2 steam turbines, on top of it. It's basically this simple. So we're just going to grab us this tile right here. It's already out of igneous, so we are doing just fine. So all we need right here is something that looks like this. 2 to the right, 4 to the left, as we just said. We're going to be 3 high. We're going to plop that in on each side, and then just a roof on top of it. That is the box that we need. Obviously, maybe we need to hold off here just for a second so we can come in here. That would be helpful. We need to come across here, and also right here. We cannot get past this piece of granite right here if this side here is built. So we need to make sure that our loops can achieve all of that. And of course, at the same time, we're just going to dig over here to the right side so we can get on top of this construction. Just as simple as that. And we should have this thing here done really, really quickly. Chris says, wait, you can put a blueprint on your volcanoes, guys? Is that a mod? Yes, that is a mod. A mod that should, in my opinion, be in the game. Didn't I just add something like that recently? I honestly don't know. I still have the mod installed, so that's what I've used for years. It's pretty simple. You basically click on the use blueprint or the new blueprint button right here. The new blueprint, you just drag it over something that you want to blueprint, like this here. Give it a name. Let's just say 1, 2, 3. You can delete them later as well. And when I say use blueprint, I have the exact same thing that we have over there on the left. And you can go through it. It tells you the instructions right here on the screen. We can cycle through the blueprints with the left and the right. Here we have the critter killer, for example. You know, it's just a couple of blueprints. I don't have too many. But yeah, that is how that works. And it is a mod. All right. The game is paused. That's not good. We need to build stuff. So let's see right here. Yeah, it's already working. You can see the metal tile. We just have molten a piece right in front of our eyes. So the metal tiles are working wonderfully to go up here slowly but steadily and transfer our nice heat from the bottom to the top. Oh, a little bit of pressure damage, I suppose. Oh, there are 3,200 kilograms in here. Okay, didn't anticipate that, not gonna lie. But that is also totally fine. If it breaks, it's not the end of the world. It will spill out, and we just have to repair it. So we will actually probably lose a tiny little bit of aluminum. I suppose we could just dig us a second ladder just on the other side right here. To make sure both sides can drain and the overpressure doesn't happen in the future. Irina says, I gotta ask, have you ever tried tinkering with geyser stats using the dev tools? I recently discovered it and I can't understand the labels. I tried googling them but found nothing similar or remotely relevant. The geyser stats, like you mean, for example, when you have a volcano right here, that you can change those stats right here? No, I've never seen that done, if that's what you mean. So no, I'm not entirely sure. What else do we have here? We have Croc says it's a mod. Yep. you can take a snapshot now on something you have built. So basically, yeah, that's what I thought. I think I read something about that. With mod, you can save. With vanilla game, you can only copy paste in the same game. Okay. So if I already built one of those, I can snap it up here, for example. There's our aluminum volcano. Okay, I see. I see. Okay. Well, I guess that's still better than nothing, right? At least it makes sense, you know, for a quote-unquote new player or normal player. That just, you know, go into a game, and for the first time playing something they have already built, they can do again. I guess if you're slightly more advanced builds like what we're building around here, it is better that you can save it. That's how I look at it. Hold on. We don't even need this here. First we need to get on top. Then we can take care of the bottom. Probably makes more sense. We can put some ladders in for right now, just so we can start digging it out. But other than that, we don't really need to get down here yet with a wall or anything. But that works. Alright. Looks like the pressure damage has been repaired, and once again we are hopefully slowly but steadily starting to heat up our solid crude oil. This tile right here should be heating up this one, and so on and so forth until all of it is gone. Shouldn't take too long. Down here in the bottom, we have our liquid tapidizer. And yeah, our water temperature is still blue, but blue means also around 0 degrees, so we are doing totally fine. We have a little bit more melting to do, so we have this blob over here. And I think the last thing that I see is over here on the top left. So yeah, we're definitely going to get over there as well. Have to, one way or another. I said I will not dig up a single solid crude oil, a single solid crude oil tile, and I will stand by that. So we are going to melt every last tile that we can find, so we have as much crude oil as possible. Is that excessive? Yeah, I would say so, but that's okay. Right here, we are just going to come up with a ladder straight through here. You can always get rid of it if you don't want it anymore. Always good to have too much than not enough. Right there, we can dig in and get access to this solid crude oil. May just plop another pump down here. It is rather effective, as you can see. All of this here used to be ice, and it's already molten. So, just pumping a little bit of nice and warm... Oh, we still have a tapidizer here. We don't need that, though. Nice and warm oil all the way up to the top right. That is definitely more effective as you would think it is. Here we have another 4 tiles. And then we have the right side completely done as well. So very nice. The entire bottom of the map will be completely solid crude oil free. Rock says, power please, there are working coal and hydrogen plant at the same time. There are indeed. There are indeed. We have our smart batteries right here. They're set to the exact same thing. That will probably explain it. So let's go with the low threshold for our coal generators a little bit more down. We want to have hydrogen as our main power. We should see it here very quickly. Let's see. Only hydrogen is turning on to start with. Because hydrogen we have so much, we have over here, of course, our full Rodriguez. We have an infinite storage right here that has, where do we have it? Another 3 tons per tile currently in it. And then, of course, over here, we also have a hydrogen vent. So we should have plenty of hydrogen to go around. And if these here do not, or are not enough anymore at some point or another, then the coal will turn on. And currently we have these here. Yeah, we have these here at the same settings, basically, as our coal generators, because we are trying to accumulate a little bit of natural gas. Here we are at 500 kilograms in infinite storage. So slowly but steadily, we are definitely getting there. Around 1,000 or so. I will turn these here back on, or better to say, have a match this side over here again. How did you just turn on, though? I thought we killed you with the 10%. Apparently not. That is quite interesting. Let's give you 8%. Let's see. When the not the temperature. When the energy level comes down, hydrogen turns on, and the hydrogen alone is actually filling it back up. It's totally fine for right now. Yeah, I think that is totally okay for right now. All right, back over here, we have our aluminum volcano, so we can already go ahead in our power overlay. We can see the steam turbine, and we can already build one of them. The other one will be right here, but we probably need this space here for a little bit longer, so we're going to plop that on there. We are going to have somewhere, doesn't really matter too much where, but might as well be right there, a liquid reservoir. I always like to include a liquid reservoir in my builds. It's just a lot more stable and a lot safer. So yeah, I highly recommend plopping in a liquid reservoir every time you're trying to build some kind of cooling loop. It's just overall better heat distribution throughout the entire loop. Okay, steam turbine is coming. These guys are quick on their feet today. I like it. It's basically because they have nothing else to do, I assume, but hey, I'll take it. We have our solid crude oil here on the bottom. Yeah, that'll take a little while at least. That is actually all liquid carbon dioxide right here. That is crazy. Let's go ahead and plop us one more tile in right here and one more tile in right here, just so we can transfer the heat over to the next tile. Up here on the top, it should solve itself, I would hope. We can probably go ahead and plop in 2 more on the very top right here, because all this stuff here will melt, and if I leave these here open, the oil will drain. We want to heat up the entire oil, so all of the solid crude oil here will melt. That is the general idea. And here we're just going to keep on building left and right until we have it all, and then we're going to destroy it, and we get our materials back. You know, trying to keep it as simple as humanly possible. Trying to do all this extra work just seems unnecessary sometimes. Can the dupes not reach this? No, they can't reach this. You should totally be able to do this. Was it literally this one piece of lead here that stopped you from building the ladder? Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Will it overpressure like that? Yes, probably. It will probably eventually overpressure like that. There are 3,000... Well, it may actually do it on the very first tile that melts, which will probably be this one here on the left. Well, actually we can't build one right there. Need to find a slightly different solution right here. But at the moment it will have to do. Yeah, 3,200 kilograms per tile will definitely overpressure directly. But first of all, we need to get rid of one tile, and it should be totally okay. Solve the puzzle, BierTier. Yeah, for real. Okay, up here everything's built, everything's good. The only thing is we need to now make sure that... What happened with you right here? You need to be an insulated tile. The rest of the build right here is pretty straightforward. At the moment we can come in here. I will probably have to change this to move our entry and exit over here to the left, because we will need a liquid lock to get in here in the beginning. We need to create a vacuum and all the kinds of good stuff. So let's move that over there. Thankfully we already have the ladder here, so that works just fine. And then we are just going to make it very simple and plop us a liquid lock on top of here. Something just like that will absolutely get the job done. It's actually one bigger than it needs to be, but that's totally okay. Alright, not like this. That was on accident the H button, which brings us to home. I wanted to go G, and that is what we want to do here. Oops, still can't go around here though. Need to have another piece of ladder right there, which should allow him to move around there, as soon as all this here is built, of course. Battery low is the simplest form. If my battery is less than 50% turn on hydro, if it's less than 40% turn on natural gas, 30% on coal, that makes sense. You just have it further spaced apart than me. You know, my brain just tells me, if I have a loop in one singular circuit, all these batteries here should be the same. Unfortunately, they're not though. Not even close, as a matter of fact. But yeah, that is okay. Solid crude oil, negative 48. We are definitely making progress. Very, very nice. Let's go back over here. The hydrogen is still there. I thought that would have been enough. Apparently, it's still not retracting too much up here. Probably not enough space in this area, but that is okay. We can always kind of maybe grab us a little bit more sand. That never hurts on a world like this. So let's just dig out this stuff right here. And once you have it, come over here and dig this here out. There we go. That should also give the hydrogen a little bit more space and us a little bit more sand. And it's definitely always a good thing. There we go. Very good. That should do it. We have another blueprint right here. Guys, if you hear the noise, you need to remind me of it, because I will forget it. 4,800 calories, we're going to grab those. Like I said, I'm not after a dupe. I'm not even going to look at them. I'll just take whatever makes the most sense right now. And I hope we're getting some Dracos. That would be nice. You'll also need another ration box down here, because the swamp chart heart is just laying around right here. We don't have any more space in our ration box. We are full to the brim at 150 kgs. So yeah. Ice Cream says, if you have a volcano and an Escher waterfall that keeps magma flowing, would you be able to maximize the heat draw from the magma before it goes solid? If you have a volcano and an Escher waterfall that keeps magma flowing, I mean, you usually use a Escher waterfall to create an infinite storage. Do you basically want to box up the magma inside of airflow tiles? Is that what you're trying to, or is that what you're trying to say? Because that would definitely be possible. There's nothing stopping you from doing so in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, this place over here, I don't really have a plan for it right now in any capacity, to be quite honest. We exploited this gold volcano right here. And on the bottom, we have a very simple power setup that we barely ever use, because we have all of these plug slugs right here just running around. We do need more batteries, though. That is very correct. I wanted to do that earlier, and of course forgot about it again. But yeah, other than that, there's another one. Might as well grab that thing and slap it in here. We have it set up to 20 because we really don't care about them. They're not groomed, they're not fed, they're just running around there producing basically power whenever they sleep. It's only 60 watts, but it's better than nothing. Like a fountain setup instead of a storage. Basically like I did in my tutorial video. I don't really know how to use that properly. That was really just a fun little thing to do on the side to show it works. But I don't really have a use case for it, to be very honest with you. I have no idea what you could do with that. I mean, you're basically just storing the magma and then pushing it at a rapid pace somewhere else due to the overpressure. Basically, you're taking the overpressurization of the magma, you're just moving it to another place. But then what to do with there that would be any different than what we are already doing? Not sure. There we go. Slowly but steadily we are getting there. Those last few plants right here. Let's make sure we have enough dirt. 8.9 tons. That's plenty. You can collect all plug slugs to one place to harvest the power. I have them all in here, or at least I try to. There's another one running around. Only the ones that are in the base right now, I mean, but all of those should be in here now. I don't think we have another one running around anywhere, do we? I don't see any. I see this one right here, but we haven't dug in there yet. I guess we could just grab it. Nothing really stopping us from doing so. You know what, dupes, let's come in here. And let's grab this thing here as well. And get the plug slug into this area here with the rest. Let's give it a little bit of a higher priority so it actually gets done at some point or another. There we go. Just gotta grab it, guys, before it drowns to death. Ojin is here. Greetings. Greetings to you as well, Ojin. How are you doing today? I see two look up from the power plant. Oh, you meant this one here, didn't you? Yeah, like I said, this one here wasn't really inside the base. Look up from the pump. Is there another one? The one that we just stole right here? That one's already in here. It just got delivered. Yeah, I don't see another one. Oh, here's one. Ah, is that the one you mean? Gotta be right. Polluted oxygen. Temperature-wise, not a big deal. Bye, gonna sleep now. I hope to see you start your stream again next time. Also already done giving a like. Awesome. Thank you very much, Iruno. I hope you have a good night. And I hope I see you next time around. It's glad to catch you every time right before bedtime, though. That's pretty amazing. All right, let's dig in there. Let's grab that thing. Wrangle it. The only thing that we will probably need... Actually, we have the res right here. I mean, there's quite a lot in here at 1,800 and 1,100 grams, but that is okay. And here they're napping. And currently they're doing absolutely nothing with their power output of actually 40 watts. Not entirely sure how you have 400 here, sir. I guess you're satisfied for some reason? No, that can't be it. Apparently you ate something. You're probably one of the lower ones. Yeah, you're probably the one that came from here. Because it ate, it's 400 watts. The difference is insane. But yeah, all good. What is entuned? This liquid pump right here. Not that that matters, we don't need it anymore anyway. That pump was just right there for, yeah, filling up this liquid reservoir right here. And that is clearly done and it's working. Our oil, slowly but steadily. Like I said, it's not really a matter of doing it very quickly right here. Over here, we should be hot by now, no? 11 degrees, that is okay though. We can just go ahead, grab us in plumbing, a pump, plop it somewhere down here, doesn't matter. Once again, all of the stuff here will go, and we will need a pump anyway eventually, so yeah, that's actually even better, it works out like a charm. And then probably right here, we're gonna plop in a liquid vent. Just as simple as that. Yeah, it will cost a little bit of power, but it's all good. It really doesn't matter too much, we got plenty of it. And power is usually the least of my concerns. I always make sure that my power source is impeccable. Other than that, you just have to spend a lot more time on other things. Solid crude oil, the last two pieces right here, so we are about to be ready to get rid of this liquid pump here. Or actually, we can't get rid of it. We need to still melt these 3 tiles and these 3 tiles here. But yeah, almost ready. I guess we can just go ahead, come up here with our ladder, dig over to the right, and then already plop in a liquid vent. And of course, a pipe. This here may actually help, or actually melt just with the ambient temperature. We will see how it goes. But yeah, we will definitely take a look how that works out. Yeah, those are the last few pieces. Once we have those, we are indeed ready to go. Might as well do a little bit of extra work here while we are at it. Because what I definitely want to do is I want to strip this entire area here down. That has to happen. I'm probably just going to use this abyssalite here as a natural tank. Because, you know, every time you build something like this here, the potential for failure is pretty high. One tiny little mistake at any point and it could be a rather large problem. So containment is always one of my priorities. The better we are able to contain the problem, the easier it is to fix it later on. So we are probably just going to start digging out, maybe at this line right here. That's solid crude oil, we're not going to dig that up. But everything else around here, let's see, we could just go... Yeah, let's go through here, as a matter of fact. We will have to first keep on melting a little bit more here. All of this here is liquid carbon dioxide. That truly sucks. If that were oil, that would help us out a little bit more. But yeah, we're going to come up here. We're going to just start strip mining this entire area right here. We're going to disassemble all this stuff here. We don't need any of it for anything, really. So we're going to get rid of it. I'm going to take all the obsidian in that we're going to get out of these tiles right here. Obsidian is always good to have around, and we will need it very, very soon. Because, for example, just for building ladders right here, let me take a look at our melting point here. There's really not much going on here that can survive the depths of lava. I guess ceramic would be one, but the only true one is, of course, obsidian. So when we want to go into the lava at 1572 degrees, we need to have obsidian. Or, like I said, ceramic is working just barely, but it is definitely going to hold. All right, that is coming down. Very good. And up here on the top, all this is built. Very, very nice. Temperature up here, negative 32 degrees, of course. That is slightly cold. But we can just make our life easy because we do have in F6 down here a pump. Yeah. Do we actually want to build an entire thing up there? It's probably just easier, to be quite honest, in this case. It's a little bit far away if we just use a bottle emptier. Yeah. Usually I would just lay a pipe, but you know, the pipe is a little bit far away. It will actually take longer than just using a bottle emptier for those couple 100 kilograms that we need right here. So that works. Show how good an engineer you are at logic puzzles. There are switches that must be set correctly to proceed. Wait, hold on. Here? Are you serious? Is that an actual thing? I had no idea. Like, what happens when you solve it? Nothing, because it doesn't have any power? Oh, right there. So you set those switches right here. And these switches right here, which move this AND gate right here, and then open this here up. Really? That is funny. I had no idea that is an actual thing that works. That is amazing. Fascinating. I had no idea that that is a thing. That's funny though. Oh, there's another one? Is that another one? Okay, let's take a look here. What happens here? Not a very complicated one, says Kionis. Yeah, that's right. David says, usually it unlocks a door. Yeah, it's in the game logic circuit tutorial. I must have never done the circuit tutorial, I assume. Okay, so what do we have here? This one just switches the switch. That's cool. This one right here goes along here together with this one and this one. And then goes into a NOT gate right here to set this one here, which is already set. Fascinating. AZBC says, I'm just popping in to give a like. See you in the VOD. AZ, thank you very much. I hope you have a good one, brother. That's funny. Right here. So if I set this one here to green, this one opens. If I set this one here to green, this one here turns off, so we don't want to do that. Let's see. This one here is good. This one here is good. Yeah, it's really not that difficult, not gonna lie. I have guests today. Oh, well, I hope you have a great time, man. I really hope you enjoy your time with your friends, for sure. 50 people, 19 likes, we can do better. I can't agree more, AC. Thanks for reminding me. Yes. We could definitely do better, guys. It doesn't cost a dime, and it of course helps me out greatly, so I would highly appreciate it if you could leave a like. I mean, I just solved a very highly complicated puzzle here. That's worth a like, right? Not a databank. Always good, but we won't get anything else out of it. A little bit of copper. Yeah, it's okay, though. We're gonna strip it down anyway. Those puzzles need an SR latch in there to lock out the puzzle if you flip the wrong switch. I like it. That would be fun, actually. That would make it more fun. Even if it's something simple, if you have to think about it first and you can't flip a single switch without messing it up. That's actually, that would be funny. Maybe we can start a new oxygen not included category. We just build puzzles on maps out of the logic. People have to download them and solve them. A little bit more right here. A little bit more down here. This here is actually pumping for absolutely nothing. So we gotta come up here and do it one last time. And then we should be good. In F6 though, we don't need this side anymore. We don't need this side anymore. And as a matter of fact, while we are at it, let's get rid of it completely. Again, we don't need it, so why should we keep it? Doesn't make much sense. We're going to reclaim our resources, and then we get the hell out of here. That's how we do it. Okay. Up here on the top, we are going to grab us some crude oil. We don't need it yet, so we are totally fine right here. So, right here, we have this part. We're going to go over the automation. We're just going to look at the one that we already have. That makes it, of course, a hell of a lot easier, because there are not too many things in here. We have our liquid pipe thermal sensor, as always, that goes to the thermal aqua tuner. Doesn't really, you know, that's basically just a standard setup. Gets a little bit more interesting over here on the right side, because we have an auto sweeper, a conveyor shutoff, a conveyor loader, and a conveyor rail thermal sensor. And the reason that we have those three things right here is that when the iron volcano, in this case right here, the aluminum volcano on the top, erupts, it will throw the molten metal down here. So the auto sweeper will pick it up from right here and will plop it into the conveyor loader. From the conveyor loader, it will go along the rail, which we can see right here. It will just zigzag its way through the entire steam chamber. And then right here we have a sensor. And this sensor decides, based on the temperature of the individual packet, so for each individual packet once, are we going to go on another ride one more time to release a little bit more heat, or are we cold enough so we can make it through this conveyor bridge right here and out? So that's the very basic setup that we need inside of our steam chamber before we can do anything. If we don't have this here, we cannot create a vacuum, we cannot put any water in, we can't do any of that. So yeah, that is the basic idea. And that's exactly what we are going to recreate right now, step by step. Just to get started, we're just going to grab us the thermal echo tuner right here and drag it with us, just to save us a tiny little bit of work. Next in plumbing, we need this liquid pipe thermal sensor and also the sensors right here. They don't have to be made out of steel or anything. They cannot overheat. And right here we have the melting point. So for example, at copper, it would have to have 1,000 degrees in here before anything happens to our sensor. Therefore, we're just going to plop it in as is, and it's going to be as simple as that. Next on the list over here on the right side, of course, in shipping, we will need our auto sweeper. That has to be built out of steel. That is imperative, absolutely necessary. It goes up here on the top. Then we will need a conveyor shutoff that lives in the second tile from the left. And then, of course, last but not least, our conveyor rail thermal sensor that can once again be built out of copper and lives down here on the bottom. Yep, that is more or less the entire setup. Of course, we will still need, in shipping, our conveyor loader, also made out of steel. Highly important, these here need to be out of steel. Actually, our conveyor shutoff, I accidentally built it out of lead. Didn't I just say I need it out of steel? There we have it. So these three things here need to be made out of steel, as well as our thermal echo tuner. The sensors do not matter. Yep, just as simple as that. And then, might as well give him the job to put in the conveyor rail. The conveyor rail we can just build once again out of literally anything. Like in this case here, let's use some iron ore. We're gonna come out of here. We're gonna come all the way over to the left, and we're gonna come down, over, up, and then we are just going to zigzag through here. And then right here in this general area, actually I'm gonna delete one. Is it absolutely necessary to do so? No, probably not. Maybe right here for a couple of tiles. But overall, this here is actually too early to build it out of steel. So why am I doing it anyway? Well, because once I have this here built, the less time I have to waste breaking back in here because, something went slightly different than I expected it to be, the better it is. Therefore, we're just going to build it like this here. We're going to leave this tile here in place. All of this here is built out of steel. So these basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiles. Then we can go back to iron and bring it all the way over. Because sometimes the hot metal right here does something odd and melts down one of your rails, potentially if you just build it out of copper or something. So it's certainly something that you can just avoid by doing it right the first time. Yes, does it cost a little bit more resources, but sometimes the trade-off between a little bit more resources and more safety is definitely warranted. That is at least my advice, if you want. Enable auto bottle. Need to click on that or nothing will ever happen. So yeah, let's make sure we get a little bit of oil in here. And this here is just fine. Very good. Making progress. Actually, we can plop in one last thing. The automation wire, once again, just made out of copper. Just going to bring it up. And right here, going to bring it straight over. That is all we need for right this second. Once all this here is done, we will come back and we will continue with the bottom right here, which is going to be our cooling area, where we cool down all of the wonderful aluminum to a usable temperature. And of course, we also need to plop in our cooling loop. So that's going to be next here very soon. FIFO says only 8.5 tons of steel, so you better conserve as much as possible. Don't want to run out. Not that big a deal. Do we have that here? Yeah, 7.3 tons. It's not like we can't make any more. I just really haven't clicked the button often enough, I guess. We can make us another, not 5, maybe 50. We can't just keep it running. It's not like that we have a shortage. I just haven't made any. Good, tearing all this stuff here out. Here's the last tile. I don't see any more frozen crude oil. We're almost through on the right side. Couple more degrees, not even 1.3 degrees to be precise, and we are golden. And right here, this here is done on the top, so we can just bring this here down. Is it necessary? No, but we can definitely do it anyway, so we speed up the process just slightly. And while we then add it, we can just go ahead and rip all this stuff here out on the top. Will not need it anymore. Okay, so far so good. The liquid tapidizer right here, we don't need that anymore either. There's no question in my mind that we are currently just wasting a wonderful power, even though, again, we have enough. But yeah, doesn't have to throw it out the window if it's not absolutely necessary. And right here, all the crude oil is just immediately disappearing or freezing down here on the granite. So we're just going to keep on building more metal tiles into this general direction right here. And up here, 39.2. May have to do this here slightly different as well. It's taking actually a lot longer than I expected, but on the other hand, I also underestimated the mass. We have 3,200 kilograms per tile right here. And per tile, I mean, that adds up to a lot of mass. And even though the specific heat capacity is only at 1.6, again, with the mass, it does most definitely add up. So we need to be just a little bit careful with that. I think what I'm going to do here is, what would be a good way? We could dig into the abyssalite, and we are on rime, so it really doesn't matter. Temperature is basically all over the place. Or better to say, all over the place the same. I mean, it's not all over the place. We could just go ahead and maybe, at least temporarily. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do here. Let's get us this pipe right here. As soon as it's done, you can keep on building, guys. Build us another pipe into the other direction. Might as well bring it all the way up here. And then right there, a liquid vent. Yes, I know we will have to get rid of this here. At least temporarily, this one tile, so we can get through. But as soon as we have it, we're just going to pump some oil into here and melt this way. It's totally fine. Cassiopeia is radioactive. Dupe can kill zombie spores. Yes, a dupe can indeed kill zombie spores. If you happen to be like Cassiopeia, do we still have any zombie spores? That problem should have solved itself by now, right? Yeah, it sure did. We had a little bit of zombie spores in here. We didn't know exactly where they came from. At least I didn't know. But yeah, the problem solved itself mainly due to the low temperature. So yeah, it wasn't thankfully that big of a deal, and it wasn't that many churns in the first place. Does a flicker circuit still get more heat out of tapidizers, or has that changed? I don't know. To be quite honest, I haven't tried it since I made the tutorial video. So I'm not entirely sure if that still works or not. I would assume so. But yeah, right here. This stuff here is going to be molten here extremely soon. This carbon dioxide here really hinders a tiny little bit our heat transfer, but overall, it's coming down, if it likes it or not. And then this last tiny little bit here, and we are golden. Alright, dupes, you can actually go ahead and start stripping this stuff here down. We're probably just going to, you know what, screw it. We're going to go straight through this thing here. We're just going to put in a few ladders because we will need them, and then deconstruct literally all the way across here. You should be able to walk over here and get all this here done, but other than that, you should be golden. We can get started. And then we can see, where can we fit our petroleum boiler? Like I said, I really like over here. We also have the volcanoes here. Not that it makes really a difference or not, but, you know, the scenery is a little bit nicer, I suppose. And if we manage, which I doubt, to actually freeze a bunch of magma right here, maybe later on, we can utilize these volcanoes here for something else. They are pretty close together, therefore they are definitely usable for a somewhat bigger build. And we are on the very bottom of the map, so it doesn't really matter too much how big the build is. Which is always a good thing. Okay, we're making our way through. We can deconstruct this one metal tile here, so we can get that in. There is a trap with chlorine gas. What? Oh, what do we have here? Tiny little bit of chlorine gas. Is that what you mean right here? Thankfully, that is not a lot. In liquid form, oh yeah, in here. 93 grams. Yeah. I mean, everything that we have down here is basically dangerous soup anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. It's actually all carbon dioxide. I'm actually surprised that I don't see really anything else. Well, whatever works, I guess. Are you done yet? Yes, you are done. You are officially through with it. So we can literally get rid of everything that we have over here. Where does this other pipe lead? Oh, we never got rid of that earlier. All of this can go. This here itself can go. I will probably leave this in for now, because who knows what we could potentially need it later for over here on the right side. But for right now, let's just get rid of all this stuff right here and make sure that we reclaim our resources for whenever we need them. That's basically what it comes down to. And then right here, the liquid vent. And we should be good. Over here, tiny little bit more. Yeah, so far, so good. And up here on the top, while we are at it, might as well take another peek right here. We have our conveyor loader that we can already set to all, because, yeah, later we will need it. There's more frozen crude oil on the top. Where? Around here somewhere? I don't see anymore. Should only be in this biome. We have this right here. I guess there is one more bloody piece right here. On the right side. Right in here? No, that's too hot, isn't it? No, it's not. You have some diamond. You just demolish. Up here on the top. I do not see anymore. Am I blind? Going to the F4 overlay, we will see it relatively quickly. Ah, okay, you thought those diamonds right here. I gotcha. Nope, thankfully not. Good grief. The last thing we need is more oil. Seriously, though. A liquid vent, and we're good. Okay. But what we wanted to do is continue up here on the top. So, we will need a couple more things in our conveyor rail right here. We will need a bridge. Without a bridge, this entire thing becomes a disaster, and the material doesn't know where to go. It's not really happy about it, so I just always put a bridge in. It's always better to be safe than sorry. So that's precisely why we are doing this. Then we're going to come over to this left side right here, because that happens to be exactly where we need a conveyor meter. That needs to go right there. Of course, we have a ladder right now in the way, and we will not get through anymore once everything is built, so we need to dig a little bit deeper. Actually, one more deeper to be very precise. There we go. That should do it. But yeah, right here, 2 pieces of our meter. Yeah, right here. And then we need 3 pieces of metal. Should get the job done. And then close it off right there. That is what we need. Also, of course, the conveyor rail continues right here all the way through. And then most likely will just snake its way back through here. And then eventually leave through some kind of path that will look something like this. So that's the next thing that we need. Once we have it, we will continue from there. Of course, need to be a little bit careful here with our insulated tiles. We can't just say cancel buildings. And the entire bottom row here, we are going to stop them from making, so they can first put our conveyor rails and all the other stuff in. And then we can close it off whenever we feel like it. Alright. Pretty straightforward, pretty easy, a simple build. Really nice and fast to do. Always a good thing. Okay, now that we have it built, let's put the metal tile in here. It will, of course, overpressure once again. I know. But that should be okay either way, because first of all, this solid crude oil here will melt. And I hope at that point we have transferred enough heat. Yeah, this one here is about to explode. Yeah. 37.5 at 37.1. It is game over for it, and it will become a liquid. And there comes in the solid crude oil, and we'll start to heat up this area here even more and even faster. Very good. Let's continue our path of carnage here, I guess. Get rid of those 2. We won't need them. And then deconstruct everything. Number, let's say, 7 priority. And let's start over here. We can go up to 4 high from this point on. So that makes it very easy. We can get rid of everything. All at once. Very good. And then over here, once these 3 tiles here are molten, we can also start digging towards the left. Will take a tiny little bit longer because we have only 5 atmos suits that are going into this area. We can always build more, I suppose, if it really takes longer than expected. But right now we should be good. Even an entombed building, of course. Very good. So far we are looking really nice. We still have to take a look at this thing right here and deliver some food. That is also on the agenda at some point. And the printing pod, let's see. We have gold and we have rust. We're definitely not going to take rust. We're going to take gold amalgam. We're going to print this stuff. And we're still hoping to find us a Draco. I really love Dracos. I really want one, dang it. Not that we need one necessarily. It's not like we can't make any plastic or any reed fiber. But it would still nice to have one, you know what I mean? Our water supply here is getting more and more empty again. It may be time to convert this polluted water here over. It may actually have to happen. Down here we have a little bit more ice. You know what? Screw it. We're going to come down here. We're also going to grab us some ice. Might as well. It's not like we need this area here for really anything else for that matter. We can actually come all the way straight across here. That's even better. And get us a little bit more ice over here on the right side as well. Very good. Everything over here looks great. I'm telling you, these guys are building with an insane speed today. Gotta love it. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. Please don't put any more oil in here. That's more than enough, as a matter of fact. But yes, we need, of course, a second steam turbine. That will have to wait, though. Down here on the bottom, now we should be able to go into shipping, grab us the conveyor meter, turn it around appropriately, and plop it in. And, of course, it also needs an automation wire. Right here, this thing is made out of steel. That's complete overkill. Nothing that hot will ever reach you. You can't just be made out of literally anything. We have plenty of iron laying around, so let's use that. Plop it in here. And then in F2, we can already start with the wiring as well. Wiring, as always, pretty straightforward. We are just going to make it out of iron. I'm going to come probably down here, along here, straight into there. Bring it over to the right side and back around. Yeah, something like this here. Should absolutely get the job done. And then, of course, with our heavy watt wire, that we need to connect that to somewhere. And somewhere is probably right here. We just need to run a line all the way down, probably all the way through here. You will need a heavy watt joint plate. And then, of course, come along here. Come, let's say, straight down, because why wouldn't you? And then over to here for now. There we go. Really easy. It's really nice if you have a pretty straightforward build. It just speeds up everything. And yeah, it's just very efficient. If you have a build that you have built many times before, of course, it's always sometimes fun to try something new, there's no question. But in this case right here, I think taming metal volcanoes we have pretty much under control. Okay. Yeah, these guys up here, they know what they're doing. So it's all good. Right here, apparently we lost this one piece right here. Right over here, 44 degrees. How is our crude oil so incredibly cold? It's actually crazy. Let's dig over here. And let's dig through there as well. Let's see if we can get rid of this liquid carbon dioxide right here. It's only 26 grams, but, you know, it's just conducting the heat between the igneous rock here even better. Trying to minimize that as much as possible into our solid crude oil. Over here, 3 more tiles left. Almost there. Not a big deal. Negative 18 degrees. Totally fine. Yeah, definitely making progress step by step. Deconstruct everything. Let's do it once again with a number 7. This tile is now done. But we can give the same command, let's say, through here probably should work most of the way. There are a couple pieces, or places better to say, that we can't reach with this method. But that is okay. We can always plop in a couple of ladders if we absolutely have to, just to get rid of a little bit of an annoying single tile that is stuck somewhere. Yeah, melting oil. Feels like that's become a full-time job at this point. But almost through with it. Almost. Okay, the wiring is in. The nice thing is, since we are right here, to get actual power, or better to say, power from a transformer, is really simple because we are on Rime. We can just plop it in wherever the hell we want. Probably not on the Abyssalite, but right here should get the job done. We're just gonna have it live right there. Gonna come in, back through here and back down. We're going to snip off the wire here, snip off the wire there, and deconstruct it. Just as simple as that. Now we can go with a power wire. Right through here. And where are we at? Conductive wire. Not like that, please. That is the last thing that I want. Actually, are you going... Yeah, okay, you're building the correct ones. That's totally fine. But we can now come just straight across here and connect it. Just as simple as that. Hook it up. And they can stay here for a long time with all the cold that we have around us. So it's not that big of a deal that it's uncooled or that it's just, you know, sitting here producing heat. We really don't care at all. Solid oils are called wax. That makes sense, yeah. In this case here, it's ice, though, apparently. Okay, that should be almost all of it. We already can go ahead with the metal tiles made out of aluminum. 3 of them, that's all we need. It's just aluminum, so it's not that big of a deal. And with our crude oil right here, we could already start going ahead. Put this tile in, remove this tile, and plop in some water right here. In F6, of course, we will need our cooling loop. The cooling loop's also pretty straightforward. We're just going to come out here, come out there, come over a liquid bridge into the wall. And then right here, we're going to come in. Switch over to the aluminum pipe. The aluminum pipe goes all the way through here. You can't even go through there, as a matter of fact. And then insulated liquid pipe. Come up here, all the way through, and probably right there, we are going to go ahead. Where is the first one? I think it's right here should be the first one. We can just... Yeah, you know what? We can just come through here. That's fine. Radiant liquid pipe. Come out with it. In there. All the way over to here. Switch over to insulated, and come back down in it. There we have it. That is more or less the entire cooling loop. So, oh yeah, I forgot the liquid reservoir. That is of course important. Let's do it like this, and let's snip it off here. There we go. All done. Now it makes more sense. Now it goes all around, and now we just need a little bit of polluted water or something like that to fill in there. The truth is, it doesn't even matter too much, but yeah, of course, our polluted water is the best that we can put in there. So we will definitely find us a little bit of that. And down here, our water supply is still only 2 boxes full. That is really not a lot. We need to find us a little bit more ice, just so we can fill up our storage. There we go. Let's dig down here. Let's get rid of this tile so the dudes can reach all of this, no problem. Over here on the left side, we have another patch of ice. You know what? We're going to grab that as well. And we're just going to come straight across here. Dude should be able to reach most of it. Maybe not those 2 tiles, but other than that, they should be okay. And we even have a little bit of oxygen here, so I can't complain. Even better. Down here, are you melting? Yes, but rather slowly, quite honestly. Here we are trying to cool down the crude oil, which then in turn cools down 2 total solid crude oils. We just need to come up here a little bit more so we can move this liquid vent and we will be golden. Because the oil temperature over here is still at negative 5.4 degrees. So at 5.4 degrees, this stuff here will melt like nothing. Alright. A little bit more melting and we're good to go. I guess we can increase our flow slowly but steadily. Is this enough what we have here? It should really be enough. Let's let it run just for another minute or so. Definitely can't hurt. And then we're going to turn this side off. That should make the other side go a hell of a lot faster as well. Double the output, double the speed. Okay, we have power. Somehow we don't have power. Why do we not have power? Oh, because this cable here is not hooked up yet, of course. With the cable, we can literally come all the way straight down. All the way to right there. bring it straight up. And then, of course, right here, we will need a conductive wire bridge that we have to plop in. But that's not a big deal, because right here, we can just snip this off and then come straight through. Just as simple as that. That's what we need. All right. Making progress, and this thing here should be up and running in absolutely no time. Which is actually a good thing, because if we have this thing here out of the way, down here on the bottom, once we have this here molten, we can fully concentrate on building this petroleum boiler. That will need my full concentration anyway. But like I said earlier, one tiny little mistake. It's not going to end the run or anything, but it can still be a huge annoyance. So definitely need to try to stay focused on that thing, because otherwise disaster will strike. Croc says, can we check for a new blueprint? You know what? Nothing is stopping us. Yes, let's check for a new blueprint. Let's take a look here. New blueprint. Let's print it. And what do we have? She's not angry, just disappointed. Maternal gaze. Blank canvas in a decent quality. Okay. So is this here basically a new drawing for our canvas? Is that how that works? Can I change that? Let's see. Yes, I can change that. And sure enough, here's our maternal gaze. Let's say redecorate. And let's take a look what this here looks like. And we have Sin here. Boom, spicy entrance. Thank you very much, Thin, for the $2 spicy entrance. How are you doing today, man? Hope you're having a good Saturday. Thanks for joining. Let's see. So apparently the original painting just disappears, and then somebody has to come by and repaint it from scratch. That's actually interesting. I don't even know who in the hell is our decorator over here. Saving. There we have it. We have in decorating Killjoy, and we have Chimster, and that's about it. Okay, cool. And look at this, Killjoy is here, and here we have our maternal gaze. Nice. Definitely good. At least something useful, somewhat useful, at least at this time around. And not, as Modrex says, bloody gloves. Because we definitely got our fair share of gloves on this stream, there's no question about it. And speaking of the devil, Killjoy is here, in the chat, live. And in color, isn't that nice? You said my name? Yes, I did. You were just painting us a beautiful picture. Right here. This right here is your latest masterwork. You seem to still have more blueprints to claim. Yes, I should have 3 from the duration of the entire week. Usually I don't do them all at once, I just do them throughout the stream, so we have something fun to look at. Hopefully fun, not bloody gloves, at least. Just a little bit later down the road in the stream. But yeah, we should have 2 more. Yay, art, I question my taste. Hey, we just unlocked it out of a blueprint, literally seconds before you showed up. So yeah, it's actually a real masterworks, freshly unlocked. Okay. We can still not get up there. We can build us a piece of ladder right here, and we can dig these 3 tiles here out so we can get up there. So that should work. Only problem is we now still have those 2 pieces right here that are really not connected to anything, so let's do it differently. We're going to relocate this liquid vent here in a second, so we are going to build us 2 more metal tiles. That should get the job done down here on the bottom. And then the ladder over here so we can come up here. And then we are going to relocate this liquid vent somewhere more suitable right here so we can get rid of this last lick of ice right there. We need to get rid of it. That has to happen. Let's build us a ladder here and a ladder there so we can get rid of these 2, and then we will continue digging this here up. And yeah, very soon we will start on the left side as well. Metal Volcano Timer, how are you doing? Looking good. Everything looks to be done. We even seem to have power available. That's definitely a good thing. And yes, of course, our conveyor loader is already ready. And as a matter of fact, we may finish this up right now. So the automatic, or better to say, the conveyor loader right here can help us with getting rid of all the debris that's in there. But the dupes don't have to do it manually. Where are we coming over though? Probably somewhere like right here. We're just gonna come straight through the base and connect it to right there. And that should then end us up into our infinite storage, of course, right there. Another blueprint. Fried mushrooms, 8,400 calories. Is a fried mushroom... Hold on one second. What quality is a fried mushroom? Consumables. Consumables. Let's see here. What are you, sir or madam? Are you something good? Yeah, barbecue. Where are the damn fried mushrooms? Am I blind? Right here. Those are mushrooms. Where are the fried mushrooms? They gotta be better then. And I do not seem to see them in the consumables list. Let's click on them and let's see. Can I see something right here? Oh, it's just poor quality. Oh, that sucks. I was hoping it was something better that we can feed our guy up here. And right here, we have Cinnamon Night Entertainment gifted 5 memberships to the channel. Brendan, AZBC, Paul T, Chris David, and Leo all got a free membership. Thanks to Sin. Thank you so much, Sin, for your insane amount of support to the stream. You are the absolute MVP, man. You are crazy. Yeah, you know it. I tell you every single time I stream. Thank you so much, man. Look in the book next to Grizzleberry. Yeah, we found it. It's not good enough. So we have to take a look. We have to take a look what else we can give him, because it says here quality must be great or higher. Since so far once I can't stick around, just don't forget about your space program. Yes, the space program will be coming right when we have down here our boiler. The space program will have to pick up again because we are running short on data banks. So we are going to build us a real petroleum rocket. That is next on the agenda. And with that thing, we will go find us some data banks. Maybe build us a unanimous space rocket. All sorts of shenanigans. I'm sure we will come up with a bunch of stuff to do with rockets. So don't worry, and you know it, you are the #1 pilot. Fried mushroom and lettuce in the grill is great quality. Really? I need to build a damn grill. We have all this natural gas here stored. I mean, by now we are at 750 kilograms of tile, and we don't know really what to do with it. Yeah, so a grill needs to come here very soon as well. But yeah, one thing after the next. First, let's finish this thing here before we concentrate ourselves on another project. I'll be in and out when I can. Absolutely, brother. You know it. And as I always say, I truly appreciate it. Anything helps. That is for sure. Here we have the conveyor belt coming, so yeah, this here will empty itself. But other than that, we really don't need a damn thing in here anymore, do we? All we need is another insulated tile right here. We don't have then any more entry anymore. That is a problem. So we need to dig this here out real quick. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let's put in the tiles directly. There's nothing stopping us from doing so. All we need is this here. This needs to go. And of course, these two right here. And that is going to be our entrance for right now. And yeah, that should do it. We are coming in from the top into our steam turbine room. And on the left side over here, we have, of course, our liquid lock, which allows us to come in from the other side. And let's dig up these two tiles so we can come in from this side here as well. All right. Very, very good. This thing here will be up and running in no time. Definitely looking forward to it. And once again in plumbing, let's grab us a bottle emptier and plop it in here so we can get started with that process as well. And then last but not least, in ventilation, we're going to build us a vacuum pump. We're just going to plop the vacuum pump, let's say, right around here. Is that fine? Yeah, that should be totally fine. We're just going to build it out of lead. I don't expect any heat in there, so it's totally okay. We're going to come over here to the left. And then, of course, once again, a gas vent, just so we can create a vacuum in here. We're not going to hook it up to power yet. Actually, I'm going to hook it up. I'm going to unhook it once the power wire is done. That is just going to help us out in the future. And we can turn it on and off at will. Septimus said I should probably be sleeping, but thought I would drop by and say hi. Well, I truly appreciate it, though, that you're stopping by just to say hi. That is definitely nice to have you here. And for you to stop by right before your bedtime to say hello. Definitely appreciate it. How's the ice? One last tile left. That last tile here will be molten in absolutely no time. So what can we do here? I think the easiest way to get through most of it. It's 4:45 a.m. So a little after my bedtime, says Septimus. Yeah, I feel ya. I definitely feel ya. Vacuum pump is already on. God, I'm telling you, these dudes have nothing to do. Let's build us right here the liquid vent. Let's just do this. And then come in F6 with our insulated pipe up here. I'm about to fix the vacuum pump. Thanks, Kionis. Right here. There we go. And let's come up here with a ladder. Something as simple as that should get the job done to start melting right here. And here in a second, when this thing here explodes, we are taking these metal tiles here down. And we're just going to move them up a little bit. It's totally fine. You do know you can use the snip tool on the wires before it's built. I think we actually had that topic before once, didn't we? I believe so. And yes, I do know it, but I keep forgetting it. I keep forgetting it every time. Oh, God. But you're right, yes. It may have even been you, Brandon, that told me that before on stream. I do remember that. That was maybe 3 or 4 streams ago or so. And I did not know it at that time. Barbecue and cooked seafood is also very good and easy to make. Quality +4. Barbecue. We are making barbecue. Let's see here. Well, not at this moment, but we are making... It's only quality good, though. +3. It needs to be... It needs to be great +4. So yeah, that is not good enough. Brandon says, yep. I do remember that. Don't worry, we will keep reminding you. I appreciate that. Eventually, it will go into my very stubborn head, I guess. Not enable. Deconstruct that thing. Don't need it anymore. Come on. A little bit more solid crude oil here. But at least now we are on top of here, so we can start digging over to this left side here as well, because this is mainly what I want to get out. This right side here was just a, you know, on the side exercise. I really want to go over to the left side. All this here can go. Let's get rid of it. Have it on everything, right? Yeah, the ladder can go too. Let's go. Oh, barbecue and cooked seafood combined to surf and turf. Okay, now that makes a hell of a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense indeed. John is here. Says, hi, everybody. Hi, John. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good day. Come on. Give me my bloody Dracos. I just want Dracos. Is that really so much to ask for? What are you planning with that big-ass metal spike? The biggest metal spike right here is just temporarily. It was actually meant to help us melt the oil up here. It did work to an extent, but for this bigger area here... Sin here is stuck. And he just peed himself. Sorry, Sin. You're about to be released, don't worry about it. Just need this piece of ladder right here. As a matter of fact, even better, let's get rid of it. We don't need it. There you go. Absolutely not necessary at all, as it turns out. Can't just do something like this here, and something like this here. There we go. Yes, this spike right here is literally there. You can see the temperature difference. We could for now build one more right there, the crude oil. It will not get deleted, it will come over to the right side. But yeah, once this here is built, we are transferring the heat from the spike here, basically into the solid crude oil here, and melting it. And once we're done with it, we are getting rid of it. Very, very simple. Is anybody... Okay, yeah, we got plenty. Somebody's gonna get rid of it here very shortly, and it should be okay. Something else, just seeing here, was that an injured dupe a second ago? Or did it just look like it? Where did it go? Down here somewhere? No? Must have just looked like it. I thought we had an injured dupe. Since we are planning on going into the magma core, injured dupes are pretty likely. So we need to make sure that we are ready for that. So at some point we will build ourselves a hospital. I do remember building this here, but I cannot remember what I wanted to build in here. There was something planned to go into this room here. Does anybody remember? Because if not, it's going to be a hospital. What did I want to build here? It's also very fitting, actually, because right down here is the tasteful memorial for Alfie Wolf. So, yeah, with Alfie Wolf being dead, having the hospital right above it, that worked. Taming those two volcanoes will be awesome to watch. These two, you mean here? Yeah. That is, again, that is the reason why I really want to have this boiler over here to see how much can we actually extract from this magma right here. Like, can we actually get both of those here to freeze up? That would be really nice. You may be right. Did I want to build an actual kitchen in here? That does sound right. Now that you say it, it does ring a bell. Kitchen has a maximum size of 96 tiles. Yeah, I remember myself talking about that now. Good call. Good call, Killjoy. that should have been the kitchen. That's right. Well, if this here's the kitchen, though, what is going to be the hospital? I mean, we could boldly assume that we are not going to have another Tesla memorial, or we don't need another one, better to say, and we could just plop it in here. That's probably what's going to happen. So, yeah. You know what? Let's build us a kitchen real quick. We deserve a kitchen. I agree. We should have one, so let's do it. Right here, we're going to have an electric grill. We are going to put our egg cracker in here as well. We're just going to copy the settings down here in a second. The other two things that we will need, though, are in food. We will need a gas range. Of course, we're also going to plop in a gas range just somewhere around here. Should be fine. We're just going to plop it all together. And the other thing that we need, do we even have that unlocked? What is it called? Laying on the tip of my tongue, but it says it right here. The spice grinder. Let's see. Do we have a spice grinder available? No. We need a food repurposing in research. So let's find the stat. Food repurposing right here. And we don't have it, but it's a very simple research. We can see it. Well, not like this though. You can just do that really quickly. Shouldn't be a big problem at all. John says it only makes sense to put the morgue under the hospital. I agree. I mean, it's kind of like real life here, right? Anything else that we need in there? I don't think I have ever used a dehydrator. That was added after I played last time. Is that any good by any chance? Is that doing anything? Uses low, even heat to eliminate moisture from eligible foods and render them shelf stable. You know what? I'm just going to build one. Screw it. Let's take a look and see what this thing here is all about. Nope. It's no good. It doesn't do anything. I'm just going to plop it in here real quick to take a look at it. Like I said, never actually even opened the menu for it or anything. Dehydrator is meant for space travel. Well, I assumed that. That does make sense. So you have potentially more foods that you can put into your rocket that don't go bad anytime soon. Because at the moment, I think we only have like berry sludge or whatever it's called. I think it's called berry sludge, isn't it? We have our micro musher right here. Yeah, berry sludge right here. It does actually never, ever expire, which makes it very good for space travel. The only downside is it does need sleep wheat grains, and sometimes that is rather hard to obtain. Removes water, but needs to use another item rehydrated to make the food edible again. Okay, well, that makes it then a little bit less usable, maybe. How big is that rehydrator? Okay, so it's only too high. I guess you could be able to put that thing here into a rocket. Don't actually build it. I just wanted to look at it, Killjoy. Come on. Yeah, of course we're trying to build it. Frozen Hair is here. One time you don't want him to build something. But yeah, only 60 watts of power. That is clearly meant for space travel. Such low power, such low space requirement. Definitely meant. Dehydrated surf and turf is great for space travel. I can only assume so. I mean, it does sound like a great idea with a morale boost. Killjoy says, haha, I do what I want. You are indeed, sir. That's funny. You are indeed. Okay, let's close this here off. Let's start putting water in here. What's the temperature overlay here? What is our granite at negative 24 degrees? We will have to see. I hope our water doesn't freeze. Enable auto bottle, number 9 priority. Let's get started. My other question is, though, you still haven't built those conveyor rails? Really? Like, what the hell is missing here? There really shouldn't be anything missing. other than the conveyor meter, which has a limit set to 0. That would be a problem. Let's set it to something higher. That is still not it. It is... Oh, yeah, I know why. Of course, this here is not connected right now. That's why nothing is going out. So we are going to connect this here. I just cannot forget to deconnect it again before we turn it on. Because we need to have this here running around. I guess this here would work. Oh, you're stuck, aren't you? Oh, gremlin. How did that even happen? How did that even happen, gremlin? Let's build this here first, maybe. Can we please get gremlin out? Please. How about you dig down here? Where are you gonna end up? Still up there. Gremlin is gonna die. Gremlin is gonna die. I don't think we can get him out of here. Another dupe seems to have killed himself out of stupidity. I don't think we can... there is no other way out of here currently. Yeah, all the ladders up here on top are gone, so we cannot cancel these here. We don't have any air nearby. Actually, there is a piece of oxygen up here of 10.8 grams. You could actually... Why are you not walking along here? Can you not get up there? No, you cannot get up there, apparently. How far can you go? Yeah, this ladder piece right here is actually stopping you from going any further. That's the problem. But the problem is we cannot also build one because you don't have any materials. So yeah, you are dead, gremlin. Later, brother. You, once again, managed to kill yourself. Well, we still have to come over here with the ladder, though. That is unfortunate. We need another memorial. This time around for Gremlin, who killed himself just like Elfie before. I guess that happens. Alright. We will get us, just like we got us a Elfie version 2.0, a Gremlin version 2.0, but I hope really that the version 2.0 comes with an AI upgrade. Don't forget that the clothes rails need to be steel. Oh yeah, right up here. That's right. Let's see here in our overview. What are you currently made out of? Out of iron. Can I change that while building? Conveyor rail, config. No materials. Okay, then let's do it differently. All of it. Let's make him out of steel. Oh, you are already steel, as a matter of fact. Let's make you out of steel. That should fix it. Alright. Poor gremlin. But what can you do? The dupe should still be able to get up here, right? I don't see any water coming through our bottle emptier right here, and I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe we just don't have any? Yep. That's exactly our problem. Okay, it's time to turn this bad boy here on right now. 2 water sieves coming down. Alright. Let me close my door real quick. The dog's going crazy because the girlfriend's coming home. Maybe the door will help. Alright, there we go. The old poodle is hopefully silenced. And by the way, what did I just turn on? We have the liquid pump right here, going through a liquid pipe germ sensor into a shutoff to the side. Either it's germ-free, and then it goes on to the water sieves, or it is not germ-free, and it goes back around into the tank. Just as simple as that. And if it is germ-free, we're converting it from polluted water to clean water. And through this liquid vent right here, we can see it in F6, in case you're wondering. Just back into our tank, where we currently have a little bit of brine, where we really don't know what to do with, but it's just sitting around here, so it doesn't really hurt anything either. My dupes are always in masks or in a suit outside the base. You're a monster. Yeah, I know. A lot of people build like a closed base that has everything that's necessary to live. Usually they build it either right here in the middle or usually up here in the corner or something. That only has in it what is really needed. Like it has bedrooms, it has sinks and lavatories, of course, maybe a tiny little bit of entertainment area, maybe a hospital, but that's about it. And as soon as you leave this area, it goes straight into atmosuits for the rest of the game. It's not really something that I like to do, honestly. I've done it before, I've tried it out, but, you know, it's a little bit boring almost. You know, if you always have to take a look out for your dupes, it makes the game more interesting because, you know, it is a fun part of it. We are picking up the ice. We don't want to do that, please, for the love of God. That's why we don't see anything in here, because this one piece of granite here is actually freezing the water as it's coming in until it has heated up. So, yeah, don't pick up ice. Leave it in there. I've started something. I've started using something similar to your polluted water setup. You mean my radiated polluted water setup right here? Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Dupe safety is not BierTier's #1 priority. No, it really isn't. Hey, once in a while a dupe has to die. It's just how it goes. You know. There is no old age in the game, so we are using artificial old age. Right in here, the aluminum volcano. The research is completed, so that's good. Right here, yeah, the aluminum volcano. As I was trying to say before we got the notification that the research is done, I'm trying to wait for it to one more time start erupting, and then I want to get rid of this granite right here. As soon as we are rid of this granite right here, we are going to analyze it with the highest priority, please. That has to have priority to get this here done, because we don't necessarily want to have it erupt when we are having a dupe in there. So, trying to avoid that. And of course now the dupes are picking up the ice. Yep, I built mine into the back of my bedroom setup. I always like to put like the power spine here, because usually my bedrooms are just stacked on top of each other, if at all possible. I just like the design and the look of it. If everything looks equal, ignore the pictures right now. But other than that, it looks equal, and you just have a natural way for your power wires to flow through the base. I just love that kind of setup. Okay, the granite is still at negative 18 degrees. The water is still freezing. The dupes are still picking it up and putting it back into the box. I guess I could turn it off here for a second. But yeah, I really am mainly waiting for the aluminum volcano right here to erupt, or try to erupt, and then overpressure one more time. What are you actually set up as? Send a green signal if above 6.9 degrees. Send a green signal if above 200 degrees. We can already set you up properly, so all this cold stuff here can exit immediately. Is our water now surviving? Do we have now enough in here? And at least a small enough amount of debris, because the debris is also helping with cooling down our water drastically. It's definitely part of the problem. Everything is the same, just have water storage and water purification as well. Okay? That's what the builds here are for. If you see anything that you like, hell, go ahead and build it. I am all for that. Alright, debris, get out of there. Last few pieces of debris are leaving. This aluminum volcano here just doesn't want to erupt, huh? Crazy. Up here, most of our wonderful solid crude oil here has molten. At the moment, we are just pumping for absolutely nothing. So let's put it onto here, maybe. Let's try to slowly but steadily make our way upwards. You know what, this one here we can relocate up here as well. I never had the problem that I had too much solid crude oil. Usually it's a, you know, normal amount. This here is just insanity. Gunnar says, how's the petroleum boiler, by the way? I was trying to sleep again, yet failed again. Petroleum boiler hasn't even started yet. We're still trying to get rid of this last tiny little bit of solid crude oil right here. We will build it here very soon. It should go rather fast once we have all this here dug out. We just need to dig this here out, And then I'm just going to plop in an army of bloody pumps temporarily to get rid of the crude oil on the left side right here and pump it all over to the right. We will have some kind of breakpoint somewhere right here. Not entirely sure yet where I'm going to put that. Probably further forward than where the metal spike is right now. We don't need that much space. Oh, hold on. Actually, right here is where I want to dig down. So yeah, somewhere probably where the spike is, as it turns out, is going to be our shutoff. With a nice liquid lock. So this entire area here will basically be sealed off in case something goes wrong, so we are ready for it. In case we have a sour gas explosion of some sort, we are not immediately having that crap all over the base and have to take care of it. We just have it right here. Brandon says, I'm currently playing a challenge run, and man, is it a whopper. 50 cycles to get the base set up, and you must uncap all volcanoes without taming. Okay. When you say without taming, are you saying you literally just unearth them and leave them like this? Or are you saying you're not allowed to build a tamer like this or like this? And second of all, what exactly means to get the base set up? Like, what's the definition of when is the base properly set up? I'm just curious what exactly the rules of the challenge are. Right in here, by the way, we have 30 tiles worth of space. For 30 tiles, down here on the bottom, we have 10 tiles to get about 50 kilograms in here. We will need just a little bit more water. We're almost there. About 150 kilograms per tile. You know what? That's actually close enough. We don't need any more. With 147 we can work. 150 is what we needed. No tamers at all. Okay. Goodness is nice, so it's a spike kind of setup, huh? I guess one could say so. But yeah, we are going to continue to dig through here in a 4 high matter. Not you here. Actually, we may have to... No, we are not going to dig you up. You will stay there, come hell or high water. I said every last tile will be dug up, so we will dig up every last tile. Okay, again. Definitely is going to happen. We're just going to extend this over here to the left a little bit. Plop another one down. And hopefully we get rid of those last few tiles right here. We finally have reached the end. And we keep on digging. All the stuff here has to go. As a matter of fact, all the way straight through, all the way over to the left side. We're going to start with 3 high right here. And then, of course, in deconstruct. Well, we are not stopping in front of this nonsense right here. We're going to take all of this here out as well. Can the neural vaxillata be demolished? Yes, it can. Okay, good. Yeah, that should work. I don't see a reason why it wouldn't. So we will go for it. Our water has risen to 167 kilograms. Apparently another bottle was delivered before we could actually finish it off. That's totally fine though. What we have to do is insulate a tile, a steam turbine, and then of course we can start with our vacuum pump as soon as this tile here is built. We are now sealed off and ready to go. Still you, guy here, what are you doing? I really would like you to overpressure here for a second. Cycle 1 to 50 are used to get stable as you can. Then you have to uncap everything from there and let the chaos ensue. In Echo's voice. Okay. That is an interesting challenge. And then you just watch, or are you trying to contain it, or what is the idea here? Because if you just watch it, then not even really a reason to stabilize the base at that point, right? There we have it. Rising pressure. Now it should say overpressure. There it is. And as soon as the overpressure is gone and we are back to idle, we are going to uncap it. You have to survive. But I mean, let's say you have a map like this here that has a minor volcano here, a minor volcano over here. You know, it has all these metal volcanoes. If you don't tame them in one shape or another, I mean, how are you going to survive something like that for an extended period of time? Or is it just one map? So Brandon is making a literal dumpster fire. That's exactly what it sounds like, honestly. Like, if you're not allowed to tame it or contain it and, you know, just wherever the lava flows, like, what are you going to do about it? It's idle. There we have it. Let's go. Let's get this thing here researched. We have the rest done as well. Conductive wire. We can create a vacuum as well. We can get started with it with the vacuum pump. We are doing very, very good so far. Like I said, this thing here is basically done. Last but not least, though, we will need one more thing. And that one more thing is polluted water. Question is just where are we going to get it from? Do we have an easy access somewhere? I don't think so. I don't think we have anything sitting around here that actually has polluted water in it, shy of this place down here on the bottom. And we don't want to do that. Killjoy says, I'm kind of reminded of your April Fool's video. Yes, that is basically it. In case you haven't seen it in this video, I just acted like it's a normal episode and did everything wrong you can do wrong. Like, for example, we uncapped these here, and it basically annihilated the entirety of the second base right here. Yeah. It was a fun episode to make, though, for sure. A lot of those things I haven't tried before. Imagine doing that on the flipped world where the magmas are on the planet's outer zone. I mean, it does sound fun, though. Is that a challenge that Echo came up with? Or did you just say Echo's voice because you just like him? Because it does sound like a neat idea. Nope, we cannot close that off yet. Because in F6, I, of course, forgot to put in this pipe right here. That is rather important, not gonna lie about it. We're gonna plop it right there, that's fine. And of course, we will need a liquid vent that will have to live right there, I suppose. So let's do it like this either way here. There we go. Plop it right there. Should be okay. We already have a vacuum in here. Dear guard, come on. Start researching. Tell us what this thing here is all about. And then we should be good. Still though, polluted water. I will probably just take this polluted water down here. It's already at negative 22 degrees. Nothing wrong with that. Right here we have a bunch of polluted ice. We do have a storage for that still, don't we? Yes. It's completely empty. I mean, it's as empty as it could be. So I suppose what we can always do is in F6, snip this here off. So we can get this here filled up a little bit more again. And then go from there. Let's see, we're currently coming from down here. All the way down here. So this pipe here, I just left it in case I need it again. Eventually, I'm sure this pipe here will come in handy, but currently it just has no function in any way, shape, or form. So of course, that's a slight issue. But to get this here started again, if we want to put polluted ice in here, we will need to get our polluted, well, water from somewhere else. At least temporarily. In plumbing, we are going to put in a bridge. Gonna plop it probably into here, because this is our polluted water from our base, and then come just into here with it. And that will then drop it right down here. That should get the job done. All we have to do is snip this here off and call it a day. Alright, easy. Let's see. A little bit of piping. Do we have any plumbers around here? Okay, so Dear Guard here is facing a slight issue because he has nowhere where he can go to breathe. In this case here, it would actually be good, I suppose, to have some Atma suits, but we don't have any nearby, and building them now is, yeah, a little bit late. Right here, we have a tiny little pocket of it. Other than that, though, I suppose we could just go ahead and dig our way through the weakest point, which happens to be right there. Come all the way down to here. Build a ladder over. If we can avoid to dig it up, then we will. We can melt it, but of course, like I said, if we have to go through something, we can always put it into the storage bin right here, which we're now slowly but steadily filling back up. But for right now, this here should get the job done. In plumbing, we are going to grab us a liquid pump, plop it in here. Then, of course, an insulated liquid pipe that comes all the way along here, all the way up to the top. Something just like this. May have to get another ladder for that, maybe? Potentially. And then right here, another ladder, or the dupes cannot reach this left side right here. Alright, so far so good. Septimus says, not being able to breathe is a slight issue. It is. It is. I mean, as long as you can hold your breath, what's the worst thing that can happen, right? It's not that big of a deal. I mean, it really becomes a bigger issue the moment you cannot hold your breath anymore. Then you should probably do something about it. If you want to see true Oni chaos, go for the 50-50 challenge. I did do the 50-50 challenge, as a matter of fact. I did it in a 3-part video on my channel about, what, a year and a half ago? We succeeded. If you believe it or not, I killed in this run here 2 dupes. But not in the video. In the video, we succeeded. The truth is also, it has a little bit to do with being live. It is much more complicated than you can probably imagine to watch the chat, answer questions truthfully, and play the game, because every time answering a question, just sitting here and not having the game run is also not really the best option, let me put it that way. So, definitely something that I need to get more used to, there is no question about it. But we are melting our way still through the solid crude oil right here. Can build another tile right there, that will be helpful, transferring the heat from our spike. And this piece right here. Go away, for the love of God. I don't want to see you anymore. There's one tile right there. Good grief. Okay, 4 high. Let's come all the way through the map. Literally everything. And then let's do the same thing again. We're just going to copy and paste it. With the deconstruct mod, we're going to come all the way through here as well. Everything has to go. We don't want any of it at all. Maybe these here first, because we won't be able to reach them later anymore, especially this ladder here. But other than that, should be good. Right here, another piece of ladder, so we can come back over here. Should be okay. Fox says, oh, I believe you. See it every week in Echo's channel. In the videos, everything goes fine, but life, there's always chaos. Delicious chaos. Yeah, that's what it feels like here as well. It does make a considerable difference if you're playing by yourself and have all the time in the world to pause, you know, and then cut together a 20-minute video out of the best parts that happened. That, of course, makes it all seem effortless, but that in real life it was maybe not that nice. You know, that's just a behind-the-scenes thing, and if you're streaming, you do not have that luxury. It's that simple, right? At the end, you seem like a superhero in your videos because nothing ever goes wrong. But then your life, and people figure out, oh, damn, you are just a bloody human after all. Who is scalding? Oh, Cassiopeia. Speaking of it, of course, this thing here is still no kitchen because we never built the spice grinder. So the spice grinder is going in, and it will be a kitchen. Of course, we also never laid any power wires down. 2,645. What are you doing? Oh, okay. You're the second liquid tapidizer here that we actually don't use for anything. So yeah, gotta remind myself of that thing. Maybe we should have another power wire. I mean, if we don't do it today, it will be the next episode. This entire thing here wasn't meant to be a temporary setup about 440 cycles ago. And we are still here. And we still have this insanity right here instead of having a proper power brick. We gotta do something. Yeah. It's questionable. Very, very questionable. But yeah, let's take another look into our printing pod. We have a hatch. We have a hatch. Grubfruit preserve. I'm wondering, does anybody happen to know from the top of their head? Or actually, we don't have to choose it right away. We can just type it in here, can't we? A grubfruit preserve. You are a +3. So yeah, you're not really helpful in any way, shape, or form. I guess we're going to take you anyway. We don't need a hatch. We can just take the 4,800 calories instead of getting the meat. That's all we will get anyway. Yes, you guys are getting hurt. It is a little bit your own fault, though. Not gonna lie. How do we... Oh, we have steam in here. Well, that's a problem. We need to deconstruct this thing here. We need to turn it off. We are actually pumping steam out. That will work for the hermit? Not. Wardrug says nothing is as permanent as a temporary solution. You are so right. In real life and in the game. And you do not know how often it's like, oh yeah, we're going to fix that next week. And it never, ever, ever happens. Even after years not. Yeah, you will have to take a tiny little bit of damage right here. I can't help you right now. Unfortunately, due to having the oxygen issue that I, in all honesty, slightly neglected, there's not a hell of a lot we can do about it. It will take its time to get this here done. You will get hurt. You will not die, though, hopefully. Emphasis here on hopefully. So let's go with 2 pneumatic doors. Not right there. What are you doing? Here, maybe. Let's close this here off, just so it looks a tiny little bit nicer. And then let's take a look here in the room overlay. We have a hospital, and the hospital can be 96 tiles. 96 tiles is more than we have here, actually, so it's not that big of a deal. Let's just hope no more dupes dies. How about that? And we just leave 2 more spaces just to be safe. And just plop that in there. And then let's make a hospital wing out of this place right here. That should get the job done. And yeah, we should probably, for the hospital doesn't need much power though, but we should have another power wire coming up here in any way, shape or form we can. So let's just continue this for right now. Once again, I really hope it will be temporary eventually. But for right now, it needs to do something else for us. In this case here, we need another large power. Actually, this one here doesn't even have a wire hooked up. We still have one available, really? This one here comes down and to the right. So we have those 4. We have a 5th one available. I didn't even recognize it. Well, that works in our favor. We can literally just build a bridge up here. And then come with our wire, probably just for right now. So we can reach all this stuff all the way over through... that's actually the wrong one. Over here, let's go through there. Over here, let's go through there. That should work for at least these 2 right here. And this one right here, we're just going to bring up. And yeah, how are we going to do this? Probably not like this, but all the way up to the top. And into here, there we go. And we can just come down with whatever we need inside of our hospital. Just so we have the power distribution here figured out slightly better. Just need to make sure nobody dies up here. Nice hospital next to cemetery. Hell yeah. That's how it's supposed to be. Brandon says, did you miss my recommendation for another mod? I did. Did I miss that? I must have. I apologize for that, Brandon. Just tell me one more time. Going through chat now and trying to find it is going to be a pain. If you don't mind, could you tell me one more time? I must have missed it. I apologize. I did actually install another mod. Speaking of that, that was actually Croc's suggestion. In an automation, we have now a sensor that's called the battery's charge sensor. Sends a green signal or a red signal when the energy stored in the connected power network reaches specified values. So we will definitely have to take another look at that as well. Yeah. And of course, eventually, we will have to replace Gremlin. Was Gremlin our only cook? I don't think so, because somebody said cook. No, Deerguard is a cook, and Magenta here can also cook. So Magenta here actually has no bloody priorities assigned to him. That is a problem. Is there anybody else that has no priorities assigned? It looks like I see Venom has nothing to do here. Tidying up, digging, supplying, storing. You're good at all of this stuff. Let's go. Perfect. Elfie down here on the bottom. More tidying. A little bit of operating. Let's just plop that in here. Does it really matter too much at this stage of the game? No. Truth be told, not really. Only the things that you block off really matter at this point. When you have 19 or 20 dupes running around, you know, it's really not that important anymore. What planet type did he start on? I can make out the icon. This is a rhyme. I'm sure you can tell now that I have the F3 overlay on. Kilburn, this is a rhyme. Down here on the bottom, we are not digging as fast as I would like it to be dug, but what can we do? Let's turn this here off. Let's increase our throughput a little bit. Pump more heat into those last few pieces here. Got it, the blue gave it away. I had a feeling. I had a feeling you have it this time. Von Ryland, yeah, the dupes need to know what happens to them when they fail you. That's right. A little bit of punishment. Definitely necessary with those things sometimes. Cassiopeia, not too happy to be in our steam room right here, but what can you do? We really need to dig down here deeper a little bit. The only problem is, yeah, the dupes are currently working in the main base on the power. They're working usually on whatever is closest first, so yeah. Just how it goes sometimes, but right at this moment, that is totally fine. Can hook this one here up as well, so it's ready to go whenever we need it. It will use up a tiny little bit of power, but again, I'm not too worried about it. Usually you wait if you build those in advance to hook them up as long as possible, but it's really not necessary. Okay, we should officially have a kitchen. No, we're missing a fridge. Of course we need a fridge. Why wouldn't we need a fridge, right? Grief. Okay, let's plop a fridge in. And then we will finally have it. In F2, we are going to come through here. We don't need the refrigerator. I'm actually going to deactivate it. There's no use for this thing in any way, shape, or form. This one here we're going to lock. This one here we're going to open. This one here you're going to keep open. Lock it. Open it. Lock it. And open it. There we go. All this stuff right here doesn't really matter. A snip wires. Snip wires of what? Oh, snip the wires for the power transformer. Yeah, that's a good call. Usually I just set it to build, then zoom away, and I forget it up until much later. As you just saw, I mean, I had an entire large power transformer sitting here that I didn't use, and I completely forgot that it exists. So that certainly happens. It's all good though. Again, thankfully, I'm not too worried about it. Could be a hell of a lot worse. Let's take another look in our room overlay real quick here, and let's see, for a hospital we need a medical equipment, a toilet, a mess table, and no industrial machinery. How do we hook up a toilet to this thing? Actually, should be pretty straightforward, honestly. Yeah, that works out. We can build us in plumbing. We can't enter from both sides, though. That kind of sucks a little bit. Thankfully, it won't matter. I'm probably just going to disable it just so it sits in here. As long as it's built, it doesn't have to be functional. It doesn't really matter too much. So let's take a look here in... what is it called? Do we even have it researched? That's the next question. Let's see here. Let's food repurposer. Let's turn this off in medicine. Okay, yes, we made it in medicine basically almost all the way through. Only the lead suits, we don't have them. You don't need a disease clinic or a hot tub or any of this stuff. What do we really need? There's an apothecary and a sick bay. So yeah, that's what we're going to build. I stopped using double doors. I now use an airflow tile and a normal tile so I can add crown molding. That's definitely a way to do it. Wait, can you not add crown molding here? I actually wasn't aware of that. Let me take a look here. Crown molding? I may not have crown molding unlocked. I should, though. Shouldn't I? Yeah, right here. Oh, it's called a ceiling trim and a corner trim now. That's right, they renamed that, didn't they? Trim should give us the answer. Must be built in a corner. Does it give you more, or is it the same? No, it doesn't make a difference. So it just helps you to basically make it look quote-unquote nicer. But I can put an entire row in here without a problem. And the corner doesn't give you anything better. Why not instead use smart batteries? Should be the same. Should be the same for what? Using the battery charge sensor, we can not only turn on energy production, but also turn off the receivers when the battery energy level drops below a few percent to prevent a power outage. That's actually pretty smart. Well, the smart batteries do come with their own issues, though. As we have seen, they are not at the same charge at the same time. Even though they're all clearly connected to the exact same power wire, they're not charging at the same speed. So even though I have my smart batteries for my hydrogen generators and the smart batteries for the coal generators set to the exact same setting, they will not turn on at the same time at all times. It's a real issue. Like this one right here is set to 90 and 8, and this one here is set to 95 and 10, even though this one here could be 95, I suppose. If I turn this one here down to 10, it will actually turn on together with the hydrogen generators. It is a problem. Treetup says, well, for the symmetry obsessed of us, corner moldings are very important. Okay, I guess I can get behind that. I'm just not one of those people. It's on my priority list pretty low, not gonna lie. Actually, probably on the bottom, to be very real. And it looks like our system here is already running, and we don't even have the bloody pipes in here. Why not? Why are we not building the pipes? What is stopping you from doing so? There shouldn't be a damn thing. Please build my pipes. Because currently we are just heating up this room right here, and we don't have any cooling either. So it is a problem. Mitosis says, I gotta sleep. Mitosis, thank you for joining. Really, really appreciate it, and I hope you have a good night. And I hope you'll be able to join in for a little while next time around. Yes, the polluted water is coming from here. I hope soon. We do not have any cooling yet either. Thankfully, not that big of a deal, but the dupes are just extremely slow to build this ladder down here. Mainly because we gave him 15 other projects in the meantime. That may be the problem. But it's all good. Not too worried about it. As soon as the water flows, it'll be fine. And we can always access right here, so on top of that, it's not that big of a deal. If we should really get that hot, that something breaks in here, it's not that big of a problem. Oh, you're getting that problem because your max battery isn't the same. Because my max battery isn't the same. What do you mean exactly? Do I have anywhere another battery that is not a smart battery? I don't think so. Oh yes, over here I have 3 jumbo batteries. So you're saying the problem goes away if you delete those jumbo batteries? Really? I have never heard of that. But that's crazy. And Brandon says that he's an engineer. Yeah, that's probably why I don't really care that much about aesthetics. I mean, it's nice when it looks nice, but it's not an absolute necessity for me. It's like, you know, function over aesthetics all day, every day for me, for sure. Or maybe they would appreciate a tad bit more oxygen at the workplace. They probably would, and they will get it out of here and out of those pockets, but that's about as much as I can help them with right this very second. Do not commit the same mistake like me. I put the aquatuna in -19 for polluted water, thinking it was crude oil. Aquatuna for my polluted water goes to -5 degrees. -5 is my standard setting. That gets us to a nice -19 roughly, and it should be totally fine. Alright, everything looks good. Keanu says engineers make it work first and make it pretty eventually. Eventually and especially, maybe. Again, that is not really what I'm getting paid for at work. Unless it is something that a customer wants to see, then it has to be pretty and functional. But any other time, it doesn't really matter too much. Yes, and your max power on your smart batteries isn't the same level, so they top out at different times. Huh, that's interesting. Is it all okay in the aluminum volcano? So far it's still okay. We are at about 150 degrees. We just need to really make our way down here. It would go faster if I would tell the dupes to dig a bigger, wider hole. But it should still be okay. Currently the dupes have nothing else to do. So all they're working on is what we are looking at here right now. We can see the aluminum down here on the ground. Like I said, not the end of the world. We can't reach this piece right here. We will extract that by hand. But yeah. Brandon says, lol, I'm glad my engineering's done. Doesn't have me working with customers. Yeah, that happens sometimes though. Thankfully, most customers are pretty understanding here in the States, at least in my experience. At least my customers in my companies. You know, just because it looks good on a piece of paper doesn't necessarily mean it works in real life. And thankfully, most people do surprisingly understand that. Slime lung is not a problem because we are on Rime. Everything's freezing cold, therefore it doesn't matter. No slime lung here. That's one thing that we save us with Rime. It's just a good thing, you know. One less annoying thing to take care of. It's just very time consuming and annoying. And it's not really detrimental to the base or anything, so it's not really a danger of any sort. It's really just annoying, to be quite honest. Deconstruct all this stuff here. Build me another tile. This one here and this one here is melting. Slowly but steadily. We are getting there. And the dupes down here on the bottom. Why exactly are you not digging this up? Because you have so much other stuff to do and it's only on a level 5 priority? Is that what it is? I mean, there's really not too much here. Once we have our steam turbines working, though, we really need to put a focus on this one piece of pipe right though, because that alone will cool down our steam room, and because we do have at least a little bit of coal coming in, our steam turbines should survive it for a couple of minutes without overheating as well. So it should be okay. I just wish a dupe would come by and build this. Here's Cassiopeia for the rescue. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Really? You just delivered the materials. You could have built it real quick, though. That would have been nice. We're almost down here. Almost through with it. Then we have water in there, and then we are fine. If you're having power sync issues, I suggest setting all your smart batteries to 95. The mod sensor, while it saves space, feels unnecessary. I did have one off, but I think they're now all at 95. I do like the sync mod though, because it shows you the entire power storage though. Let's build one real quick, just somewhere, just so we can take a look at it. Where was that at? What is it called? It's actually in automation on the very bottom. There it is. You can't just put it on top of any piece right here. If we don't connect it to anything, we can just look at it real quick. I do like the mod though. It does have its benefits for sure. Even if it works in another way, Kilburn. So I'm not saying it doesn't work what you're saying in any way, shape, or form. I trust you 100% on this. I just think it still has another benefit for us in store, other than just helping us turning it on and off whenever we need to. Okay, this here is now going better. Our aluminum here is at 180 degrees. We're gonna snag it real quick out of here. I know you're scalding. It's okay. Don't worry about it. In here we now have our lavatory. Once again, let's take a look into the room overlay. We still need a mess table right beside our latrine, of course. Where else would it be? And then, of course, we need some medical equipment. And really the only things that we need are triage cots. Those are more than sufficient for basically anything you're doing. So we're just going to plop... 4 of them should be enough. I hope we don't have more dupes at once that need medical attention. If we do, we have a problem. So let's just plop them in there. And then, of course, we said we do need a mess table. So let's grab one, put it right beside the toilet. And the lavatory we're going to disable. And, of course, we're also going to suppress the current settings right here. No, it's not actually required. As long as it's in here, it should be good enough. Steam turbines at 38 degrees. They are going to get a little bit hot. But we still have a side open here for a tiny little bit of heat exchange. So it should be okay. Should have probably put my attention to polluted water a little bit earlier. But it's alright. Move it one tile, not take it from the volcano. I could move it one tile over, though. No, I can't, I believe, actually. Because I think the volcano is in the way right here. What a nice hospital. 4 beds, a table, and a not working toilet. That's all we need. That's literally all we ever need. And it is a hospital. Very functional. Not very pretty, but functional. And there we have it. Very good. We have this wire right here. We're just gonna run it down here to hook this here up. In case we should ever need anything from the apothecary. I don't really expect it, but we have it available if needed. We can also make this kitchen here now functioning. The fridge will be disabled right away. We don't need it. The dehydrator. Now let's take a look at this thing here. What does it actually need? It does also need natural gas. Okay. And a gas intake pipe. Does it have a gas outtake pipe though? No, it doesn't. So it just takes it in basically to produce power with it or something along those lines, I assume. That is totally fine. We are going to copy the settings down here. Once again, copy the settings down here. And then in here we will have to see what we can do. We just need a line of some kind. Look at this here. Relatively close by. It should work like a charm. Just to come into here. Let's see in ventilation. We will need a gas bridge. Let's make it 2 of them. And then right here. Right here, we are coming this way with our oxygen and also this way with our well, waste, I guess. That should be totally fine. We're going to plop this in. Cut it, cut it, cut it, cut it. And then, of course, come through here. And then all the way over. The only thing is we do have a little bit of oxygen in here. So we are actually going to deconstruct this tile right here. Once that is deconstructed, we're going to rebuild it just so we can get the oxygen out. And voila, there we have it. Very nice. Dehydrate produces heat and water. Do we have an output pipe? No. Does it just throw the water on the floor? Wet floor. This building dumps water on the floor while in use. Okay. And that is maybe not the optimal space for it. Because we don't want that. Yeah, that is a problem. You know what? We're just going to leave it here. We're not going to use it or anything anytime soon anyway. Eventually, we will have to relocate this thing here and probably build some meshed house right here, potentially right here, and then some kind of basin right here. Something very simple. We're not going to do anything crazy here. But yeah, it's not going to be in use anytime soon, so I'm not worried about it. Modrak says, just 2 meshed house below it. It would be fitting for this hospital if the dupes get wet feet in there. I like it. We can work with that. Below 80%, let's say, and then copy the settings over. So if the dupes are getting hurt due to those kind of shenanigans right here, we can do something about it, and it should be okay. Steam turbines are slowly but steadily approaching their max temp, so we will have to do something about that. But thankfully, our liquid is on the way and should take care of it in absolutely no time. We just need the dupes to actually build this crap here. That would be nice. We don't need a lot, but it's okay. All right. But yeah, most things that are quote-unquote a failure, like this one right here, we are running this thing here now for a good amount of time without any cooling. Obviously, that is not the intention of it, in any way, shape, or form, for that matter. Very few things are actually game-breaking in any way, shape, or form. This thing here was still set to 100, so this probably got out here very, very hot, especially since we don't have any cooling through here. Yeah, it's okay though, because the nice thing is, once again, because we are on Rime, the heat just dissipates anyway. And even if it's not enough mass to do anything to our infinite storage at all. So yeah, it should be totally okay. We have 3 dupes right here, Cassiopeia. What happened? I thought I assigned you to here. I guess Diergar can go there, Cassiopeia can go here, and Elfie can go right here. Just so they get back on their feet a little bit quicker. They are hurt, moderate wounds, which gives them athletics -6. Definitely trying to get rid of that as soon as we can. Jim Nanny right here has the same thing going on. Let's take a look here. He has actually no debuff for being hurt. So he's not that hurt. But we're just trying to get our dupes quickly back up on their feet so they move a little bit faster. Send this back for a few. It's only a failure if you didn't learn anything from it. 100%. That is, I cannot agree more. That is exactly how it is. If you learn from it, it's definitely a good thing. And you can always use it in your next game. Brandon says he just needs a band-aid. Agreed. Should be good enough. What are we doing now down here? Why are we still not digging this here out? Seriously, what am I missing? Can the dupes not get over here anymore, or... Give me a dupe. Move to command. You can move over here without a problem. So I literally just have to increase the priority. I really want to build this a bloody petroleum boiler today, preferably, and not next week. Literally. Therefore, let's increase our efforts here a tiny little bit to melt down this oil and also to dig up this nonsense right here. There we go. That's better. I have all those build commands at 9. At the moment, we don't really have any. Or not many. We all really had was this left here, so they should have gone digging again. Somehow they don't. There are no other build commands going on right now, really. Here's another dig command for a little bit more ice, but that is about the extent of it. Are the Atmos suits good? Let's take a look. Maybe that is a problem. Here's the polluted water from earlier. It looks like they are. Right here, we need to deliver one. Right in here, we have reed fibers. We have to repair Atmos suits set to infinite and number 9 priority. So yeah, the Atmos suits should be fine. Let's see. If they don't do it within the next couple minutes here in bloody priority 7, we are going to go to 9. Because I'm not sure what else is on 9 right now. Really nothing. This pump right here is. That's it. Can I see your priorities? The doors are on 9, which don't matter. Of course, our food is on 9, which should only be our farmers. The ice is on 9. It's really only our food that is on 9 right now. These here are dormant. That's more ice. It's only when ice being dug up that's active. This here was for building it. This is not in use. This is not in use. They should come down here. There we go. Jay's here. Can I see the food isn't correct, by the way? What do you mean by the food isn't correct? I just want to get the food done as soon as it's done, so we are always nice and up there. But I don't know what you mean by the food isn't correct. And where's my bloody? There's my bloody water. There we go. And we're at 98 degrees. Look at that. We're doing just fine. Just in time. This one here starts to overheat. Let's see it. The water is coming through and it should start heating here or better to say cooling very, very quickly. Of course, in the very beginning here, it will take a little bit, but generally speaking, it should take no time. Hey, Beer, reset everything to 5 and then reallocate. I had to do that to get my dupes to pay attention again. Oh, what is breaking down here? Polluted ice. Polluted ice. Send a green signal if above -5 degrees. Okay, that is correct. How do we then have polluted ice in here? I'm really curious right now how that is a possibility. And I don't have an answer. From 22... Yeah, you're never actually going anywhere near your freezing temperature. I don't know what happened. Not gonna lie about it. I have no idea. But it's okay. Now we can close this here off completely and we are good. But yeah, maybe I do reset everything to 5 and then reallocate from there. But I mean, the truth is, not really a hell of a lot is set to a high number, quite honestly. Right here, we have the farmers. Sorry, not the farmers, the ranchers. Down here we have the farmers. And that's roughly it. That is roughly it in the entire base. It's really not that much. Usually I just do the 9 command for building priorities. Maybe place 1 metal tile next to the aqua tuner. It won't be necessary here very, very soon. Right at the moment, it seems like to contain it, but it will not be a problem. We don't have any polluted oxygen in here, some nonsense, nope. Of course, Killshot got hurt a little bit, but other than that, yeah, no, it shouldn't be that big of a problem because once we're getting the area here under control, it should be fine. 1700 degrees at a steam level of 47 kilograms. And then right here, of course, our conveyor rail, we need to fix that as well. That needs to go above here and then back down. Should be good. David Blackwell is here and he says, our monthly club meeting was at a hotel with fake windows on a conference room wall. What? Excuse me? 1 month it was raining in the fake windows, the next month the meeting moved, the building was condemned. That's funny. Just tell him to suck it up, you'll be fine. Agreed. And can somebody please fix this here? Then we can close it off. And we are golden. Another piece of conductive wire right here that we don't need anymore. There is no power required on this side of the map, so let's get rid of it. We're just going to pump a little bit more of this polluted water up there. About half the tank should be full. Should be okay. Let's speed it up a little bit. All good. Slowly but steadily we are going back down. Of course, it will take a decent amount of time for this here specifically to cool down. Especially we don't really have a lot of gas in here. Yeah, down here on the bottom we have 40 grams of carbon dioxide, and up here on the top we have just 75 grams of hydrogen. So it's really not that much that's in there. We could add a drop of liquid of some kind. Do we have anything sitting around by any chance? I don't think so. Now that we actually have an area for our brine right here. We don't even have brine sitting around anymore. You know what? It'll be just fine the way it is. Not worth the trouble. And it'll be good. This priority here will increase to number 9. So this here gets actually fixed. And this here gets ripped out. So let's try that. Steam generators idle. 121. We hear all those explosions above us. Those are, by the way, the meteors. They're back. Causing carnage up above. Of course, our ladders are once again taking a beating, as well as our rocket right here. But it's really not that big a deal. There we have it. One last time, dupes, you have to go in there. You have to get rid of this iron right here. And probably, as a matter of fact, also this one piece of insulated pipe here. You know what? Let's tear all of it out. Don't need it anymore. Once we have it, we just close it off. And we are done. What happened down here in the bottom? What got damaged here? There's nothing that should get damaged with those kind of temperatures. Let's see, what is it actually that is damaged? I'm not entirely sure here. It's the radiant liquid pipe down here on the bottom. That was probably from the hot metal. That was probably from the hot metal. There was too much mass at once. And then again, now we should be through here. Our steam turbines are coming down. And I will also snip off this pipe right here, just all the way down on the bottom. We don't need any more polluted water. Once this pipe here is empty, we are good. We're going to cut this side here off as well, and we are golden. All right, another thing completed. That should work. Probably gonna come in here real quick and fix this here in a second. But I'm just checking the water level. Water level is good. And of course, our infinite storage is also empty. What are you doing? You are literally running in air. That is a problem. Please don't do that. Liquid tapidizer. Good grief. That is actually crazy that it does that. It's not anywhere near liquid. So what exactly is it doing? Conveyor meter is set properly, it says Croc. Let's take a look. It is set to 5. It should be okay now. Let's take a quick look at the output right here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I think we're just fine here. 7 degrees, 8 degrees, 9 degrees, 10 degrees. Let's see what we have here on the tail end. Come on. And here's the rest of it. Still at about 10 degrees. Oh, we are doing just fine. Alright. And then last but not least, let's close this here off. Because this crude oil here will just heat up and basically extract a lot of heat out of our steam room. We definitely don't want that, so we're going to close it off. This side over here, we really don't care about the steam, which will become water eventually. Not a big deal. Doesn't matter in any way, shape, or form. Alright. We should be golden right around now. Yep, the water is at -9 degrees, -8 degrees. These here will stay at around 65 degrees, probably. Eventually they should come down a little bit, but it's not going to be the end of the world. And as soon as this here is done, we should also have no more hurt dupes up until the point where we actually start all the way down here with our next build. So, right here, this liquid vent right here, at the moment we don't need it anymore, so we're going to cut it off. Just somewhere right here, doesn't matter too much. And then get rid of the liquid vent. And then we are going to keep going ahead with our metal spike. Probably just all of those tiles, to be very honest with you. Something like this here. We can deconstruct this entire right side here, we don't need it anymore. As soon as this liquid vent here is gone, we are going to come up here. And we are going to pop in another piece of metal tiles. That should be all we ever need. Should work out just fine from the temperatures looking at it. Yeah, should be no problem whatsoever. And in the meantime, of course, we can keep on digging. There we go. This one row right here, I want to dig out. I'm just going to take J right here, and I'm going to move him over here. And I hope he will pick up on the hint to dig out this tile right here. Let's see. J happens to be our digger. There we go. He is now trapped on top of all this stuff right here. So he doesn't have a choice but to dig it all out if he likes it or not. And then eventually he will fall off and he will be fine. And there he goes. Just as simple as that. Gotta love it. The easier it is, the better it is, most likely. Right here, we're gonna dig all the way over to the left. And then once again, just like before in deconstruct, we're gonna follow it up with a complete deconstruct command. Except the neural vacillator, we're gonna keep that around because we are gonna send a dupe in there. I do want to get rid of it though. It's right in my space, I believe. We can keep it around for as long as we can. But if it is in my space where I need to build the petroleum boiler, we will get rid of it in a heartbeat. I do not care about that thing. Okay. Not this thing. This thing right here. Thankfully, there's nothing in here that matters. Therefore, nothing stops us from literally just deconstructing this tile here at any point we want to. And repairing what needs repaired. The only thing is, if you're on a hotter world, you would lose a little bit of cold, but it's really not that big a deal because we are on Rime, so the outside is basically as cold, if not colder than the inside, so it doesn't matter. There we go, 43, 40 degrees. As long as we don't reach 100, nothing matters, and it's all good. This here we're gonna give a 9, just so it gets done right away. And then this build here should be good. And no more worries about it. Anyone? There we go. Close it back off. And see you later. Okay, right here we have igneous rock up here, lead. We can dig all of these tiles out as a matter of fact. And our spike is still working the way it is supposed to. We are here not as hot anymore as we used to though. Mainly because all this cold here from the sides is also trying to bleed into our metal tiles right here. So we may have to introduce a little bit more oil here at some point. But even that is not going to be a deal breaker. All we have to do is basically come up here, build us another outlet. Let's do that real quick, just because we can. Liquid vent. And once the dupes dug this stuff here up, rather earlier than later, please, we're just going to build a metal tile and try to heat this area here with the oil that we're pumping out of here at a nice negative 10 degrees instead of negative 38. All right, that should do it. Let's increase once again the priority over here on this left side. And then let's go. In F6, let's connect this here back up. And then let's build some metal tiles. Probably only need one. Just so we are touching this metal tile here and heating it up. That is basically the entire intention right here. And it should work basically immediately, just like that. We could see this immediate metal tile area right here dropping down in temperature to then help us melt this here. Okay, so now that we have everything else done that we wanted to accomplish today, it is time to get ready for this build right here. And it's going to be rather a big boy. Not gonna lie about it. It will need some space for sure. But all of that is totally okay. You just need to get rid of this stuff. That's all it takes. You have Mason here. He still has a bunch of oxygen. I'm just worried that he gets stuck here. We all know how the dupes like to do that and then die a horrendous death. Let's take another look into our printing pod. What do we have? We have salt water. Yay. But maybe we can bring Gremlin back. Let's take a look here. What do we have? We have Stinky, building +7. Critter Rancher, decreased science, don't want you. Building and digging. Increased construction, decreased husbandry. We could certainly work with that. More construction speed is certainly something we're looking forward to. Stress reaction barometer, don't really care about that. And we have Ari right here with rocketry +11. We are going to go with Travaldo. We are going to grab Travaldo. And of course, just to make sure we get the name right, this here is a Gremlin 2424. And to keep up with our naming convention right here, it will be Gremlin 2424 Junior. So we can distinguish in what generation we are right now. So choose a blueprint, Travaldo. You are Gremlin 2424 Junior. Gremlin, welcome back to the game. You are back here. And of course, we can go directly into skills and take a look here. Where is Gremlin? You are going to be our construction specialist, or at least one of them. Definitely will help in the long run. You get a hat, and you should be happy. Very good. Why not put a liquid tapidaza in the oil and put a timer on it, let it run for half a cycle just to warm the oil? Could definitely do that. Could most definitely do that. There's some pressure damage right here because this tile here hasn't molten. Actually crazy that, yeah, well, this one here is not actually touched by the metal tile, so that is certainly an issue. Let's deconstruct this tile here real quick. But yeah, we could do that. Brandon, you're... What? Sorry about that. So much talking. We could certainly do that, and we have done that for a lot of things down here. I'm sure you saw that. But right at the moment, we only have those 3 bloody tiles here left, and we are done. So it should be fine. Are we really breaking this one here now? Apparently so. It's okay. Our metal refinery here has nothing to do anymore. We have 13.4 tons worth of steel. Let's get us a little bit more aluminum. We will need aluminum. There's no question about it. Let's make it 99. Well, 10 tons worth of aluminum. We will need it very, very soon. Croc has retracted a message before I could read it. I'm assuming it wasn't something important then. But yeah, just so you know, Croc, I have no idea what you just said. Lol, at this point, dig them out. You lost a little bit of oil. Nope. We said when we found this huge oil biome here that we will melt every last piece of it. And today, that promise will come true. Those last 2 tiles here, we will dig them up. And if it's the last thing we do. Melt them, not dig them up. It has to happen. And on the other hand, it doesn't matter because we are not really in a time bind because this here has to be dug out first anyway. And then we will replace this metal spike right here, somewhere in this area at least, with a wonderful liquid lock. We basically just pull a wall in here just so we can get rid of all this carbon dioxide right here. Then we're going to start the pumping process for the crude oil and the gas. And this entire area here will be one huge vacuum. So yeah. 99, you said 99. 99 red balloons? Should I say 99 Luft balloons? With another spike into the lava. Yeah, that is not really that controllable, so yeah, not really advisable. But right here we have another neural vaccinator, and I say, we are going to send Sin in there. Sin, let's take a look what we have here for you. Since you are, of course, the channel MVP, there's no question about it. Once again, you definitely deserve it. And on top of it, you are our #1 rocket pilot. Therefore, you will be the first to space. And therefore, you probably can use whatever buff you can get out of this thing here. So you have a higher chance. You don't use geothermal? No, I will use geothermal. Sorry. When I'm referring to a spike, I mean this horrendous construction right here. We will have a quote-unquote normal one that will go down here. Yes, it will also. It's called the same thing. It's also called a spike, for the ones that don't know. So yeah, we will definitely build a spike. Yay, I'm a hamster or a guinea pig. That's right. That is right. All right, let's keep on digging through here. Once again, 4 high. 4 high will become a problem at this point. And that's okay. We can always go ahead and plop us some ladders in. Probably, yeah, I mean, we will have no choice. We will have to go all the way along here. Thankfully, the deconstruction process is going to be rather simple. Let's plop those ladders here in to get this stuff here out, and good. I was talking for the sauna. Are you talking about the industrial brick? For the industrial brick, we could do something similar, 100%. We could build it just, for example, over here somewhere. This here is going to be... Oh, look at this, the neural accelerator is complete. And the air consumption rate is decreased by 50 grams per second. Definitely helpful for somebody who goes to space. That will actually help us greatly. Very good. So we have this neural accelerator, we're going to inspect it, just so we get the data bank out of it. Every data bank counts. We are not going to discriminate. And then we're going to keep on demolishing and digging. Brandon says the best one. Yes. But as I was saying, if you're talking about the industrial brick, we can do something similar. But this here is going to be for the crude oil petroleum boiler that we are about to build here. That's my #1 priority for today. I just want a bunch of petroleum, please. It will be a couple kilograms, probably. I have a good feeling that it will be 2 or 3 kilograms, maybe. But yeah, how much we will get, we will see at the end. Let's increase the priority. By now, we have nothing left here anymore, other than this one single tile right here. So we can deconstruct this, deconstruct that, don't need it anymore. These ladders right here on the left side, don't need those anymore. All of them can go. So yeah. I've never built one correctly, it always breaks. Yes, that is a problem. with those kind of boilers. There is no question. They are very difficult to get going. Once they are going, they are somewhat stable usually, but to get them there is a problem. And that is exactly why I chose this spot here to build it in. Like I said, this entire left side here is going to be a vacuum. And I'm not going to deconstruct the pumps up until we have it running. Because chances are pretty high that we will have to, or that we will encounter some sour gas. And to keep that contained in an area is definitely good. So yeah, let's get rid of all of this stuff right here. Don't want any of it. The only thing that I'm going to keep alive is this neural vaccinator. Again, if it is going to be in our way, because I need to do the measurements once we are done here. If it is in the way, we're going to get rid of it. If it's not in the way, it's lucky day, I guess. It will survive, and eventually maybe we can refill it. But yeah, we will have to see how it goes. A plant pulverizer. Crushes sleet, wheat grain, or pinch a pepper nut to extract brackine. I didn't know that thing exists. That's got to be fairly new as well. Holy cow. I had no idea. Sleet, wheat grain, or pinch a pepper nut. Okay. Gotta keep that thing in mind, I guess. Juicer, don't need that. There's no question. Alright. How are we doing, by the way? We're using our atmosuits a lot. Yeah, our oxygen is just fine. There are no complaints there whatsoever, I would say. Everything is looking good. No complaints from anyone about anything. That's how it should be. Who is starving? Nobody? Okay, less and less. A couple more tiles left on here. You know what? Oh, while we are waiting, why don't we open up another blueprint? Let's see if we get lucky again. We got a picture frame earlier. So let's take a look at what is behind door number 2. We have bloody gloves, of course. A strawberry glovelets. Wrist coverage is so overrated. Yeah, I agree. It is. That's why you don't need bloody gloves. Let's get rid of this tile here as well. Then we should be able to build the next one above it. And get rid of this last, very, very last bloody piece right here. I don't want to see any more solid crude oil. Mitosis says open more. We only have one left for today. And that one, we will wait a tiny little bit longer to open up. You know, open them up all at once, we only have 3. Where is the excitement? The main problem with magma powered boilers is to control the heat injection. With a heat spike, if want the most safety, inject the heat steam room, and from that steam room you heat the boiler. Oh, we are going direct. We are going direct here. There's no question. But first of all, this oil here needs to come out, and if this here would already be closed, it would already be working, and I think I am already starting to go that route. We will need a bunch more pumps. We will use a bunch of power to get this here done. And once again, just in case you wondering, I couldn't care less. Right here. I'm going to come through 3 high. That is going to be the main entrance for our dupes. Yeah, that's what that's going to look like. We are going to kill this, kill that, and we are just going to expand this ladder here all the way down to the ground. Give the dupes as easy of an access as possible. Not that deep. There we go. For the blueprints, I want wallpaper. If he had some nice wallpaper, yeah, that would be good. I don't think we have unboxed any wallpaper yet, if I'm not mistaken. And there it was. That was the last 3 tons of oil. We don't have any more solid crude oil. It's all gone. Thank God. That was a long time coming, not gonna lie. Okay, now, so what do we have to do here? We need to find us a spot where we are going to build our liquid lock entrance. And, you know, at the end of this little tunnel right here, may be a good idea. It should be high enough that no matter how much oil we pump in here, it should never get that high, so it shouldn't matter. So right around here, I am going to build a standard version of a liquid lock and connect it right here to the abyssalite. That should do the job. And then, on the other side right here, I It's probably gonna be as simple as putting down, yeah, right here, as a matter of fact. You know what? That's exactly what we're gonna do. It's going to be literally this simple. This is what this entire build here is going to look like. Just a liquid lock right here. We're going to come over to the left side. Here we're going to start building our infrastructure out, and this entire area right here is going to be a vacuum. Simple. Very, very simple. No problems at all. All we need, of course, is to get over there with our power. I'm looking around the ventilation. I do, of course, need a heavy butt joint plate. That needs to replace this wire right here. And that should be it. So let's come through here with our ladder. But the dupes can actually get up and down here. Let's get rid of this thing here real quick, guys. Should be no problem. Because we need a bunch of pumps, as I just said. Should be no problem. I was lucky today and I got the Spore Kit wallpaper. Ooh, that sounds nice. No idea what it looks like, though. Yeah, of course, you guys are now stuck over here, aren't you? Should have considered that a second ago, shouldn't I? Get out of there. And Sin, why are you so damaged? What happened with you? Get up here. Why is this here set to 70? 80, I mean. You looked like you had less than 70% health. And I thought I copied all these here. Apparently it doesn't work for this value. You were definitely more damaged than 80. I guess I should probably set the priority to high, so if a dupe is below an 80% health, you will come over here no matter what. So let's do that. And of course, this digging command right here will be highly important very, very soon, so we need to set it to a 9, so the dupes actually get it done, as usual. Also, this ladder right here is not going to be very useful anymore, so let's get rid of it in deconstruct, of course. What am I doing? Let's go 3 high all across here. So we still can reach this tile right here. Yeah, that should be perfect. Should work like a charm. All this here I want to... Actually, I'm going to leave this for right now. It will make the oil pumping a lot easier. There's a lot of oil in here that needs to be pumped. So just so we are on the same page here. Alone this here is right around 120 to 125 tons. It would be my estimate right here. And that's nowhere near all of it. We have a freaking crap load of crude oil that we need to get out of here. So I'm just going to stomp this entire area here with pumps. The faster the better. This here is now done, as we said, so we can get rid of the spike, actually of everything. We can get rid of all of this piping right here, all the way down to the ground. We don't need it anymore. We are saving. We have the liquid vent right here, we're gonna get rid of it. And then, of course, in deconstruct all, the spike has to go as well. No more point in having it, so let's get rid of it. And then probably what I'm actually going to do is, as long as I still have the bottom entrance here open, we should probably try to get as much debris out of here as we can as well. So yeah, we're going to start pumping out the crude oil, of course, more or less right away. But we need to get as much debris out of here as we can as well, because if we don't do it now, it will just take longer or later. Also, speaking of it, this ladder right here. Just to speed up the entire process, it will be made out of plastic. Theoretically, it should never get hot in here, so it shouldn't matter. But yeah. Let's get through here. And of course, a fire pole as well. Anything that speeds up the process right here is currently highly appreciated. Is there any way... The way that I built this here, I can't really attach more atmosuit docks, which is a problem. I could just extend it and move everything over to the right. That would be an option, I suppose. Would that be a good idea in the long term, to have more atmosuits available? Probably, quite honestly. It certainly wouldn't hurt anything. And here we have the battery charge sensor that Croc reminded me earlier. It is built and it shows the stored energy, so across all of our batteries here, we have a total of 180,000 kilojoules. And now we can turn stuff on and off based off of this number. By the way, I just happened to see that this here was built. And I kind of forgot about it. So if we build this here 4 longer, we can have a total of 9. I can't just plop. Yeah. Let's see here. I want to make sure that our dupes cannot get without suits over here. That's highly important. So I'm probably just going to put a wall in here or something like that. Just to be safe. And at that point we can build 1 further. Here's 3 pieces of ladder. Here's 3 pieces of fire pole. And then come all the way across here. And that should keep the dupes on the right side without suits and on the left side with suits. And then the atmosphere checkpoint, we're just gonna move it up and extend our capabilities a tiny little bit so more dupes can go down there at the same time and hopefully do more work at the same time. Who is entombed? What happened? Jay. Damn. Get him out of there. Now, please. Actually, now, please. As in, right this very second now. We can't get to this tile, of course, because we just built this tile and this tile. So all these tiles here need to be deconstructed right away. Oh, you dupes. Killing me. Killing yourselves, as a matter of fact. There we go. That's better. Trying to force dupes to use suits. Challenge accepted. That's right. Added a pic on a Discord. Let's take a peek. Oh, no, that's pretty neat, actually. Let's see. I am in streamer mode. Disable that. And let's see if I bring it on a main screen. Can you guys see this? You should be able to. But here we have old bird, and apparently this here is the Spore Kid wallpaper. Looks pretty neat if you ask me. Alright. Never a dull moment. No, really not. What is this stone hatch doing here? Who the hell lost you? Going to the critter killer, where you belong, damn it. We can actually dig all of this stuff here out. There's no point in keeping it any differently. And then get rid of this stuff here as well. And then our atmosphere checkpoint, we are going to move it all the way down. And this one here, we are going to destroy, of course. And then in F7, we will need 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 more suits. So we're basically doubling our capacity here. That is, of course, a very good thing. And yeah, this checkpoint right here will have to be changed over. I probably can't do that. No, I can't. To a atmosuit dock. Or can I? No, I can't. And of course, in F2, we also need to extend this here a notch. And that should get the job done now. No problem whatsoever. And that hopefully will help us speed up getting rid of all of this crap down on the floor. We will have to deliver a suit, please. To all of them. And then, of course, in priority, that's another case that I always like to set to a number 9. Because I want the suits in here and out of here as fast as we can. For that, of course, we will also need more suits to, well, start with, I guess. What do we have most? Aluminum, definitely not. Copper, 35 tons. Iron, 94 tons. Yeah, let's make us 5 more atmosuits made out of iron. That should be totally fine. And in the printing pod, we have another plug slug. You know what, plug slug? We're going to let you out over here. And then we're going to wrangle you and throw you in with the rest. However many you want. I don't really care. Just throw him in there. And look at this here. The top side here is still not working. I didn't even realize that. We still have a few slime lung germs in here. But hydrogen is still too prevalent. It's crazy. It's actually insane. I did not expect that. I dug out a pretty good area up here, I thought at least. Apparently I was wrong. There's more hydrogen gas in here. The last thing we want. What else can we dig up? We can dig up this thing right here without a problem. Let's go through here. Just this tile here. We should probably leave alone. And let's give it a little bit more space around here. There we go. Something just like this here. So our wonderful, wonderful hydrogen can just spread out. Septimus says, okay, going to bed. I'll check back later to see who dies next. Nobody's dying next. It's all good. We got it. No, I'm just kidding. Septimus, have a good night. Hope you have a good one. Barry says, digging might not be the answer. It may not be, but it should be. Theoretically, our gas pressure should be more than high enough to push it upwards. Actually. Right here's our problem. Just happen to see it. We only have one single area here. We have basically no gas exchange is what I'm trying to say. If we replace at least these here with airflow tiles, it will definitely be a hell of a lot better. And this side right here, we can just deconstruct all of it. There should not be anything going through it that matters. So yeah, once we deconstruct this here and we have the airflow tiles right here, we should have a slightly better gas exchange between this area down here and the area up here. That is certainly going to come in handy as well. Dig out the oxalite over here. That is also a good idea. We could just dig straight over here. Is there a temperature problem? No. We could just try that. Not that we need it though. I mean, our calories basically have not changed the entire time, so this is more than enough to sustain them. So yeah, it's not really that we need it or anything. Or we are going to die if we don't do it. Assuming your pressure gets this as Barris, you are 100% correct. You are right. I did recognize it, thankfully, but you are 100% correct. This here is a problem. If the pressure can't get there, then nothing really matters. Oh, Croc. Oh my. Another picture from Croc on Discord. He says, BierTier loves his bouncy castle. And I sure as hell do. I would argue. I look pretty happy. And look at that. I'm even an engineer. That's really neat. I like this. Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. I appreciate that, Croc. William says, hi, I'm new to this channel. Well, welcome, William. Nice to have you here. What method did you use to get so much food? The Pacu farm? Well, over here on this planetoid, the second one, we actually cheated a tiny little bit because we got food over from the main planet. But at the same time, literally our only food source over here is mealwood. That's it. It's that simple. All we are here for is really this gold volcano for right now. We're not doing anything else fancy over here. So yeah, we do have Pacus though. We could certainly do something with that. But at the moment, they're just happily living down here and not really doing a hell of a lot. They're just existing for right now. Because our focus is currently over here on Coldiel. And down here on the bottom, we are trying desperately to build us a petroleum boiler. That's the word I was looking for. Not doing achievement run? No, I'm not doing an achievement run. I figured my first time streaming live an achievement run may be absolute overkill. Messing up more than enough as it is. Considering, again, being live, not being used to being live. Once I'm a little bit more confident into my own abilities here in front of people doing everything live, then we can talk about an achievement run. But up until that happens, we're just having fun. Just trying out some builds. And seeing where the game takes us. So at the moment, like I said, we're just trying to build a petroleum boiler. And we will see how it goes. And right now, it looks like the rest is this right here. And that is about it. That is literally it. So we can go ahead and kill all this stuff here. We don't need it anymore. We're going to have a blank canvas over here. As blank as it gets, at least, eventually. Going to tear out all these ladders here because we don't need them anymore. Probably going to start with a higher priority over here. When I see a dupe coming by, I do it manually. The Dain? I have no idea how to pronounce that. I'm truly sorry about it. Hi, BierTier. Love your videos. I truly appreciate that and love to hear that. Thank you very much, and I'm glad you do. That is really nice. With our plastic ladder, let's get all the way up here to the top. Just so we have it. And we can build these two remaining insulated tiles as well. We have an achievement run, 1 dead per stream. And it is true. I did kill one last time, and I did kill another one this time. But I mean, This is stream number 9, if I'm not mistaken. I believe it's number 9. So that also means in 7 of them, we didn't kill anyone, right? I mean, you got to look at it from the other side as well. There's always 2 sides to the same coin. For next streams, Reese a charm. That's right. That is right. Sorry, I was late. May you told us, but what is the plan with that oil biome? We are building a petroleum boiler. We are building a petroleum boiler that is coming from, or the heat, better to say, is coming from the magma down here. Basically, literally, exactly right here, more or less. So that is next on the agenda. We are just digging it out right now, so we can get rid of the oil and of the carbon dioxide, because the potential for failure here is relatively high. So I'm just going to make us a little bit of a safe space, a little bit of a sandbox, if you will, to help us out with that. But yeah, that is the master plan for right now, at least. I'm going to build us a pitcher pump down here, might as well. This pitcher pump right here is going to supply this bottle emptier here with crude oil. Of course, in a lot of bottle. Let's do it right away. Other than that, we cannot reach this ladder. Of course not, you dupes. Also here, I guess, yeah, they got rid of those 2, but not of those 2. Of course, how else would it be? So we need 2 more ladders to get rid of it. And right here, you can reach this here, though. Get rid of it, dang it. Double liquid lock to avoid the heat transfer. I will do something like that, yes. I have something in mind, you will see. I could just build another one right here, yes. But I am trying to build basically a smaller a smaller vacuum area inside of a vacuum area. Dang, the pitcher pump next to the dirt would be more efficient. I guess I could have put it over here. You're right. You are absolutely right. How did I miss that? Oh, there are 2 tiles. Yeah, I'm blind as a bat. You're correct. I thought there is only... Yeah, you're right. Completely my mistake, but that's okay. So, deconstruct. We're going to start from the top, 3 high, upwards, and then come down. Deconstruct this piece right here. And now, we are also going to go ahead with a number 8 priority and say, please get rid of all of this nonsense. All of this nonsense here has to go. And it doesn't have to be done right away necessarily. That's totally fine. But the earlier we start, the earlier it will be done. And that is important. So, right there, the pitcher pump can go now. We don't need it anymore. And let's see, the dupes are already choosing to come through here. The dupes are always taking the most efficient way. So, quite obviously, it is easier to come down here and then down here than it is to come around here, which means we can go ahead and close it off all the way. And of course, make their dupes ways a little bit easier right here. And plop in extra ladders so they can do it. No problem. Should be fine. Power what? Oh, the joint plate. You are correct. I almost forgot about it. Thanks for the reminder. We will need that. That's going to be somewhat important. At least for the beginning here. Later on, we will not need it anymore, but that doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, should I directly do it? I mean, the smart thing would probably be to reroute our power, to be quite honest. You know what? I'm going to do that, yeah. It's the better, more permanent solution here. I'm going to take the power from up here, and I come with the power just straight down here. Something like this here, whatever the dupes can manage, and then probably over here somewhere. I'm just gonna go in. We build auto sweepers and dispensers, 1 ton per second. Yeah, that is probably a good idea to do that. But let me take a look into power. We will need a large power transformer, potentially 2 of them. I do not know yet. We're going to get started with 1 and call it, go from there as needed. And plop this here in. You know what? Screw it. We are going to go for 2 right away. I lied. That's just how it goes sometimes. Because we will use a bunch of power over there in the beginning. Because to get all of this here, even though it's only 223 grams per second, no, not grams per second, 223 grams per tile, to get all of that out of there in this big of an area will take some time. So we're going to hook up this one right here and then come straight over, hook up the second one with a conductive wire bridge, probably right there. And then, of course, with a conductive wire built out of whatever, it doesn't matter. And we are just coming into this area right here. And then from here, we will keep on building. This one here probably for the pumps. And this one here probably for, this one here for the liquid pumps. And this one here probably for the air or the gas pumps. Just something that makes somewhat sense. I do need to deconstruct this ladder though. As Croc said before, if you're going to make double liquid lock for the heat isolation, you need to put those transformers further away. No. I will show you very soon. I will show you very soon what I mean. I'm trying to get basically two separate self-contained areas. Let's see. So let's bring these here down. All of this here we don't need anymore. Okay, I will wait for it. All right. I do know exactly what you mean, though. We will build 3 liquid pumps. It's going to be a lot of oil that needs to be moved. We will probably need even more than that. This one right here, we are going to set it up slightly more convenient here, probably. Actually, not deconstructing it. That's the wrong thing to do. I'm going to come up here. I'm going to snip it off. I'm going to come one higher. Not like this, though. What are you doing? Please don't do this. Why can I not snip off the liquid pipe right here anymore? Very odd. Oh, because it just showed up wrong. Okay, that was apparently a graphics bug. It does sometimes. We're going to come with these pipes all the way over to the other side, to the right here. And we're going to do it with the third one as well. How exactly this pump here runs doesn't matter too much. We just got to be able to reach it. That's all that matters. And then over here, I'm probably going to dig down somewhere. Let's see. Or I'm going to dig up. Let's come up here. Yes, you're right, Croc. Normal pipes not insulated. That is a hell of a lot quicker. You are 100% correct. We are going to do exactly that. Right here, we're going to dig down. And then with these pipes right here, with the first pipe, I'm just going to come up here and plop it right there. Cancel this, cancel that. With the second pipe, I'm going to come up here and plop it probably just right beside it, because it doesn't matter too much. Right here. And with the third one, we're also going to come up all the way through here and plop it up to right there. Yeah, something along those lines, just so we can pump all of this oil here out. But again, we are going to replace the pipes that we just plopped in here with normal pipes, because it's going to be a hell of a lot faster. And it doesn't make a difference. We don't need to insulate anything. We don't care about the heat exchange in any way, shape, or form. So it is okay the way it is. There we come all the way over here, all the way over here, and up over. There we go. Come on, game. There we go. There we have it. And then probably the ones coming up here, I'm going to replace those as well. Coming up to here and up to there. Just one over. And last but not least, just one over without that connection here in the middle. All right. Plenty to do for sure. Of course, heavy wire wire here we will replace. Just with a conductive wire. As a matter of fact, though, it shouldn't even matter too much. We can't just connect it here, can't we? Nothing really stopping us from doing precisely that. We're just going to connect that up and then use heavy wire for the rest of the build, because it doesn't make a difference at all. All right. That should be the quickest way to do this, hopefully. We will see here very shortly, I guess. All right, dupes, you have so much to do now. You don't even know where to start, I assume. Also, we don't have any O2. Oh yeah, of course. Now that we use it that heavily, it'll be a hot while until these here are actually having a meaningful amount in it. Add vents to the pipes. Well, yeah, we will need those, of course. It will be a while anyway until all this is built, so I wasn't too worried about it. But yes, of course, you are correct. We will need those at some point in time. This here, we can still not dig up, so let's build us one more piece of ladder. And then, of course, we are going to go this time around in ventilation with our nifty vacuum pumps. And we are probably also going to have something along the lines of 3 of them. One here. How far do you go down? 3 below you. Good grief. You have a lot of range available. And let's build another one just above the oil down here on the bottom. Let's hook it up to a little bit of power. A little bit of power. And of course, down here on the bottom, once we save, a little bit of power once again. And then in F7, we will need a pipe. Better to say we need 2 pipes. This one right here. And we're just gonna bring it to the other side, probably. It doesn't really matter too much where we put that thing. We can hook up a second one right away, and probably even a third one. What is the pumping capacity of the vacuum pump? Well, let's take a look here. Vacuum pump can do 50 grams per second. Only 1 pipe is more than sufficient. And once again, just out of pure habit, I'm using the wrong pipes. We're going with normal gas pipes. There we go. Something like this, and something like that. We basically only have carbon dioxide over here, so it doesn't really matter. The gases will merge, therefore it's not a problem in any way, shape, or form. And then a high-pressure gas vent. All right, let's go. Whew. Yeah, I'm going to start with 3. I will definitely more in a second here, but at least I want to get something done before we expand. Dupes need help to build the last 2 pieces of the wall. Oh yeah. Good call, Barris. I'm truly sorry, Barris. I'm just gonna stick with Barris because I have no idea how to pronounce your name correctly. But yes, you're right. These 2 pieces here have to be built. Not that it matters for anything really, but if I accidentally dig this here up later, I will be really mad. So might as well try to avoid that right away. And as a matter of fact, I am going to put in another tile right here beside it. Because if I ever come through here, usually I naturally stop at abyssalite. So my potential of making a mistake is much lower if I directly put another insulated tile right here. But yeah, it is going slowly but steadily. It is just a little bit of a bottleneck right here because we can't really put too much oxygen in there because we are using so much at a time, and we are splitting our pipe in order to keep our base nice and pressurized. That's why we are doing it. And yeah, it's gonna be good. Let's take another look at our printing pod right here. Sandstone. I'm still hoping for Dracos. Come on, game. Give me some ruddy Dracos, please. That would be highly, highly appreciated. Okay, everything is getting built slowly but steadily. I would really like it if these here would have a little bit of a higher priority. Not sure why we don't. Are we out of copper ore or something? Is that maybe the problem? Copper ore, we only have 2,500 kilograms. That is correct. So let's replace it with something that we have more handy. It doesn't really matter too much. Let's say iron. We're just going to come with iron up here. Just so hopefully it goes a little bit faster because we have iron nearby. We're using 3 pipes with oxygen. Maybe we can route it differently. Let's take a look here. We're coming with this one down here. We have an overflow for the 3rd one. I mean, I could theoretically hook the 3rd one up directly to our atmosuits right here. That's the word I was looking for so desperately. That happens sometimes, guys. I apologize. But other than that, that would probably be a viable option, quite honestly, though, to just hook up a pipe that comes straight across here and hooks straight up to our atmosuit dock. That is probably what I'm going to do here. Easiest solution is to dig too high through this nonsense right here. Doesn't really matter too much. In F7, we are going to replace this pipe right here. We're going to come straight through, all the way over, connected to right here, and then we will not need this gas bridge anymore while this is done. And as a matter of fact, we are still going to have a gas bridge right here. Let's see, build this here. And that should get the job done. We can then get rid of this gas bridge, or we can leave it. It doesn't really make too much of a difference. We're still putting a little bit extra in here every once in a while, so it's definitely maybe a good idea to keep this going. Yeah, not all packets are completely filled from this pump right here. That's the middle pump. So it should be fine the way it is. So if this side here is full and this side here is full, then we're going to put it into the infinite storage. That's probably the best solution. So we're going to go roll with it. The only problem is I can't build it because we can't reach this here. Let's see. How can we do this here? We can't just come up and build it through here. There's really nothing stopping us, and then come back down. The only thing that we need is we need to get rid of this nonsense right here. We have a tiny little bit of polluted water. Who cares? Nobody, so that's okay. And then a plastic ladder here, and then one right above it to reach this here, and then we should be golden. And then we can rip out the middle. There we have it. Something is messed up there. Weird. 3 are going to 2 pipes now. Yes, 3 are going to 2 pipes now. That is correct. I just added it on. So everything is built just fine, but every once in a while you get those smaller packages right here. And to avoid having that, I just put in this system right here for actually both of our pipes, so we can top off those somewhat smaller packets with the bigger packets from the third one. And the rest goes into our infinite storage, where we now have 1,023 kilograms per tile set up for a total of 4 gas pumps. So no, it is working exactly as intended. It's yeah, no problem at all. Just need to change how we are doing it a little bit. So first priority is going to be our Atmos dog suits. Second priority is going to be topping off our pipes. And if both of those are given at any point, we are going still into our infinite storage. Mira Patel says, BierTier, the German engineer. That's correct. Okay, we are coming in. And now, sorry, most of our gas should come down here. I mean, basically half of this pipe right here whenever this side here is not full, and all of this pipe right here up until we are full. So that should work like a charm without a problem. The only thing that I wanted to look at is actually, what is the temperature of this gas right here? We're at 60 degrees, of course. Because the only thing that's cooling it right now are those 2 pieces of radiant liquid pipe, or radiant gas pipe, better to say, and they're now in the middle. They used to be right above a patch of ice. So yeah, they used to work really well right there. Not so much anymore. What can we do here? We could go through the salt water, for example. That would be an option. Or we could just extend our pipe all the way down here to the ground. Because down here, until we heat this area here up, it will be a good while again. We also have a bunch of algae and obsidian and whatnot here that will help us out. So probably that is the better solution. It will probably last longer, quite honestly, than it would going through the tiny little bit of salt water that we have, because we really don't have a lot. So let's build this. And then once it's built, we are going to cut off this middle part right here. Of course, we'll need some ladders, as usual. But that should take care of our Atmos suit issue over here. I hope, at least. Very, very nice. Almost everything's built. So, please build the last 2 pieces, guys. And we can cut it off. Cut it off right here. And of course, as usual, recover our resources while we're at it. And we should see an immediate difference with our temperature. Yep, we are back to about 10, 15, just under 20 degrees maximum. No problem at all. That's a hell of a lot better. That's what we're going to work with. Okay, how do I still not have power down here, though? I mean, seriously. Oh yeah, that's how. Gotta be choking. Come on. Put this last piece in. Damn, your dupes are fast at work. Oh yeah, for the ones of you that don't know, like William maybe, I do have a mod for speed, so the one-time speed is the same as you have in your game. My medium speed is your fast speed, which is 3 times speed, and then my fast speed is actually 10 times speed. So, yeah, that's a good mod to have. If you try to get something done quickly, that's the mod for you. But also, of course, you gotta be a little bit careful with it because it has the potential to break the physics engine. The game is not designed to run at those kinds of speeds. So every once in a while, something like, and I actually forgot this here, speaking of it, it could be when you save the game at fast speed and you load the game, that right here out of this system where we are coming through here with magma, a solid tile can form directly after loading the game. Most likely, at least. And that can become a problem. So usually, if I do something along these lines right here, I would have probably put in a robo-miner just to be safe. But I forgot it here. So we just gotta hope that it doesn't happen. And if not, we have to find a different solution. It's that simple. Okay, we have 3 pumps that are pumping. And, of course, Croc is 100% correct. That's not gonna be enough. Not even remotely. So, we need to find another way to get more oil out. And that's going to be a slight issue for sure. How are we going to do this? There's not really an easy way. There is not really an easy way. Because, yeah. Let's take a quick look. Right here in this area, we have 132 tiles. That should be all by itself roughly 125, 120 tons, somewhere in that general area. Oh, one of those liquid pumps right here pumps out 10 kilograms per second, so we are pumping 30 kilograms per second out of here. So after 100 seconds, which is 1/6 of a cycle, we pumped out 3 tons. Not optimal. Not optimal. So... doors, it will be faster. I mean, we could build a door pump, I suppose. We can make infinite storage with pump inside. Would also be an option, yeah. We could just also build an Escher waterfall here in the corner, for example. I mean, there are options available. I just really would love to get this area here just completely cleaned out. That would be really nice. Oh yeah, let me think about it for a second. I need to use the bathroom, for sure though. We have been here for about 3.5 hours almost, so yeah, I do definitely have to pee really bad. So I will be back in about a minute or two, and you guys can maybe come up with a good idea how we can route our piping through this thing right here. Because like I said, we do have options available. Croc is 100% correct. I'm not going to take anything away from him. He's 100% right. I just would like to get rid of this oil. I would like to have it all over here on this side. Gotta be a better way, right? Can't think of one right this second, though. But maybe in a minute or two. We will see. Be right back, guys. Alright guys, and I'm back. So, how are we looking down here? Are you making any kind of progress? Kind of hard to say, isn't it? Let's see. Take a look at the chat here. I'd like to see a door pump. I've never seen one used to actually move fluids outside of some kind of special use application. Normally for this amount of crude oil, I will use gravity to do the job for me. Well, that's not really an option, honestly. Yeah. Yeah. No gravity available, though, says Kionis. Yep, 100% right. I've only seen people use one to compress gases or delete stuff. You can also move fluids with it very quickly across a relatively large space. It's definitely possible. It's just, you know, a pain to build. Stack pumps, lower pipes, it goes longer like wires. Stack pumps, lower pipes. I mean, I could. Why did I actually build them up there? I didn't even consider that. But what am I doing? Why did nobody stop me? It's your guys' responsibility. Come on. Up here on the top, it makes no sense because we are having crude oil. And the liquid vent doesn't overpressure up until 1,000 kilograms. So even if we are this deep right here, let's see. Right here we are at 998 kilograms. That's 16 tiles deep. I could literally just put him right here and it wouldn't make a difference. So that's exactly what we are going to do. Alright. So let's grab us the liquid vents. And plop them. Alright. Here one. Oh yeah, okay, we have the ladder right there. That's why that doesn't work. That makes sense. So let's stop this entire thing here real quick and get rid of those pipes right here. We don't need them anymore. There is a better mousetrap. And that's exactly what we're going to build here, is our better mousetrap. And then we can plop in at least 3 more pumps without a big issue. So we're okay. Also, I need to turn the speed up. That's for sure. Now, they're gone, and we're just going to come over with it to here. And, you know, as a matter of fact, we can just have them more or less all on the same level. It wouldn't even matter. But we're just going to do it like this. That's okay. Shouldn't make a difference. This time for real, though. So, let's get rid of all this stuff up here. Let's build us our new stuff down here on the bottom. And we are good. Oh, look at that. Sin. Well, I just popped back in and realized I never liked the stream. Come on, Sin. You know better by now. But no, guys. Sin is, of course, right. If you're here and you at least somewhat enjoy this insanity, I would appreciate it if you would leave a like on the stream. It doesn't cost anything, and it helps me out greatly. Helps more people find the stream. The YouTube algorithm is happy with a little smiley face on it. So yeah, if you could leave a like, I would appreciate it. Okay, now these 3 here are running, I believe. Not you, though. You're not running for some reason. Now to get rid of this here while we're at it. Not all of it, though. That's going to be a problem. We are going to get rid of the top tile here first and then a ladder. Because we will come in with more pumps here. Where the pumps are located, honestly, doesn't even matter too much. They can literally sit right beside each other. But the lower the better, of course, because once the water level, or the oil level, I guess, sinks, the lower we are, the more we can pick up. Don't need this ladder here. Please get rid of it for me right away. So we can go ahead and plot more pumps over here to the lowest point of our biome right here. Gonna dig out all of these tiles right here just to enforce that this here is the lowest point, which it is for sure. Alright. Slowly but steadily making progress. Also with our vacuum up here, we are down to 9 grams. You remember we were at about 270 or so. So we are getting there slowly but steadily. You will need a ladder to grab the debris on the neutronium. Yeah, honestly, you can't just live there. That's totally fine. Also, this crude oil over here probably can't just live there. It'll be okay. We have more than enough to do. Building another ladder up there. Not really a fan. But now we have the space. We can build us 1, 2, 3 more right beside each other. Not absolutely the lowest point. We will relocate probably this liquid pump all the way down to the bottom. This one into these 2 spots right here. Just so we are literally at the lowest one. And that should be good. Or build a wall and it will fall. Yeah, of course. But even for that, I will need a ladder. We can come down here. This ladder right here, we said we don't need anymore, so another 3 pieces here can go. Get rid of it. The pitcher pump has served its purpose. You're done for. The only thing that I don't understand is, okay, this is why. I was like, why can't we not reach this here? Well, of course, because right here we have 1 more piece of diamond. That doesn't really do anything. Just taking a look here, we have a bunch going on in the Discord. Usually you can't hear that because usually I have streamer mode turned on. I guess I will have to take a look into my settings here real quick for Discord. Can I turn those notifications off somehow? Just for good. At least a noise for it would be nice. So you guys don't have to hear it every time somebody writes anything in my Discord channel. We have by now 390 members, so there are sometimes a couple messages going on there. There's no question about it. Usually I don't mind, but of course, you guys don't necessarily have to participate with that. Brandon says I added my bedrooms to the Discord, so of course you guys get to enjoy it as well. That is the most colorful bedroom I have ever seen in my life. Holy cow. We have literally a bedroom section right here. All around wonderfully with airflow tiles on the top. And of course the crown molding that was mentioned earlier. That is of course a absolutely viable build. You can even put another airflow tile in if you want to. Makes no difference. And it even has a shower built in. These dupes are living like kings here with Brandon. So yeah, that is definitely something to admire, not gonna lie. Those boobs are living the life. With our wire right here, we are just going to come along our abyssalite for right now, and then hook it up to those right here, and connect it to right here. Just so we make sure that all of these here are actually powered. We're going to extend our pipes all the way down here somewhere, and connect them back up. Yes, those will be 2 pipes for a few seconds, but it doesn't matter. I just want them to be on the lowest point. And then, of course, we will need some ladders put in here somewhere again. Because, yeah, we will need to have those liquid pipes now by now 6 high. Coming all across here. Not like this, please. What are you doing? I keep forgetting to hold shift when I build something. The problem is, if I hold shift, I cannot scroll anymore. So that's why I never do it. It just annoys the living crap out of me if I can't scroll with WASD. Okay, let's bring this here up. All the way through. And all the way over to the right. We can start from scratch again. With the distance. No problem. And then let's come through here. 6 pumps. All in a little bit of a different setting. Everything should work just fine. It just needs to be built. And then we should be able to get this out of here. William says, newbie question here. Does the name BierTier have any meaning or is it a German name? I'm not German, so I don't know. Point A, no such thing as a newbie question. I'm happy to answer that for you. BierTier has been my nickname on Made a Mess. What are you doing, you dupes? Over here. Give me 1 second, William. I will answer your question. Just need to take care of this here. Insufficient resource, dirt. Didn't we have like a bunch of it over here? Well, I've been playing on 10 times speed. No, we have plenty of dirt. Insufficient resources, dirt. Am I crazy? I'm actually wondering right now. Dirt. Total. 266.6 tons. They probably can't reach it. That would be a problem, but why wouldn't they be able to reach it? It should be in here. Let's take a look at this here. Is there dirt in here? There's no dirt in here. Is there dirt over here? There's also no dirt over here. Oh, we may have actually ran out of dirt. I can't believe it. And I didn't realize it at all. Oh, you dupes. Come on, pick it up. Do we have anywhere a good amount of dirt that we can reach easily and quickly? So you will shut up about it. If not, we will bring it over from the other side. Time to make a sludge press. Could take a look at that. Sludge press. What do we need for this thing? It needs 120 watts. That's totally fine. 4 kilodit use. Who cares? And of course, separates mud and other sludges into their base elements. I don't think I have really used this thing a lot. What comes out of it? Dirt and polluted water, I assume? We could just plop one in here, just to see what it looks like. Like I said, I don't think I've really ever used it much, but yes, this here is our main supply of dirt, it seems like. Sedimentary rock and dirt over here. So we will just dig into this here really quickly, just to get this here extracted. Definitely going to be useful in the long run, either way around. You're not going to be hot? No. Gotta take care of that. Here we have a little bit more dirt. Here we have a little bit more dirt. Let's get us all this dirt right here. And then probably also send a little bit over from the other base, just so we have it. Not just dirt, water too. Oh, it's going to be water and dirt. That's actually a good deal. A little ladder so we can come down here. We have mud, a little bit more dirt. I guess that's the downside of us removing this hydrogen gas right here. By the way, it has worked. Now that we have more space right here, it's definitely easier for the gases to go through. And what do we have? Water and gold. We're going to get for gold. Still looking for Dracos. But yeah, other than this here, I guess I'm wondering what it shows now. Now it shows 6.2 tons. I don't know. Something is just horrendously wrong with the way the game displays the resources sometimes, I guess. This here is a hot spot, yeah, but actually this one right here is at 700 degrees. Good grief. Okay, yeah, don't want to do that. Let's just get this dirt right here and let's get the hell out. Here's another piece of dirt. Take another look into our F4 overlay. Here's another piece of dirt that we can easily grab. Might as well. We are off-gassing anyway, so who cares? F4, where do we have another little bit of dirt for us available? Down here is that sand. That sandstone. Doesn't look like we have a lot of dirt left. Not really. Can't really see anything on the first glance right here. May have to bring it over from the other side. That's totally fine though. We got plenty on Coldiel. It's okay. Better to check it and look at the right side. Sometimes we have info from other planetoid. Yeah, that's apparently what it looks like. I'm pretty sure it took a second to actually update from Coldiel over to Smelina. That's exactly what it looked like, as a matter of fact. We will need ladders across here, of course, to build all this nonsense. Not right there, though. What am I doing? There we go. Just one across here. We will have to rip those out. It's funny because we already had those. And I ripped them out earlier. But it's okay. Let's do it one more time. Let's plop it all in. Come on, dupes. It's worth... Is it worth... Investigate the cartographic for the rocket. Can I get more databanks with that? No. The only way you get more databanks is you get them with... what is it called? What is the damn databank thing called? It's in stations. Am I blind? What is that damn thing called? The Orbital Data Collection Lab. Here it is. So this is the only thing you can get databanks, or you can go to stuff like neural vexillators and click on inspect, and you will get it. Now that the problem is fixed, can someone answer my previous question, please? I'm so sorry, Williams. Thanks for reminding me. Stuff just comes up in the game. You know how it goes sometimes. I had this username for a very, very long time. It's actually, like in German, or translated, it would mean beer animal or beer beast. The beer is not coming from, surprisingly, because I like beer so much, but actually it is part of my actual real-life last name. So I actually have the German word for beer in my last name. And I took the beer out of my last name and made it part of my username. And it has been like this for, what, 15, 20 years now. So yeah, that's where my username is coming from. And that's the story behind it. Nothing crazy, nothing fancy. I've been using it for a very, very long time. I never connected the third vacuum pump either. So there's that. Alright, everything is connected now down here with power at least. This pump right here has the pipe blocked, so we can get rid of it. It makes no difference. There can only be one pump on one pipe, at least with one medium. So it's not going to make a difference if you have 1, 2, 3, 4, or 10. It's going to be always the same. Over here, not overpressuring yet, but we are actually filling this thing here up and up and up. So yeah, more and more oil is coming over here. We may have to dig out a little bit more over here just to give us a little bit more available space. We can come through. All the way through this oil reservoir here. We can fill up this entire area here with oil. It does matter. Brandon says, I was wondering that myself. Well, now you know. Now you know. Nothing really special, to be very honest. And we are making definitely progress here with our vacuum. And also our oil level is sinking slowly but steadily. And once we have those extra 3 pumps up and running, it should be going relatively quickly here. Let's let the dupes do their thing at 10 times speed, so something gets done. I really want to build this thing here. I'm tired of waiting. My fingers are itching, honestly. We have 200 kilograms here. Still too much to be mopped, because if we can help with a little bit of dupe labor, we most definitely will. We can mop a little bit. There we go. You do have a bottle emptier somewhere, I believe. Yeah, all the way up here. So the dupes can just come by and throw it up there whenever they have time. It's not a high priority or anything. Very, very good. Few more pieces of pipe. And we will be ready for the main course. Insufficient resource sandstone. You gotta be choking at some point. Oh god. We've literally used all of our sandstone for this piping maze right here. And then build it out of igneous rock. Who cares? Come here. Actually, that was... you come over here. There we go. I was like, hold on a second. That's not right. Snip it. And then bring it all the way down here. Built out of igneous rock. We have definitely more than enough of that stuff, so we are not worried about it at all. And then, of course, this pipe right here needs to come up there. And this pipe up here, over there. There we go. That should be the last of it. The mopping too much liquid point is 150 kg. Yes, it is. I just like to, go over it and see what is reachable. It's just easier to check in the different tiles, because sometimes the tiles in the back have a little bit less. Sometimes the tile in the front have a little bit less. But yeah, 6 pumps are now pumping. We can deconstruct this pump and this pump. And now we should slowly but steadily make a bloody dent into it, I would say. Full pump power indeed. The glory. Oh, this one here is now actually starting to overpressure because we have 5 on top of them. And of course the oil doesn't really have anywhere to go really quickly, so that's okay though. Once we dig out this here a little bit more, that should be helpful, so let's give it a higher priority. Let's make it a priority number 7. So yeah, let's come over here, dupes. Let's dig this stuff here out. Fill it up with oil. I see Venomous just sleeping right there. Didn't even make it back up. That's okay. And then we can start with the main course. Thankfully, that build shouldn't be too complicated. As you guys know, usually I like it easy and simple, but I need to be more careful here. It's going to be a much bigger headache, and it will take much longer if we have an accident over here and we get sour gas all over the place. Trying to get it back out, again, is not impossible to do or anything. It's just a pain in the rear end. Therefore, trying to take care of it before the problem even arises. And how about you start mopping now as well while you're at it? There you go. Get rid of the stuff. And of course, at 10 times speed, it doesn't lie. It does help. For actions like this here, 10 times speed is definitely a good thing. The 10 times speed mod is making my eyes bleed in envy. What is the name of the mod? Give me just 1 second and I can probably tell you. Not in Steam. Actually, I need to take a look because I have it written down in Discord right here. That's my Discord channel in case you don't know. And somewhere we have pinned messages right here. And right here it should have the speed mod in here, I would assume. I need to update this here. This is not accurate anymore, guys. Just saying, I need to do that. Smart pumps, auto eject, research queue, pop-up control. It's literally called speed control. There it is. I think it has a number at the end, if I'm not mistaken. Speed control 1307 or something crazy like that. But yeah, this here is my entire mod list. Again, it is, a lot of them are still here, but a lot of them have gone. Like bigger camera zoom out. Is definitely one that I use basically on a daily basis because it allows me to do this here. And I really like to zoom out a lot because it gets me fast from A to B with the mouse wheel. Just as simple as that. That's another mod that I can highly recommend in case you don't have it. Well, let me get the Discord back on the other screen. There we go. All right, almost out of oil. A little bit more to do down here. Where can I find it? You can find it on the Steam Workshop. So, I don't know if you know how to install mods. If not, I'm happy to show you. If you're right here, in Oxygen Not Included, you can go to the workshop. And in the workshop right here, speed control. Let's see if we can find it. And right here, speed control 202107 is the one that I'm using. And you can see it right here, 1 times speed, 3 times speed, and 10 times speed. Apparently, if you have the same mod twice, don't ask me what the difference is. I would not know. Yeah, there's that. I hope that will be helpful to a few of you guys. But again, mark my words, be careful with it. Because it can break certain aspects of the game. The game is not built officially for a 10 times speed. So the physics engine is sometimes a little bit overloaded. It gets worse if you have a slower computer. If you try to run the 10 times speed, the physics engine breaks worse on a slower computer. Looks like this one here is now completely overloaded at all times. Not all the oil is coming over here. It's just slowly but steadily rising and rising and rising up until we lower it again. And then we're going to put the petroleum in some kind of infinite storage. So there's that. Can I go through here without a bunch of hassle? Probably not. It's okay. We only have 5 pumps. It'll be just fine. I will download it next time. Lately, I was busy playing Medieval Dynasty. Never heard of that game. I'm not gonna lie to you. But hey, it's not like I'm only playing Oxygen Not Included all day, every day. As a matter of fact, I don't play it very much in between streams lately. That is the truth of it. I mainly played live with you guys. I mess a little bit around in the sandbox every once in a while, but I do have a rather large Steam library. And I do enjoy games of all types. Let's get this here going. Come on. But these pumps here are already done for. So before we keep going, actually, I can keep it running in the meantime. We can get rid of all of these pipes right here. We built them here so we can also get rid of them again. Just as simple as that. All of it. Not needed anymore. Only the bottom 3 are still working. And a little bit of oil left, of course. But we can start mopping over here on the left side. Whatever the pumps didn't get. And here in the middle. Whatever these pumps here can get, we can get rid of. You play other games? Yes. Yes, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Croc says, I play only 2 games, but a lot if I have time. I mean, what I am playing right now is, off stream, is Horizon Forbidden West. It was released in like February or so on PC. And quite honestly, I have enjoyed the first one. And I enjoy this one too. I do enjoy some like story-rich games. And Horizon Forbidden West is definitely one of those. And I have only 4 on Steam. Yum. I don't even want to know how many different games I actually have on Steam. I mean, that Steam account is old. It's from basically when Half-Life 2 came out, I believe. So it has probably a couple of thousand on there, like different games. So yeah, I would appreciate it if nobody in the chat hacks my Steam account. Think of Medieval Dynasty as the 3D version of Oxygen Not Included and in medieval times. So you actually build stuff there in 3D perspective in medieval times? That's actually quite interesting. Not gonna lie. Alright, we got rid of the oil, guys. We did it. And it didn't take as long as expected. 6 pumps made short work of it, for sure. And now we can clean out shop here. Very good. Steam started as the patching system for Half-Life. My account is from the night they released it. Yes, exactly. That is how Steam started, with Half-Life 2. And my account is basically that old. I did get a hold of Steam support, though, because it is a big problem to get your games re-localized. So when I moved to the States and I decided to stay here, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, I had basically my German games, quote-unquote, transferred to a new Steam account that was located now in the United States. It was a process that was back in like 2012 or so. Steam is before Half-Life 2? I mean, that's when it became popular, right? I mean, I remember Steam as being necessary to play Half-Life 2. I remember the big outrage back in the day, where it's like, oh, you gotta be online to play this game. If they knew what direction we went. I need to finish Horizon Forbidden West. I actually just finished it. I am lacking the DLC, though. DLC still has to be finished. I haven't even started on it. Not enough time. It also took me a long time to finish it. Because, yeah, time is definitely something that I'm lacking lately, not going to lie. Otherwise I would be streaming more too. Or making more videos, one or the other. Potentially both. Steam was just a patching system for Half-Life and then Red Orchestra, a mod for Half-Life. I do remember Red Orchestra. Asked if they could sell it on Steam, and that is what started Steam as a marketplace. Huh. See, I did not know that. Like I said, I'm familiar with it from the days when Steam 2 came out. Steam 2. I mean, Half-Life 2. That's the time I remember it from. And that is from when my account is. Let's see. All this here looks pretty decent. We're gonna get rid of this stuff here. And then we can slowly but steadily start building our wonderful, wonderful petroleum boiler. Well, I guess we will see if it's wonderful once we start building it, I suppose. So, what would be a good area? Probably something like this right here. Right here, smack dab in the middle, between those 2 volcanoes right here, is where we're going to get started. So I am going to give the cleaning up command of this area here a slightly higher priority for now. So they get rid of this stuff right here. Everything else, whenever they have nothing else to do, come down here and grab it. I don't care too much. It's fine. If we build it somewhat properly right here, then we should be able to access this entire area at all times. So it should be fine. Now, what are we going to do here? Let's start with airflow tiles. Of course, we're going to make them out of iron because we have a lot of it. So it doesn't really matter too much. I guess we could make them actually out of gold. The most we have right now is gold. So we'll go from there. Just so I can keep track of where we are, we will need window tiles, of course. And the window tiles, I'm probably going to build... does it matter too much? Probably not. I could just come smack that past this obsidian right here. If we even make it that far, I have really no idea. So right here is where we are going to build our window tiles, probably. We will need 6 of them. We can actually build a few more. We will have to see how high we go. Let's plop in this thing right here. I'm just plopping this in right now so I can orientate myself where we are going from here. I'm not actually intending to build all this. We will need 6 tiles on top of it. So that's basically what it would look like. And then right here, we will need airflow tiles. Airflow tiles cannot really or should not really touch this here. That would be preferred. And then we're going to come up. The question is how high though. Right around here, we will need a height of probably 6 tiles, something like right here. Kind of trying to remember where that is at. And then come down here as well. So here we have a total of 6 tiles high. And of course we will need ladders. I just need to remind myself to build the ladders just for safety's sake out of obsidian. Is that necessary? No, I would say not. But still, it is better to give it a another safety measure right here in case something goes wrong and we heat something up drastically so our ladders don't bloody melt. Even though when that happens, we are in big trouble though. The other thing that we need, and I talked about that earlier, is the second liquid lock. I'm gonna plop that in right away. We're probably just going to leave a tiny little bit of space over here, maybe 2 wide or so. Should do. It's probably easiest to come up right here with a ladder somewhere, and then with a fire pole right beside it, just to make our life a little bit easier. How high? I don't know yet. But we will definitely need that either way, or we will not be able to get around here. Also, this right here, how high did I say? Is it 10 tiles? Should be okay. It should be our highest point in the entire build. If this here is our highest point, we can build more a ladder, once again from obsidian, somewhere over here. Just so the dupes can reach it for right this second. That's going to be somewhat important. Right here, the airflow tiles will come over. That is what the beginning of the build is going to look like. Then we will have 2 tiles. So yeah, in case you can't tell, I'm not actually building any of this right now. I'm just thinking out loud how this here will look like and how it will work and how much space we will have left available. That is going to be the most important part, that we have a good amount of space left over. So right here we will need 1 more that is down here directly on the ground that comes back over. And as a matter of fact, what am I doing? I built it on the ladders. We only need a 2 high space right here and another 2 high space right there. So it's going to go something along these lines right here. It's something like this here is what it's going to look like. Just need to get the links here a little bit longer than just 16 tiles or 11 tiles what we have right now. And that also means, unfortunately, our neural vaxxulator here is going to be smack dab in a way. So it will have to go. You're going to get rid of it. Other than that, what else do we need? We have sufficient space down here. We can even dig down a little bit lower if we have to. Yeah. We're going to be golden. That is going to work. All we are going to build for right now is this here. From here all the way through, and then over here we are going to go another 2 high. Basically along here. We are going to build this part right away. All the other stuff right here, not so much. Alright. Okay, I have a plan, guys. It will make a hell of a lot more sense once we start building it, I promise. But right at the moment, we first gotta get it on the map, make sure it exists, and we should be good. Okay. Very, very nice. This ladder here, of course, what am I doing? Is too high. I did talk about a liquid lock, didn't I? The liquid lock will live basically right here. More or less so. As a matter of fact, we are coming... This here is our upper level, so our ladder is going to come through here. If our ladder comes through here, then I would like to have this here, the upper edge. And where we are coming in with our liquid lock, the liquid lock, we're probably just going to build right here. And then come along here. Yeah, there we go. That's what that should look like. Now it makes more sense. I was like, something doesn't look right. That's more like it. Now it will hopefully make more sense. And then in plumbing, a bottle emptier. Of course. We have access to crude oil. Yeah, I would say we have a little bit of access to crude oil. It should be okay. And now you know probably, or you can at least tell here, what I'm trying to do here. I basically have this area right here as a vacuum. And then this area right here as a second separate vacuum. That is at least the general idea, and that is what I meant earlier with double vacuum. That's what that should look like. Don't know if I need that yet, so let's leave it here for now. Also, the insulated tiles. Why are they being built out of granite? Excuse me? Excusez-moi? Really? Build them, please, as usual, out of igneous rock. That would be highly appreciated. There we go. Let's do it right the first time. Not there. Ay. Actually, it was there. Good grief. There we have it. And then down here. Once again, igneous rock. With your setup, you'll be able to get tubes in. You mean pipes? Yes, there will be pipes. It is going to be pretty much a counterflow, so the counterflow design is well known and well documented. You will see how it's built here though in a few minutes. But yes, it will be the standard counterflow design, and it should be totally okay. Train set tubes. Oh, you were talking about the these tubes right here, the transit tubes. Yes, I haven't even researched them yet. But yes, eventually we will have to do that, probably earlier than later. We will need to do something like that. Transit tube, sorry, can spell. You're totally fine. All good and no worries. Alright, our vacuum pumps here are pumping like hell, but still not quite enough. We still have a few micrograms in here. We really need to get into vacuum status ASAP. That would be really good. I'm currently building my network off them now. Yeah, we should really take a look into that. Not right now, though. Maybe in the next stream we will increase the efficiency of our base. Like I said, another thing that I want to do is removing, or better to say, not replacing, what is the word? Relocating is the word. Relocating our power production. It's just sitting here smack dab in the middle. And it's not necessarily optimal if you want. We will need a proper break. And in the same turn, we can probably also plop in some transit tubes. Gildred says, hey, be a dumb question. I accidentally deleted my printing part in my sandbox world. Any ideas how to get it back? You deleted your printing pod in your sandbox world. Can you build a mini pod? If your normal pod is gone, can you replace it with a mini pod? I have no idea. I can't say I ever removed one, accidentally or on purpose for that matter. Then replace it with something else. No idea. Grubfruit seed. Sure, why not? Might as well, I suppose. Not that we need it for anything, but better have it and not need it than the other way around. You guys know it, but yeah. Okay, we're looking better and better, slowly but steadily. Yeah, right here we can come up and come through. Down here we can come down. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. Trying to find a good way to integrate them into my base. I think I want to do something different. I want to build tube access out of the base into a transit tube depot. While it spiders out from there. I mean, there's certainly several ways to do it. I mean, the transit tubes are the main reason why I usually build my base the way I do. Because I have this 4 wide space right here. So I still have space for transit tubes on each side. And of course, it is very convenient to build all your infrastructure through here. You can see it, but it's mainly for the transit tubes. I mean, that's what started it all. This entire design of my standard base building. Just in case you were wondering. Up here, slowly but steadily we're getting there. This one here on the bottom doesn't do anything anymore because this one here doesn't let any more gases through. That's actually funny. LOL, time for a new sandbox world. Thought it's weird because when you go to the skills tab, it says to build one to get access to it. I'm playing the vanilla game, so no minipod. Oh, yeah, that would be a problem. Also, we can probably stop building in this direction up until I have a real measurement of where we're going. That would probably be helpful. We do still want to demolish this here, please, though. Oops, somebody. Yeah, I've been using the 4x build lately. It's my favorite thing. I've been using it literally for years. It's just very efficient. It improves everything. It improves your gas flow through the base. It just works. So, you know, why change a running system? I don't see a reason for it, so I'm not. Just getting rid of these here, because we first need to build the far ones before we can build the near ones. So yeah, we need to be a little bit strategic of how we're building this here. But other than that, we are looking better and better by the second. The dupes are bored now, which means they're just coming in here and grabbing more of the stuff on the floor. But that's not going to stop us, though, because we can continue building. Once again, I said on the top here, we need at the bare minimum 3 high. And that is highly important, because if you just have above your mechanized airlock a single tile or a single block of window tiles, the heat transfer is too quick. You do need a little bit of a distance on the top. The bottom really doesn't matter, but the top here is a problem. So I would recommend at the bare minimum 6 high. If you want to be safer, build it 4 high. We have enough safety mechanisms that we can afford a 3 high one, though. So that's what we're going to do. And then right here, like I said, on the right side, I think I'm going to build it. Let's see. That's 7. Let's make it 10 high. That's exactly where we want to have it. Yep, that's correct. And then this side right here, not right there, please. What are you doing? There we go. We are going to come up and we are going to build 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 high. And that should work theoretically. I don't see a reason why not, at least. Here comes Jay. Jay is getting rid of the neural vaccinator. Very, very good. And of course, down here, we are not going to build the actual diamond yet. I just want to start the rest of the build. The last thing we need is the heat source. That is somewhat important, especially as long as we have gas. Once we have a vacuum in here, it doesn't matter anymore. Then we can tap into the heat source and it won't do anything. But right at the moment, it's too early. What you guys hear in the background, by the way, again, is Discord. I have to turn on off streamer mode because otherwise it hides it in OBS. And if I want to show you guys an interesting build from the community or something along those lines, then it will not work. So yeah, that's a problem. But yeah, other than that, we are looking decent. The most important one, the most important flight is this one down here, the one that's going to come across the second aisle. And I want to have it probably around 20 or so long. So let's see if we can plop that in. I need a too high space right here so the dupes can walk through at any time. And I also like to have a too wide space over here. Yes, a 1 wide space would be enough theoretically, but you know, better safe than sorry. And from here, let's plop it over there. How much is that? That's 16. Somewhere maybe right there, 20, 21 tiles, somewhere in the general area. Let's just go with this here. That is 21. That's fine. Again, just eyeballing it right here. I could do the math on it, but is it really worth it is always the question, and the answer is usually no. It's really not worth it. Usually it just works like a charm. One more right here. And then right here, we can come up. Take our wonderful ladder right here. It's built out of igneous rock. Anything that's inside of here, I want to have out of obsidian. Just for safety's sake, we're going to come all the way across here. We're going to come all the way down to here. And then we're going to come all the way down to right here as well. I believe this is as low as we can go, yeah. And then while we are at it, the obsidian ladder right here can directly continue because the next strike is going to be to come again with a too high space all the way over there. So for right now, we're just going to grab the ladder made out of obsidian and come all the way onto the ground so the dupes can access it from whatever direction they feel like for as long as possible. All right. Look at my bedroom. You will see your 4 wide there. I'm pretty sure I didn't come up with it, but yes, I can see that you built it 4 wide. Yeah. You have your so you guys can see what I'm talking about right here is Discord once again. I can see you have your ladder right here, and you have your fire pole not directly beside it. Is there a reason for that? I'm just curious. Or did you just do that because it just happens to be this way? Oh, come on, carbon dioxide, get out of here. I should probably relocate this vacuum pump right here. Just a little bit further down, so we can grab a little bit more, and yeah. Let's do that, so that speeds up the process just a notch. Just a tiny, tiny little bit. Let's plop in another ladder right here. And right there, I suppose. Actually, not 2 ladders. Let's make only 1 ladder and put it right there. That should be able to reach everything right here, I hope. Screw it, let's come right across. Who cares? Mitosis says, what the heck is that? Are you referring to what was on Discord, or are you referring to whatever the hell I'm building right now? I can't really tell right now. And who the hell is starving again? Elfie. Elfie Wolf Jr. is starving to death. Well, I hope not. Should be okay, though. We got plenty of food in this base. If that is our bottleneck, then I don't know what to do about it. Right here, this here is actually turned off. Right here, we have a little bit of polluted water. I think I'm going to turn it back around. We don't... well, let's put a little bit more into here. So we are covering the liquid tapidizer, so just in case we need it. And then I'm going to put it back up here into our infinite storage. And how is the water level in here looking? Do we have any more ice by any chance? No. You should probably try to find us some ice then. Just so we are still in the race of getting more. Here we have 27 degrees on the oxygen. That is still totally fine. Of course, down here, the obsidian is helping. But we are just going to go ahead and dig out all this ice over here on the left side. Gonna make short process out of it, just so we don't have to worry about the water supply in the long run. As long as we have ice, that's what we're gonna do. Once we have to actually come up with a better solution, we will. But for right now, it's good enough. That weird pump. Oh, this pump right here, it's from a mod. It's a vacuum pump. It's just going to help with, well, pumping out vacuums a little bit faster. Because the area of effect is very, very high. You can see it right here when it pumps. And it's made for smaller packages to get to your vacuum state faster. The mod for this here, in case you're wondering, is called Smart Pumps. Let's just come straight across here. Can't really do that. We have to connect it to right there and snip it off right here. Can we do that though? Can we reach this here? 3 high should be doable. Yep, should be okay. All that should be fine. You have the connected deconstruct mod. No, I've never heard of the connected deconstruct mod, honestly. No idea what that is. I have a feeling that I can probably figure it out, just guessing the name of it. But no, I've never heard of it. It's useful for making vacuum too. Okay, well, when you try to like build something up, and then get rid of it. Yeah, I can see that. I'm assuming like on this line right here, if I click on one of them for deconstruct, it will automatically deconstruct all of them. I'm assuming that's what its purpose is, right? That does make sense. Alright, slowly but steadily making progress, getting rid of the hydrogen over here. And also, of course, carbon dioxide is leaving. I didn't expect the gas to take longer than the oil. Especially not with that kind of a margin. Not gonna lie about it. But it's okay. As long as we don't dig into here and heat this area up to 1,000,000 degrees, it's all good. Really not that big a deal. Quite honestly. Right here, let's get rid of these extensions right here. Definitely don't need those anymore. And also, this pipe right here is absolutely unnecessary. For all intents and purposes. Alright, let's turn the speed up a tiny little bit again. Let's once again tell the dupes, can they come down here? Why are they not picking up anything anymore? You don't have anything else to do than to build this stuff right here. So you should have more than enough free time to come down here and pick up some random stuff that's laying around. You can get in here. You can get all the way down to the bottom. So you should just go ahead and do it, please. That'd be nice. Right here, we cannot build it yet, or the dupes can't go through anymore. That's a problem. So we are continuing all the way over here. And also this here, the insulated tiles will have to come around and probably kind of like right over on the other side. We're going to leave a little bit of a space and then build them all the way down to the ground. That should be helpful for what we are doing right here. And here in the back, we shouldn't have to come here very often. We're just going to build us another ladder that allows us to go up and down. Dudes, don't build that yet. This area still needs to become a vacuum, please. I suppose we could do something like this here, just so the dupes can at least get across and build this left side right here. Okie dokie. So far, we're making good progress, and this thing here should be up and running pretty soon. Sin? Sin? Really? Guess I should have left 2 spaces on the bottom as well. Of course. Every opportunity you give those dupes to get stuck, they will get stuck. Kind of like Murphy's Law. Everything that can go wrong will go wrong. Every dupe that can get stuck will get stuck. I'm still trying to guess what kind of petroleum boiler you're going to use. You'll see very soon. Like babies. What? What is that comparison? That's funny though. Oh no. LOL, there are Murphy's Law. They are indeed. Those dupes, I'm telling you. Crazy, crazy as dupes. So right over here, we can continue with the build. I actually built this here one too far, if you believe it or not. We needed 2 spaces wide. We can't even go a 3rd space wide if we really wanted to. Do we need a 3rd space? Probably not. The question is just... you know, I'm trying to figure out where to store the oil. It is absolutely possible and doable to build in an Escher waterfall here. We could do that. but we could probably just build us our own infinite storage in this area right here, because there's really nothing here. Might as well build us our own little doodad that is powered by a pump. Will it use more power than a infinite storage, or better to say than an Escher waterfall? Yes, it will. If I put in an Escher waterfall right here. Yeah, if I put an Escher waterfall in here, I would have to make this entire area here slightly bigger. You know what, screw it, we're not going to do that. We're just going to build us our own doodad. And we're going to do something very similar like this one right here. We're just going to do it, well, different. Instead of having 3 inputs, I'm going to have 2 inputs. We don't need a third. There's really no reason for a third. Like, what third source of petroleum should we ever have? Therefore, let's take a look here. Is there enough space? Theoretically, there should be, probably right around here. We're going to come over, right over to right there. We're going to come up right here. Going to come up 2 tiles. Going to come up 2 tiles. Going to come up right here once again. And then going to come across here. Might as well make it one higher, just because we can. So yeah, this here is going to be an infinite storage. A very simple one, not gonna lie, but it will work. I want to try that steel sour gas boiler design someone made recently. Steel sour gas boiler. Or sour gas boiler, you need more than steel though. You need definitely more than steel. I haven't heard about a design with only steel. But hey, if somebody figured it out, hey, kudos to them. Hey, I'm not mad. Also not something that I've ever tried, honestly. To come up with a better mousetrap for the steam boiler. Sorry, sour gas boiler, not steam boiler. But yeah, let's take a look here. I'm gonna put in another one. Screw it. What in the hell? You're still gonna be here next week at this pace. Gonna do the same thing one more time. Come along here. Come along here. We will get all those resources back, so once again, I'm not worried about it. Sin says, I just want to say this project is epic. It's definitely a little bit nerve-wracking. Not yet. I mean, at the moment, it's just building. But once we turn it on, my Apple Watch is going to be yelling at me. I'm sure that my heart rate's going up. Brandon is asking what kind of engineer you are. I'm a quality engineer. I am a process engineer, specifically for injection molding. That is my daily bread and butter. So yeah, definitely have worked and still do, obviously, with a lot of different quality engineers. The field of engineering is extremely broad, and then the sub-category of quality engineer is even wider, honestly. It's the same with process engineer, though. You can have a process engineer for basically any kind of application or process out there. So, if somebody tells you they're a process engineer, you need to ask what kind. Come on, build it. There we go. Let's try it with one more. See what it does. See if we can get this here a damn vacuum anytime soon. You're working CAD, or are you just a guy that reviews other people's stuff? I am, like, if you say work in CAD and you mean look at something in CAD, then yes, I definitely do that. If you're asking me if I'm actually doing anything in CAD, then no, I'm not your guy. Truth be told, I'm really bad at technical drawings. I'm really, really bad at it. Like coming up with, you know, the 3 different sides that you have to see at the bare minimum, all the dimensions and that kind of thing. That was my worst subject in school. By far. Like I was a straight A student with basically everything except in technical drawings, because it was actually making those from scratch and not just reading them. In reading them, I was good, and that was the only thing that saved me basically from a really bad grade. But other than that, I had a C in technical drawings. Let's see. Charles says they use hydrogen as coolant. so they get cold enough to freeze the sour gas, but it's much slower than a supercoolant design. I see. I mean, yeah, I can imagine. I mean, hydrogen is definitely a good heat conductor, but it does not hold a lot of... Where do we have some? Nowhere. Did we? Of course. Now that we need some, we pumped it all out. Surprise, surprise. Anywhere, some hydrogen gas. It is a comparatively good conductor, but the specific heat capacity is comparatively low as well. So when we take a look at, for example, carbon dioxide 0.015, and we have our hydrogen at 0.16. So for a gas, that is really good. But still, it's not very, very efficient. I got salt water into my bathroom setup. I don't understand how it's a closed loop. Yeah, the mysteries of oxygen not included, for sure. Striking once again. I got your stream running in the background while I'm working in SolidWorks, old school crafting. Yeah, that is a skill I don't possess. And, sorry, you will not ever catch me in real life or in the game bragging about some kind of ability that I don't possess, for sure. I'm very, very, very aware, painfully aware even of my strengths and weaknesses. And that is most definitely one of them. But yes, reviewing already existing stuff, or, you know, coming up with projects that don't necessarily need a drawing. So you buy components and you put them together in a specific way. That is more what I do. It's not like that I'm coming up with, like, I don't know, aluminum designs or anything like that, no. I'll be working in SolidWorks this summer. I'll be designing RF connectors. I'm sure. I mean, if you're going for a PhD, I'm assuming that that's probably a requirement in some shape or another. I would be highly surprised if not, quite honestly. 400 milligrams per second. Milligrams. I keep saying per second. It's not per second. Micrograms on top of them, not milligrams. Von Rheinland says, but it's a good challenge to build a sour gas boiler without space materials. Challenge accepted. You know, we could do something like that. If you guys ever want to see like a stream where we just do some kind of a weird challenge and see if we can just figure it out on stream together, I'm down for that. I'm always down for anything. As long as it's fun. That's my most important point, you know. Alright. The only thing you guys ever hear me say is, please like the stream. While we're at it, we're at 56 likes and 76 concurrent viewers, 79 right now updated. So if you haven't liked the stream, I would highly appreciate it. It doesn't cost a dime and it helps me out greatly. Of course, you have never heard me asking for memberships or for money in any way, shape, or form. And that is also never going to happen. I'm just glad I can hang out with you guys because it's really fun building this kind of stuff. And definitely getting your guys' input. Always a great time for me. That is the only reason why I'm doing it. But we are getting there. Slowly but steadily. I charge for likes. Yeah. Well, if you charge for likes, then I have to charge for the stream so I can pay you. So it's not going to work. Something's not going to work here, man. My next challenge in Oni is trying to build an infinite Pacu farm. What exactly do you mean with infinite? The problem is, like, the starving version, they have apparently patched, I've been told. By you guys, as a matter of fact. So the version that is in one of my tutorial videos apparently doesn't exist anymore, as sad as it is. Doesn't work anymore. Very, very sad, but what can we do? Let's put this here in. So we can get over here to the left side. We have plumbing. We need a liquid pump. We are going to build the liquid pump out of steel, and it's going to live down here on the ground. And then above that, we will need some hydrosensors. I will probably put one right here and one right there. To get to that, of course, we will need another piece of ladder. That ladder will have to... Well, actually, I could just leave the ladder right here. That's not going to hurt anything, so I might as well. Echo just came out with one. Echo just came out with one. I don't know what Echo just came out with. I'm not up to date, honestly, with what Echo's doing. Yeah, I have no idea what he's up to. In plumbing, we will need a radiant liquid pipe made out of aluminum. We have now 28 tons of that stuff laying around. And of course, with our aluminum pipe right here, we are not coming out of this one right here. This one here is to empty out the area where it's going to go to. We will need to find a way to get our oil in there. And the truth is, we're probably just going to use this thing right here. Yeah, what's stopping me? Not a thing, I would argue. We're just going to come along here. We're going to follow our abyssalite blindly. And going to come all the way over to right there. Can we go... How do we come in here? It's probably actually smart to come in through the top. Looks like somebody's in the neighbor's front lawn. And the poodle most definitely knows. Okay, buddy. Alright, let's do this again. Let's come through the top. The top, actually, one high. We're going to come straight through. All the way through the top. All the way down. Probably further over as well. And then back up. That is what we actually want. There we go. Now we have it. That should get the job done. Let's do it. Alright, I just closed the door. I hope that is a little bit better. Just a tiny little bit better on the volume from the old pool in the background. But yeah, we need piping, and we need it badly. We can directly build the piping for the outgoing side as well. The outgoing side is going to come from here over to the left, and then back over all the way through the entire range right here, basically. And then we will end up in this build right here. So let's see. Actually, the pipe is already built. So it's fine. It's totally fine. We're just going to come through the abyssalite. Nobody cares anyway. It's not like it does us any good here. It will end up right here. That's where our pipe's going to go. So let's get rid of this stuff right here. Then we will need a couple of things. In plumbing, we will need a liquid vent here and there. And then in the middle, we are going to build us 2 liquid pumps made out of steel, just to be safe. Should it be needed? Absolutely not. But you never know. So let's better be safe than sorry. Right here, we're going to come out there. And right here, we're just going to come through right there. So we have access to our pumps. Of course, we will need some power. The heavy butt wire is not going to get the job done for us in this case, though. So we will need to come up with another solution. But, what else do we need? This here actually needs to be deconstructed. And this one here needs to be... Actually, no, it doesn't need to be deconstructed. We can just do it completely different. We can just bring our insulated liquid pipe in here. Yeah. You know what, guys? Give me just 1 second and let me take a look at what exactly the dog is barking at. I don't know if somebody's here. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. We'll finish up our boiler. Alright, I'm back. Give him some treats and a good belly rub. Yeah, I did actually give him a treat right now. And he's barking at the neighbor coming home. So that's what we're listening at. So far, so good. This here will be fine in just a second. All we have to do is basically, at least temporarily, bring another pipe out of right here. How can we do this here? What is the easiest way? Probably just towards the top, where eventually we are really going to go with this pipe here. Probably nowhere. I wouldn't know where we would have a second petroleum source after we built this thing here. So there's really no point in having two. It's just for safety's sake, in case anything should ever come up, I'm ready for it. I kind of like to play the game this way. Always have a little bit more than what's required, just in case you get into a pinch. So let's plop all this stuff here in. And the same also with the power. We don't need it yet, so it's not the end of the world. We're going to build a conductive wire. And with the conductive wire, we are just going to come out somewhere so it's accessible. That's the important part. And then an automation wire. Let's make it out of iron as well. The automation wire, though, where are we going to put this thing? Probably right beside our ladder here. Right here and right there. We're going to have two signal switches so they're independently controllable. And that should do it. Alright, let's build all this. And then we will go from there. Slowly but steadily. It almost looks like a boiler of some kind. And Jay is here. I chose a good moment to get here. Yes, you did. We pumped a ton of oil. We pumped a ton of gases out of here. As a matter of fact, we're still pumping some gases out of here. Good God. And as soon as we finally have a vacuum right here, we are starting up this petroleum boiler. It doesn't look like much yet, but it should go relatively quickly here in a moment. I see, goodness. All right. We are getting there. So I had a joke about taking my money and charging for stream. Been having trouble sending a super chat. Would have been funny. It would have been funny. That would have been hilarious, actually. Like, what do you mean you don't want my money? All right, we're coming all the way up here with our power. And that should be it then. We can actually already give the command to put more pipes in here. Not that the dupes would actually do anything with that info, but might as well. Just so they don't run out of stuff to do. We're going to come along here all the way with our radiant liquid pipes. And then up here on the top. And I don't really have a good number for it. Here we have 14 tiles, which means we have 8 tiles left. I'm probably going to switch over to a liquid pipe made out of something that has a relatively high melting point, but at the same time high conductivity. Let's see what we have here. It will probably be igneous, will it be? Probably so. A sedimentary rock, 1,000 degrees. If we have 1,000 degrees in here, something's horribly going wrong. So, you know, even, yeah, you know, screw it. We are going to go with igneous rock. It shouldn't matter too much. Just with a little bit of normal pipe to kind of ease it into this area right here. And then the last bit right here, all the way down to right around there, is going to be, oh, once again, this tile here cannot exist, as a matter of fact. It's going to be insulated liquid pipes. That's what we're going to do here. So yeah, we'll need all this. That is going to be a requirement, for sure. Are we having a vacuum yet? No, we don't. Is it slowly disappearing here? Or is it still too much to just dissolve itself? Looks like it literally is still too much. Probably because the exchange right here through to these insulated tiles is not that good. Good God. It's always something. If it's not one thing, it's another. Let's build us another bloody pump down here. Which we can't do because we can't actually reach in here this here because I forgot to put a ladder in on this side. It is, of course, needed very badly. So let's plop that in as well. In F2. We need to come down here with this wire anyway for the pump. So we can just connect this in. And then in F7, let's extend once again, for the last time hopefully, our pipe all the way down. Is this the classic crude oil dripping petroleum boiler? Basically. more or less. It's going to be slightly different, or at least I'm trying something slightly different, I suppose. We will see how it goes. But it should work. It should work like this. Like I said, it's all eyeballed. All these dimensions right here just roughly look right. It's not like I've done any math or anything here. Just gonna wing it. Should be okay. Shouldn't be that big a deal. Be careful that the heat exchanger is not too good, because if the oil becomes petroleum, it will break the pipes. And that is actually one thing that I am anticipating. I am anticipating that if we should run out of oil, in about several hundred cycles most likely, when our oil level drops so low that we are below this point here and we only have this cone here left, basically. This pump right here is our supply pump. If it runs dry and I don't notice, it should stop the system here once I'm done with it just fine. But the problem is probably going to be when I start it back up. One or two of these radiant liquid pipes here will probably break if that should ever happen. So that is another reason why I have a need for dupe access right here. And of course, now before that we actually built the vacuum pump, we have a vacuum. You gotta be joking. Okay, no vacuum pump it is then. But on the bright side, we can start filling in crude oil here. That's precisely what we're gonna do. Actually, yeah, it should be fine. Crude oil is fine. We could do petroleum. Let's do petroleum. Just to be on the safe side right here. Again, if it becomes that hot in here, somehow with sour gas or whatever, we have bigger problems anyway, but might as well do that. We have petroleum. Do you have no oil reservoirs to tap? I do have plenty of oil reservoirs to tap. There's one here. There's another one right there. And I believe there's another one all the way up right there. But we do have 3 of them that I can see, or that I know about it, better to say. So we could just run this thing here indefinitely, which will probably end up happening. But at the moment, we have all of this here to deal with. I mean, up until this here runs out, we have plenty to do. Plenty to do. Automate the pumps with level sensors. That is going to happen. The liquid pump right here will be operated by that. And as a matter of fact, let's see. We should probably come with this pipe through here, just to help our pump out a little bit in case of a shutdown specifically. I just don't know. If I do it right here, it will break right there. That's probably not gonna be good. I'm probably gonna do it differently, honestly. I'm probably going to use, even though we are not in a vacuum or anything. Where is that thing at? The conduction panel right here. I'm probably gonna plop in one right there. What am I gonna build it out of though? Let's take a look. Probably out of aluminum. That would probably make the most sense. Or maybe out of iron, just because of the melting point. Again, trying to be safe here. I mean, there's a huge difference between 410 and 110. There's no question. 120, 108, 110, 120. You could make it out of gold at 1,000 degrees. Yeah, let's make it out of gold. We have it. So let's do it. And then come along here and get rid of the bottom right here. Yeah, and he is not meant to cool it in a vacuum or anything. It's just meant to keep our oil at us, or better to say our petroleum at the end, a little bit of a more controlled temperature. That's what it's all about. Von Ryland says there should be at least 3, maybe more. Yeah, probably so. Looks like an unreachable build there. This one right here? Yes, yes. That one I left out on purpose yet, because we didn't have a vacuum yet. And tapping into the magma without a vacuum, not optimal. Let's just say it's not optimal. That would also most likely mean that I don't need these here anymore. Is there anything that needs power down here? Maybe my mechanized airlock. We will see if I need that or not. No, the pipe up right of the pump. Oh, right there. You're correct. I'm blind as a bat. Thank you, Jay. Coming in and immediately having an eye for the details. Love it. Probably would have noticed it eventually, but definitely better to fix it earlier rather than later. Enable auto bottle at 9. Can't forget about that either, or nothing will ever happen. We can already go ahead and build the first 2 window tiles right here, and that's where they're gonna live. That is their home. And then when we have those, we should be okay. There's going to be 1 piece of obsidian right here. That is just annoying. It's just going to annoy me because we can't get to it. So we're going to get rid of this airflow tile right here. Oh, wait a second. Croc got stuck in here. How did that happen? Wait a second. This window tile here was already built. How did you teleport over here, Croc? Oh, God. You've got to be choking me. Always something with those dupes, I'm telling you. This time he shouldn't even be able to get stuck, and he still somehow managed it. He dropped in at the last second. Yeah, apparently so. Not to come flying over here. What a guy. Please do this here with a 9, and maybe build with a 7 or something like that. Just so we can get rid of this debris here first. I don't want to see it. That is for sure. And then a liquid vent right here. Should get the job done. Of course, before I actually pump some oil in there, we're gonna snip the line off because the rest of the line is actually done. Everything around here I want to get rid of. I don't want to have anything laying around here. Please, guys, make it nice and neat. And now he dropped the abyssalite? Yeah, I know. I saw that. Oh, I meant the oil supply. Automate the pumps with level sensors. Oh, you mean these right here? I mean, I guess we could. I guess I could have the little, what is it called? The little ding thing that alerts me. The automated notifier in case the pump turns off or the level gets too low. That would certainly be an option. Also something that I way underutilize, honestly. Not gonna lie. This lock here is going to stay permanently, so I'm just going to put a little bit more petroleum in it. Just so we have all those tiles here actually full, as it should be. If it were just a temporary one, it would be totally fine. But, yeah, better a little bit more mass in this case. It's weird how we can watch the replay, but he can't. Yeah, that's how it goes, that's right. Believe it or not, I do not use classic petroleum boiler too slow. I use no pipes, just gravity, steel doors, airflow tiles, and steam engine for cooling the petroleum. Just gravity, steel doors, and airflow tiles. And steam engine for cooling the petroleum. I would have to see what that looks like, honestly. What exactly your build looks like. I'm sure it's doable. But I mean, you say too slow. I'm not entirely sure what the hell you're using your petroleum for, but I mean, you're basically getting more or less a steady 10 kilograms per second because you're putting a steady 10 kilograms per second into it. So, yeah, there shouldn't be really that much delay there in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, hydro sensors, we need 2 of them, 1 here, 1 there. We're just going to plop them in, made out of copper, that's totally fine, no problem here. And then, of course, we need some automation wires. The automation wire for this one right here is going to go to here. And this one here, we're going to build all the way over here to the right. Made out of iron. Nice high melting point. It's going to be good. And then I would like a AND gate. The AND gate, we are probably just going to plop, by the way, made out of steel. What are we going to do with you, AND gate? Where are you going to live? I want to have you basically... shouldn't matter too much. Right here is okay. We can... Not like that. There we go. Something like this here is better. The only problem is we're coming with our wire right here in the wrong way. And I can... I guess I suppose I could dig this here up. Even if this here is hot, we are in a vacuum, so it shouldn't matter anymore. So there's really nothing stopping us from coming straight across here and being able to build down here. What I was saying is, though, the automation wire here is going to be a problem. I want this automation wire right here to be coming into right there. Cut it off right here. And then another automation wire basically comes all the way through here, maybe? Into right there? Yeah, that should do it. And then right here, of course, we will need this, and we will need that. That'll have to happen. So why am I doing this here? In case something should happen with our liquid pump somewhere, something gets disconnected on accident or whatever it may be. If we are basically filling up our area here too high with petroleum, that's the emergency shutdown. That's what that's going to do. Of course, one important piece is still missing. It's a thermal sensor. Thermal sensor's got to live here as well. That's right. So we're basically saying the thermal sensor right here needs to give a green signal, as well as our hydro sensor here. And if they're both green, then we are opening up this here and this here. At that point, we are pumping in more oil, but we are also opening up our mechanized airlock. And by the way, before I forget it, let's take another look. Dracos, another sluglet. But we have lime, 150 kilograms, so we are definitely going to grab that. So that's going to be good. Okay, you dupes okay over here? Or are you committing suicide as usual in some way, shape, or form? Okay, Jay himself is coming along. You could just tile up the bottom of that well where it drops below the pump. I don't know. Emergency shutdown? Are you including safety measures? Heresy! I am indeed including safety measures, that's right. Always a good practice, not gonna lie about it. We're gonna come all the way to here. We're not gonna go any lower than that on the left side. And actually, my safety measure is not even correct, speaking of it. Because this here opens up this here and closes this here. It should not close this here. It should only open up this here. So as a matter of fact, this here needs to be snipped off, and this here should only and exclusively be controlled by our thermal sensor. Now that I'm thinking about it, makes a hell of a lot more sense. And now right here, the thermal sensor, we need to say send a green signal, so we are opening the door if we are above 400 degrees. That is important. And then these two hydro sensors right here, I am going to set them both to 1 kilogram. It's going to be very simple and straightforward. This one here should send a green signal to the liquid pump if we are above 1 kilogram. And this one here should send a green signal if we are below 1 kilogram. So as long as this pump here is pumping, this sensor here will never ever be tripped. Therefore, it always sends a green signal over here. Therefore, it's really the thermal sensor's responsibility if this liquid vent here opens or not. That's at least the general idea. Where the door down here is only controlled by the thermal sensor. That's how it should be. Is an inverter gate not usually just a NAND gate with both inputs wired to the same source as well? A NAND gate with both inputs wired to the same source. I mean, if you wire them to the same source, then you really... not entirely sure, because that would make it then an OR gate, really. And Dex says, this is BierTier, not some other random streamer. That's right. Listen to Dex, guys. Oh, crap. Oh, that's funny. Our ladder right here, made out of obsidian, of course, as usual. We are going to come down, slowly but steadily. We are going to start building towards the bottom right here. Most everything else is ready to roll, as a matter of fact. We're doing very good. So, once they are... Actually, we don't even have to wait for that. We can just go ahead and build those tiles here on the top, those window tiles, because they don't make a difference. They're just fine. And we can actually already start filling up this area right here. Because we want to fill it up, and we want to fill it up these 10 tiles right here. So basically 5 high right here. That is what we want to have full of oil. Just so we are ready to take the brunt of the heat that's coming up out of here. That's going to be important. That is in fact going to be important. Especially the heat is going to spike immediately once we are reaching this magma down here. Matter of fact, even this abyssalite here is already pumping heat into this area right here. Very little, to be fair, but it sure does it though. Are you going to power the mechanical airlock on the boiler plate? I honestly don't know yet. I guess I might as well. It probably wouldn't hurt to do so, to be very honest. I mean, what is an extra 120 watts? And it just speeds up our efficiency slightly. It closes faster, therefore it should be more efficient. So we are probably going to do it, yeah. That was a good call. I was thinking about that earlier, then forgot about it again. I was like, am I going to power it or not? That is when I left those wires in here because I said I didn't know if I use them or if I will use them or not. So yeah, I wasn't sure, but we will. We sure as hell will. Not going to hurt anything, so we will do it. Okay, saving. What do we have here? A little bit of petroleum. Oops. Yep, thing here is now a little bit too full. How do I keep doing this? Every time I build a liquid lock, I get so distracted by everything else that I just put an insane amount of petroleum in there. Or crude oil. You're overflowing the airlock? Yeah, I noticed. It's not one thing, it's another. Please, Mason, get out of there. Thank you. Alright, we are good. We are good. Making progress, slowly but steadily. We're digging our way down. Of course, highly important is we need to get rid of this igneous rock right here. We don't want it to fall into the magma. That would be very detrimental to what we're doing here. With the liquid pump, you're boiling crude oil 1 blob at a time. In my version, I can store up a huge chunk of crude oil in a room and boil all of them in there. I mean, I understand, but still though. You're saying it's too slow. That seems insane. The amount of oil you're getting out of one of these here is more than anyone will ever need. When finishing boiling, I disconnect the heat and connect steam engine. When cool, I just drain it to my infinite petroleum storage. I mean, that's a good way to do it. I mean, I can't say anything against it in any way, shape, or form here, for sure. Since we now have a vacuum, though, we can close this here off. Which means, in other words, we can also close this here off. Of course, the dupes are still running through, and somebody will probably get trapped, but at least this time around, he should be able to get out, whoever it ends up being. This right here, the only other thing that I still want to do, though, since we still have everywhere a vacuum and there is no danger, I want to get rid of everything that's not abyssalite in here. Every last piece of it. Let's get rid of it. And down here, we're going to come with the insulated tile all the way down. Just so we have a nice encapsulated abyssalite area that is just covered over here with one insulated tile. And now when these walls here are built, that's what I meant when I said I'm going to build a double liquid lock. If we were to generate some sour gas, it's going to be contained in this area right here, in the smaller area, not in the entire area out here. If you get anything into the outer area right here, we have bigger problems. And it's still not going to get into our base. And also there will be no heat transfer from anything to anything at all. So that's definitely going to be helpful as well. All right, more oil, more oil, more oil is what we need. We don't have anything running anymore over here that I may have forgotten. No more liquid tapetizers or anything. Nope, all is good. That should work. And by the way, we still have one blueprint to unlock, I just realized. Might as well do that real quick. So, let's take a look. What we have hidden behind door number 3. It's a sunny retro wall pot. Vertical gardens are pretty nifty. That is actually very true. And it's a common wall pot. And that should have been the last one. Do we have, once again, did they up it to 6 per week or something? I streamed last week and I opened all of them. I should only have 3. That's actually quite odd. So, apparently we have at least one more blueprint to go. Probably 3 even. Not entirely sure how and why, but here we are, I guess. Of course, we have nowhere to put our petroleum right now. That's a problem. So in plumbing, I'm going to grab us a bottle empty and just plop it right here. We are not having a lot of it, so it's not like we're going to overflow or anything. Up here we have, what, 300 grams, 200 grams, and 500 grams. Yeah, it's not going to be a big deal. It's going to plop the bottle empty in here, set it to petroleum, and be done with it. At the same time, this here, of course, needs to be finished before we can do anything. We need to make sure that our crude oil has somewhere to go, and that somewhere happens to be, well, right here. Yeah, probably have to do the rear ones here first. And we are going to make our life extremely easy, because as soon as this thing here, or better to say, these 2 walls here are built, we're going to connect this insulated pipe right here to this pipe, and then this insulated pipe here also to this pipe, and we're just going to fill up our bottom here with crude oil. Very, very simple. As long as we don't get any petroleum in there at 400 degrees, we should be fine. Let's see here. Varieties 9 should be built here in a second. We need to be careful though. We actually already have a little bit too much crude oil in here. Will it be a problem? That's the question. I do not think so. I think we're still fine. As long as we don't completely overfill it, it's all good. Let's cut it off right here, maybe. Let's get the rest in here. And there we have it. A little bit more than I wanted. I really wanted to only fill this tile right here. We have another 150 kilograms on top. I guess if we really wanted to, we could try to plop a mesh tile in here temporarily and mop it up. That should work at 148 kilograms. Let's do that real quick. Thankfully, nothing that can't be fixed. This here's built now. So now in F6, we're just going to come along here. Build an entire pipe all the way through here. Doesn't matter. And then snip it. Just as simple as that. Alright. Getting close to being done with this thing here and actually turning it on and seeing if it works. We don't need a hell of a lot of oil. That's also another truth here. So we are probably, let's see. You know, pressure's at 1,000. We shouldn't have less than 300 kilograms. Let's make it 600 or so. That should be a safe bet. And we should be golden. Probably something like this here. And we can just snip it off probably at the beginning right here. Let's plop the rest in. And be done with it. At the same time, more airflow towels right here, please. And we're going to do the same thing over here. As simple as we can build it. That is always the goal here. You guys know it. We will connect these 2 together because I don't foresee these 2 here being used anytime soon. But yeah. There we go. The inside tiles are built. Now build me the outside tiles, and we are good. This here has been built. Let's see. Yes, we can mop. And so we will. As much as we can get out of here is how much we will take. That is done. In F6, connect these 2 here together. Let's see. That connected instantly, but nothing's going through. Why? Made a mess. Who is making a mess and why? Did you run once again out? Oh no. I keep forgetting about the bloody dirt. Ah, yeah. Okay, I will get you some dirt. Dirt. There we go. Allow manual use. That should be all that's selected. Let's bring him some bloody dirt if they're constantly complaining about it. And of course, while you're at it, please clean up your mess. The good thing is there's nothing that we could contaminate because we are already contaminated and we just outright ignore it. I mean, that's basically it. That's what it comes down to. But other than that, it's all good. The dirt should be flowing. Just need to keep a little bit track of it. Let's see, we have 245 tons over here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, when I said tracking it a tiny little bit, apparently I was dead right. But why is this oil not flowing? Oh, it's because of this pipe. Okay. So let's put in here also about the same as on the other side. 680 kilograms. And we're done. That's it. The slug got out. We have a rogue slug? We have a rogue slug. What the hell happened over here? How the hell? What was there? And why is it not there anymore? That's weird as hell. Well, let's put me in some airflow towels, I suppose. That is weird as hell, though. I'm not gonna lie. How did you escape, guys? Let's grab all of them again and put them back in there where they belong. What the hell is happening here? There are bloody slugs everywhere. Was that polluted dirt over here? That could well be it then. Huh. Well, not an unfixable problem, so it's not that big a deal. Back on cold deal though. Yeah, I expected that to happen. Of course, we were running at 3 times speed, and I had it running just for a second too long. Yeah. What can you do? Let's snip it off, of course. That is a requirement. And then let's get rid of this tile right here to drain it onto the ground, where we can then mop it back up. Those extra 500 kilograms. Don't have a choice. It is what it is. Not that big a deal. I had to catch our slugs first. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. There we go. The dupes are already here, taking care of it. We have 870 kilograms in here, which is totally fine. There's no problem with that. As a matter of fact, there's a slight problem with that. Cancel it real quick. Let's deconstruct this tile here as well. And then let's mop right here. So we can get that second tile out. That here cannot be crude oil. It needs to be anything else, like a gas. And now it's carbon dioxide, and now it's fine. Now we can also pick up this piece right here. And now we are good, though. Now we are definitely good. Just want to make sure we grab the oil first. Okay, very good. Connect this here back up. And now we are basically ready to go. That should be everything that we need. Everything should be set up the way we need it. So let's get digging a little bit more. Why does nobody come by and pick up our steel, though? I would highly appreciate it if you would come and pick up our steel. I don't want to lose it down here in the magma. Over here, the same. Why are we not picking up steel? Is this here not set up for steel, maybe? Let's take a look here. Yeah, we don't have it set up for coal, or lime, or sucrose, or refined carbon. None of it is in here. Steel, glass. We can't pick any of it up. That is why. That explains it. Let's try that again, guys. Gabriel is back. He says, I'm back, gonna watch it all tomorrow. You're back at the right moment. We are just in the finishing touches, and we are about to start this bad boy here up, and we will see what happens. That is the general idea. So right now, the first tile here will be built. I will hold off on the other one. I want to do this all relatively methodical, preferably. Not this one, that was my mistake. Right here, this one I want to have built. Then we're going to build these two right here. Then we're going to go lower. If I talk Spanish, maybe I will be banned. I don't think I will ban you for that. But I would appreciate it if you would not, because nobody can understand you if you do so. Mitosis, if I talk Chinese, you might not understand. And neither will I. Let's open up another blueprint, since we have one available. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. And more gloves. Bloody purple gloves. What a bust. So sad. So sad. Matter of fact, I'm gonna dig this tile out here as well, just to help out a little bit here. And then build us 2 more tiles right here on the right side. There we go. Now the dupes can actually move around however the hell they want. Who is scalding? And what are you doing? Seriously, what are you doing? What are you doing in there? That's nuts. I don't know what to do in my base. Huh. I don't know. Since I don't know what your base looks like. But there should always be something to do. Always something to do. You can always have more of something. For example. Bottle empty right here. We can set the petroleum. And we're almost there. Come on, guys. Come back. Build the last couple of things we need. And then we will hook up another window tile right here. And come back down here with our ladder. As a matter of fact, with our ladder, we can already go all the way into the magma. Doesn't matter though, it's made out of obsidian. There's no way in hell that it will melt. So we are doing just fine here. Details, there we go. Melting point of 2,726 degrees. Yeah, not even close. That we will ever have a problem. And of course, abyssalite itself can happily drop down there if we have to. I couldn't care less. It's not good for anything anyway, so here we are. Keone says sweeping items. You told him to get 400 cycles ago? Yeah. Very true. Very true. You can see if this boiler here is working, and you can always build your own. That would be an option. Let's keep on building. We will need this tile right here first. I'm going to get rid of this abyssalite right here. And then we are going to build the 2 tiles over here. So we need to just watch out a little bit how we build our gas tiles. But even though, once we build this one right here, it will already be active. It will already transfer heat. We don't need both. One of them will already get the system started. So we need to be very careful what we're doing from here on out. Now let me make sure once again that they're sweeping up all this old crap right here. There's nothing left laying around that can potentially cause any harm. Doesn't look like it. Okay, I just told him at a level 9 to get all of this stuff right here. Guess it doesn't matter. Alright, let's wait for them to build the window tiles, and then let's see what we can do here. And if it works, or if we immediately have a disaster on our hand. BierTier, are there any late game performance mod? There used to be one, right? Did I accidentally? I accidentally built the door out of uranium instead of out of steel. That is, of course, a problem. Not gonna lie about it. Especially since I don't exactly know what happens. It becomes rock gas. That is a problem. That is, in fact, a problem. What can we do with this? We can always go ahead and build us an insulated tile made out of obsidian right here temporarily. Mob it first? Yeah, I can. Yeah. The problem is we are probably not going to get here in time anyway. At what temperature does it flash over? At 4,000 degrees. It's actually totally fine. It's actually totally fine. It will never reach 4,000 degrees. Nobody cares. It's all good. It's all good. Not worried about it. So we can do it differently in this case, though. Instead of building this, we will mop it up just so we get rid of it, so it's not in our way later in any way, shape, or form. We're going to get rid of these window tiles right here. Then we're going to mop it. We're going to rebuild the window tiles, and then we're going to rebuild them out of steel. It's going to be okay. Yeah. You forget one thing, and everything goes to hell in a handbasket. Isn't that nice? But okay, dupes, come by, get it done. Of course, you're still over here working on your number 9 pickup errands. Definitely don't want that. So let's mop that stuff. Yes, I know, you're a little bit warm. It's all good though. Problem is, where are we going to put this stuff now? It has a temperature of 600 degrees. I have no idea. Does it matter? Probably not. Let's just build a support emptier, I suppose. Right over here. And put those 75 kilograms down there. It doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, we could just leave it in the bottle. What am I talking about? The move to command. I keep forgetting that we have a move to command now. Just bring it up here. Just set it down somewhere. Out of my way. There we go. Chase says, use a move to instead of setting up an emptier. You guys know it by now. I keep forgetting about it every single time. Does conduction panel work better than diamond window tile in terms of heat transfer? I don't think so. Not even remotely, actually. This one here is at 120. And this one here is at 80. It is actually has a higher thermal conductivity. Wow. Didn't expect that, honestly. And I just built it out of gold. You can build it out of aluminum. So that would probably work, actually. But regardless, now let's put those 2 damn window tiles back in here. The good thing is we safely transferred a lot of heat up here. And therefore our oil is now at a nice 56 degrees. Still nowhere near our 400, but we're getting there. Okay. There we go. Of course, you did not pick up our diamond, you dupes. Why wouldn't you use the diamond that's laying right here? Like, it couldn't be any closer. Nice. Dupes. I'm telling you, dupes. I would like it if you could use, if you could specify the debris there used to build a tile. That way they could use the already hot diamond to rebuild the glass tile. That would be point A. Yes, and point B is, why don't they just automatically use the closest one? Like, how does that not make sense? Why would you grab it from somewhere else if it's laying right there? These dupes. Always something. They picked up the diamond which was closest to them when they picked the task, not the closest to the task. But they probably, in this particular case at least, made an extra pass to pick up that diamond that was closer to them. Right here, it was literally in the middle of the way. Are you surprised by their intelligence? I mean, they put their printing pod in the middle of an asteroid. I mean, you do have a good point here. And speaking of it, here's the blueprint. We have a cubist knit suit. But we also have 2,000 kilograms of brine. Let's take this suit right here. And who are we going to give it to? We already have 4 dupes that are wearing something. How about we give it to Paris? You're not wearing anything. You're literally next on the list. It's definitely yours to go. But let's do it. That's my hypothesis. I don't know for certain. I'm pretty sure you're on the right track here. Not gonna lie. I'm pretty sure you're 100% correct. That's probably what they're doing. Okay, we are heating up drastically. There's one more thing that I forgot. Oh, damn. I guess we could do it manually for now with the thermal sensor. But it is certainly a good practice, though, to put in automation. A sensor, a signal switch to be precise in. And we're just gonna plop it right here. And we are going to put an automation wire in here as well. So we can, at least during the startup process here, control our door, because we don't want this oil here, or the window tile here, to go anywhere above like 500 degrees. Like 500 is the hard cutoff. When we look at crude oil right here, it flashes at 499 degrees over to petroleum, and then petroleum at 538 degrees over to sour gas. The very last thing that we want is to reach 538 degrees So it is a good idea to have a switch so we can manually control it during startup specifically. We already reached 500 degrees. If you could please really quickly put this in here, because this is the point, yep, where I would open it up anyway. Let's let it drop back down a little bit, transfer the heat, and then let's bring it back on. It's coming back up drastically. Holy cow. That's what I'm saying. The startup here is very, very nifty. It does require a little bit of patience. Right there. Especially on 3 times speed. Probably should play this here in 1 time speed, not gonna lie. And another thing that I forgot is temp shift plates. I do want 2 temp shift plates, 1 here and 1 there, please. So dupes, thankfully, we left access to everywhere in here. We can access whatever the hell we want, whenever the hell we want. So we're gonna put those 2 diamond plates in here. That should help out drastically as well. You're using way too much oil to start up the petroleum boiler? No. No. I mean, could I use less and then slowly but steadily add to it? Of course I could, but I just want to be safe and have a bigger heatsink right here. That's the general idea that I have here, and that's why I'm using so much for it. And the temp shift plates right here will solve that problem. And there they are. Now let's close it and let's take another look here. Much better. Much more tame. Much more even. Much better overall. $290, very nice, very good. Taking a look at our automation overlay. I also just realized I built an OR gate here. Well, that's wrong. We can't have an OR gate. I must have misclicked. We want an AND gate right here. Thankfully, we're still in the process of starting it up. Therefore, we have plenty of time to finish it. Gotta be AND, can't be OR. Highly important. Otherwise, the entire safety mechanism that I'm trying to put in there is not going to work. But it's all good. And it's not a problem whatsoever. What are you doing there? You just started it. And now you decided, nope, screw it. I'm out. Cool. Okay, so we have the first flashes of petroleum here. I'm going to turn down the speed for this. We can see here a little bit of petroleum spilled over. Something that we do not want. So we are going to mop it. Probably will mop up a tiny little bit of petroleum as well. Gotta look out for that. Break time, boss. F that gate. That's exactly what happened here. That is literally it. It's 9:30. Time to go, guys. Not out of lead, please. Not out of lead. We do want it out of steel. Thank you. F4 overlay. There we are. Let's get mopping. Just want to get rid of the oil. Petroleum is totally fine. Also, our temperatures, 128 degrees. We're still okay. Alan A says, I'm a programmer, former video game programmer. Even makes a sense that it would just choose the right next task. Also, I've never seen a petroleum boiler use airflow tiles. That's a great idea. Airflow tiles are pretty nifty for this kind of task because you can see they are, they don't care about any heat transfer in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, I am planning actually on opening the store. You're correct. For a native, 100% correct. Let's make sure the oil here disappears. Not the petroleum, though. The gate is done. Now we are safe. Now we can open our gate back up. We're good. Sorry. There we go. This way around. We want more heat and not less. 460, 470. Let's connect this here back up. Do we still have oil in here? Of course we still have oil in here. Come on, dupes. What are you doing? How is everything else more important right now? Open our gate back up. I don't want to transfer more than I have to. Up until it is absolutely necessary. Tiny little bit more spillage up here on the top. That should solve itself here though. This here is now open due to our thermal sensor setting. The thermal sensor right here, of course, controls the liquid vent and the door. So it's saying open up the liquid vent and open up the door because we are too hot. That's basically what it is trying to tell us here. Obviously not right at this second though. Let's hold off on that for another minute. Let's make sure that all the bloody petroleum is gone. And then we will try it again. We left the pipe overbuild order. Yeah, you're right. Let's get rid of it. Come on. There we go. And stop it. All of it is gone. Along here. Only one little piece left right here. And now we need to control it a little bit better. Once we have that control achieved that we want, we should be good. Crude oil is at 396 degrees. Let's turn up the speed again, just to pick up that stuff and mop right here with a number 9, please. There you go. Jay's here. He's got it. Cancel. J, 9, go. There we have it. All right, let's pick up the last few pieces right here really quickly. We only have one bottle empty here. And once we have it, we can try this here one more time. This time around, it should work out better, I hope. My boiler, the bottom row, has doors with an emergency tank. The doors open if the petroleum gets too high or too hot. Then in the emergency tank, I have an ice box attached to cool it down before pumped. That's also pretty nice. Open the petroleum. You mean the oil? Yes, I will. For your information, never remove your infinite storage. Why not? What happened? That's funny though. Whatever you do, man, don't ever remove your infinite storage. Let's hook this here back up and turn this here back off. And let's go back to 1x speed and let's take a peek right here. We're closed. We are boiling over. Hopefully no more crude oil will get up there now. Oh, you gotta be choking. How does that keep happening? Look at this. Look at this. Oh yeah, if it's not one thing, it is truly another. Did I build my automation wrong? Let me double check here what I've done. Come up here and through there. That is correct. Come up here and through there. That is correct. Come through here. That should work exactly as it is here. What am I missing? Because right at the moment, we are at 400 degrees and we are pumping more oil in. I guess let's let it go a little bit longer. Let's see. Heat this here up more. More crude oil gets created. So more petroleum, I mean. Now we're getting there. There must have been some kind of glitch. I was like, what the hell am I looking at? There we go. That's what it should look like. I was worried there for a second that I missed something. But this here is precisely what it should do. Let's see if it is stable. Let's give it a little bit of time right here. Our window tiles down here are exactly at 400 degrees. We now have to turn up this temperature right here. Just slightly. To like 402 degrees, let's say. Maybe 404 degrees. We will see what works better. And it should be okay. At the bare minimum, I hope so. Let's turn up the speed here a little bit. We will also take a look at temperatures, of course, and all the other good stuff. Probably oil in was too cold due to not enough petroleum. That may well be. That may be exactly what happened here. But right here, we are coming through. All right, 406 degrees up here on the top by the end of the normal pipe here. And we are already down to 290 degrees. By the end of the first row, we are already down to 24. Maybe I built it way too big. Potentially. I guess we will see when it runs for a little bit and has to stabilize first. That is for sure. But right at the moment, it looks like the temperature is basically nothing. Brandon says, had a small problem. Nothing major, just cooked half my base. Remember that salt water I had in my closed loop? That was just the first thing to break. After that, my spawn broke. And then I killed all my hatches, so I ran out of food. And I see how that is a problem. You are using too much oil. When the petroleum boils, it will create a different type, which makes it all move. Yeah, you're probably right. I should have probably not only left one space, but at least two spaces free. You're probably right, Alan. I agree. You're correct. It might work better if the liquid vent was on the right and the temp sensor on the left. Because the crude oil would overflow on the right side and then fall down into the petroleum rather than flowing onto the heat exchanger track. I guess it may work better for startup. Yeah, you're probably correct. May work. While we were waiting for this thing here to stabilize a little bit more, let's take another look at a blueprint. How about that? Let's see what we got here. We have chili red drywall. It really spices up dull walls. And it is, of course, of common quality. And that was now, if I calculated right, 5 of them. So apparently we have 5 now instead of 3. I don't know. I don't know exactly what happened here. Nothing in the printing pod. How are you doing up here? No complaints? Oh, you're dormant. Of course, that's why you're not complaining. No heat leakage above the normal. All good. This thing here works. Just a quick checkup on the base to make sure everything's fine. You two are built out of steel. That's what's needed. 870 and 680 kilograms. That will work. I'm going to turn you both off. We don't need you. You're not connected to power anyway, so it doesn't matter. But just saying. Other than that, I think we're looking pretty damn good here. A petroleum boiler is working still. The petroleum at 8.2 degrees. You know what? Let's speed that sucker up a little bit here. Let's see if it will survive 10 times speed. Looks like it might. At least so far, we don't have any sour gas, which is always a good thing. Yeah, seems to be working just fine. Yeah, of course. What I forgot was this, these temp shift plates right here. Highly, highly important. Definitely something that needs to be considered if you want to build something similar like that. And of course, what you also have to keep in mind is the oil that I have here is extremely cold, right? So the oil that we are pumping in here is at what, 8 degrees or right around here. In other places, it's a hell of a lot colder than that. Like here, negative 19 degrees. So it just depends on what the temperature of your oil is. It may seem like complete overkill this length here right now, because we're coming in with 8.3 degrees. But if your oil is already at, I don't know, 50, 80 kilograms or so, it will be a problem eventually. You know what I mean? If you come already in with a hotter amount of oil, you're removing less heat from the petroleum. Therefore, definitely too long is better than not long enough. And on the bright side, we didn't create any sour gas yet, that is. Question, does this game run with meteor shower turned on? Yes, we do have meteor showers eventually, sometimes. As a matter of fact, you can some regolith and dirt up here on the top. So that's working. Speaking of dirt, oh god, how much have you transferred over there? About 50 tons by now. That should be sufficient, I would hope. So let's find the sour conveyor load and turn off manual use. Over on Smelina. Let's take another look. How much dirt do we have? 60 tons. Yeah, I think we are okay here for a couple of days or so. The hydrogen gas here is once again back. Yeah, of course, because the plug slugs escaped. And when they escaped, they probably found themselves, especially over here, a bunch of food. So they produce more hydrogen. Which means now we need an even bigger pocket. Of course we do. How else would it be? To contain it once again. But thankfully we're still at 135,000 kilocalories. It literally doesn't matter in any way, shape or form. And yes, there is still a mess in the bathroom. You're correct. All the way down here, as a matter of fact. Might as well grab it. We still have our sludge press over here as well. We have a mud, 2 dirt and water. I really don't know where to put the water, because this thing here is actually full. I suppose we could dig out a little bit, and then just use this thing here. But in F6, we can't just come out and that's all good right there. We can't just literally put it on this liquid vent right here and drop it straight in, and then tell the dudes, hey guys, how about you come out and dig out a little bit more here, so we have a little bit more space for a little bit of water. So we can create our own stockpile of dirt. What is the loose epic creature in Lower's Melina? Oh, this thing right here. A grub. Yeah, those things are actually basically evolutions of Sweetles right here. So when you have a Sweetle, you can get a grub out of it. Yeah. Doesn't really do anything good. 50 kilograms of sulfur become 5,000 grams of mud, or 30 kilograms of sucrose becomes 30 kilograms of mud. And up here, of course, our Sweetles themselves, sulfur to sucrose in a 2-to-1 ratio. That's just how it works. They are basically food, more or less. I don't ever use sucrose really for anything. I haven't really found a reason for it either. And you know what? Since there is fresh water coming out of here, maybe it would make sense to not necessarily put that thing here, or all of our water in our contaminated area. Maybe it should have its own little thing. How much comes out of here? Can't really tell. So 150 kilograms of mud becomes 60 kilograms of dirt and 90 kilograms of water. It's actually quite a lot of water, not gonna lie. We could just put it into some kind of really quickly built infinite storage, just so we have it available whenever we need it. I also don't know, how much mud do we have? Which is probably another good question to ask. 50 tons worth of mud. That's a lot of bloody mud. You know what, let's plop in one real quick. Let's do it the quick way. Something like this here should get the job done, theoretically. And let's come down to here. Already this here is, per definition, an infinite storage. That's all we need. We're going to build our pipes a little bit longer. We're going to come over here and into there. And of course, a liquid vent down here. In plumbing, we're going to plop us in a liquid pump made out of cobalt. That's totally fine. I don't expect much heat here. Cobalt. Actually, what is the heat coming out of here? Let's double check that real quick. Does it tell us? It comes out as water, but it doesn't tell us right here. What is the output temperature of the water for a mud right here? Produces 90 kilograms of water, but it doesn't say at what temperature. Anybody know, by any chance, at what temperature our water is coming out of our sludge press right here? If so, I would highly appreciate that info. Also, you can cancel that, please. Not necessary anymore. Liquid vent deconstruct. Let's get rid of it. In F6, we are going to grab us once again a pipe, and we're just going to bring it out somewhere where we can reach it. Doesn't really matter too much. It's totally fine. Either way around. And then, of course, in power, this power wire right here doesn't really have much connected to it. May make it out of iron, and then bring it all the way over. There we go. It depends on the mud, but what is the minimum temperature? I'm assuming it depends on the mud, but yeah, well, what is the minimum? It always depends on the mud? I mean, there gotta be a minimum temperature, right? Usually buildings like that say something like minimum temperature of 40 degrees or higher if input material is higher. Something like that. Another grubfruit preserve. Sure, we're gonna grab it. Still no Drecos. 500 cycles in and still not a bloody Dreco. I can't believe it. Brandon says, PSA, a single auto sweeper can feed 5 loaders at the same time. End of PSA. Is there a frozen mod? If not, I'd say if it's below freezing, you will have issues. I mean, true that. I'm not worried about it, really. I'm just curious, really. "500 cycles is when any seed or creature can start to appear in the pod gift box." Oh, really? I thought it was lower than that. But okay. Well, maybe now is our lucky time. Guess we'll see very soon. Alright, our gold volcano is producing wonderful gold at a negative 5 degrees. Pretty neat. Gotta love it when it works. And you just see all of this wonderful material here snaking through the base. I always love to see it, not gonna lie. You can already go ahead and lock most of those doors right here. You won't need them anymore. Only door we need is this manually lock here, so we can still get in and out. And that's about it. It says, now I am to get yourself some mud and drop it in a frozen biome until it's cold and try to spin it and see what happens. You have to find it before. And they added the 500 cycler because their sideways map was missing 1 creature, 1 biome, and 1 seed. So it was impossible to get 2 or 3 achievements. Okay. Alright then, well, we are 500 cycles in for sure. So we should be ready to receive us some wonderful Drecos. Let's get this here finished, please. And then we're gonna turn this on here to forever and we will see what happens. I'm gonna make a very short process out of this here. In the meantime, while they open and close the doors and whatnot, let's check on this thing right here. Oh, we are pumping out the first petroleum at 30 degrees, putting it in here. And of course, this is where our infinite storage here comes into play. We just have 2 inputs with 2 pumps in the middle. Pretty simple and straightforward. Only airflow tiles around it. We can always, if we have to, grab some insulated tiles and plop them around here if absolutely necessary, to contain the heat. I don't think that'll be a problem anytime soon, so yeah, I'm not worried at all. But yeah, I'm really happy that this thing here is working, not gonna lie. Trapped. Who the hell is trapped and where? Oh. Of course. Yeah. That is a problem. Not even gonna lie about it. That is a problem. How are we gonna fix the problem? You're just gonna grab some tiles, just some standard dog old tiles. You're gonna come across here, and you're gonna dig all this here out. That should make sure that he can get out. Yes, I could just open the door, of course, that would fix it as well. But long term, I want to also be able to come around here. So it's okay. He does have, thankfully, more than enough oxygen over here. And we are in the middle of the day, so he shouldn't have to pee, and he shouldn't run out of oxygen. It's not like he's gonna die on us. In here? No, in here we have no vacuum. In here, we will actually have to open the store here again, once we start filling it. As a matter of fact, until only 1 gas remains, that is important. But yeah. Still, though, I would like him to be able to walk around here at their will, and now they can. So, problem solved. Now, grab me that crap out of here, and we can turn on our sludge. Also, this liquid vent here, please get rid of it. Just hate seeing this thing here blinking. And while we are at it, just my standard, I just like to have a little bit extra control. The nice thing is we have an extra space right here, so we can literally just come up and then plop our signal switch right here, and it won't make a difference at all. And in F6 we are out of here, so we're good. All no issue. Get rid of this here as well. And you know what? Up here, let's plop in another one of them. Just so it looks kind of like something. One more ladder right here so they can come around here wherever they are, making their life a tiny little bit easier. You have nowhere to put that polluted dirt. No, you really don't. Let's change that. The polluted dirt is just living here underwater. That's why they don't put it anywhere. Not actually in here. Let's make another... or let's take another look around here for another plug slug and see if another one escaped. But it looks like they're okay. They're fine. I think we got them all. Now the deuce will go to sleep, of course, as usual. We don't have two shifts since Melina. They're all three on the same shift. So nothing is going to happen. What is a geotuner? A geotuner can help increase the output and temperature of your vents. You need different materials to accomplish that. I actually do have a tutorial on geotuners on my channel that I made, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago or so. Maybe a little bit longer than that. It was one of the latest ones that I made, as a matter of fact. It should contain, hopefully, all the information you need about geotuners. I might be biased, but I can highly recommend it. Alright, these are built. Copy the settings over. And that should be good. Okay, the mud is going. Honestly, it's probably the single greatest video ever posted to YouTube. Probably so, I would agree with that. 100%. Okay, everything's out, everything's good. Let's lock this bad boy right here. The top one will stay open, like I said, until we have only one gas left. Keonis says, I'm finding a +4 kilo DTUs a second for sludge press, nothing specific though on water temperature. I'm thinking this is the heat the press produces. Yes, that is the heat the press produces, 100%. It says it right here. And we're about to find out, right? Let's see what happens. We're gonna set it to 50 and we're gonna let it rock and roll and see what happens. It's, you know, fuck around and find out. That's what they like to say, I hear. Girlfriend's asking, what's for dinner? Apparently it's gonna be some kind of noodles. Just in case you guys are wondering. Alright, there we go. The water is coming in here at a nice 21 degrees. And the mud that's in here is at a nice 21 degrees. So apparently it turns out it is just converting it 1-to-1. That is interesting. And apparently we also have some germs on here? No. It looked like we have germs. I saw germs. Apparently I was wrong. But yeah, now we know it. It's 1-to-1. Now we just need to generate enough of it. So we can actually fill up enough tiles that there is only one left in here. Probably going to be this carbon dioxide right here, I would assume. It may also be that we have to open this one here up, as a matter of fact, and I'm going to do that right away. It is going to happen one way or another. So we will open this one. We will open this one here up. So whatever tile is going to get stuck over here on the right side can escape, and that should then be okay, I hope. We can just close it the moment those both of those tiles zero water, and we should be golden. Trying to keep it as simple as possible, as always. Looks like a centrifuge, looks like a salad spinner. basically the same thing. The salad spinner is nothing else than a centrifuge, actually. All right, it's open. Let's give it a little bit of a high priority so we see something happening here. I do want more water in there. And in the meantime, let's check back over here. We're still doing fine. By now, okay, so it looks like it has now more normalized. We will see if the temperature goes up even higher. The petroleum that's coming out of here is now at about 64 degrees, 65 degrees, somewhere in that general area. So it is not to be underestimated. And our oil right here is now coming in at 13.8 degrees. So again, the colder your input, of course, the better it is. For cooling down, you will heat it up to almost 400 degrees no matter what, so it doesn't really matter. Even if you have negative 200 degree crude oil, you will heat it up with this system here. And slowly but steadily, this magma right here should become colder. Very, very slowly. And once the magma reaches, let's take a look, 1409 degrees, it will become igneous rock. And then we have to dig our spike, or build our spike, further and further down. That's basically the idea. So yeah, it's working. I may have been slightly too careful here with my double lock. It worked out a hell of a lot better than I expected, not gonna lie. But here we are. Love it when a plan comes together. 12 dupes and 1 auto sweeper feeding 5 loaders, and 40 cycles later still moving my infinite storage. So it's is a centrifuge for refining leafy vegetables. You are correct. You can find it in refinement. It's down here on the bottom. Alan says Mr. T loves it too. Somebody here got my reference. I love it. That's too funny though. I do love the old A-Team, or I used to love it, at least. But yes, I do love it when a plan comes together. Old Hannibal. We still have this carbon dioxide here stuck though. Eventually it should flush out. How full is the top tile of magma just below the diamond windows? Let's go find out. It's at the top tile of the magma. So we have 1,395 kilograms right here and 1,222 kilograms right there. And over here we have 1,100. It was outside my base and I'm moving it inside my base. That seems dangerous, but yeah. Come on, carbon dioxide, don't be like this. There you go. You fixed yourself, and that's what you wanted to do. Now we can lock up this bad boy right here. Power output. Oh yeah, we can definitely generate some dirt here whenever we need to. It's gonna be good. It's not like we need a lot of water over here or anything. It's not like we're gonna set this here. Probably not on forever because of the heat production. It will just generate heat for no good reason. We don't need the dirt. We don't need the water. But it's good to have it available. So we're gonna leave it. Are we getting another Escher waterfall accident? Where did that happen? That wasn't that over here? That was right here, wasn't it? This build? Where we created an Escher waterfall on accident? That is funny though. I forgot the name of the machine that utilizes the spore kit virus to make drones. Anyone tried it yet? You mean, we have it right here. The BioBot builder. We have it. I've heard about it. I've never once used it in my life. But it's maybe also something we can take a look into. Like I said, I don't actually know how it works. What does it need? Drop harvestable steel. So I'm assuming it will need steel, and I'm assuming it will need an input in F7 for the germs, but I don't know about what gas. Zombie spores and steel. I don't know if the gas matters. See, steel and zombie spores, but what exactly, on what gas do they have to be? Does it matter? Can it just be polluted oxygen, or does it have to be something special? It has to be CO2. The steel recycles. Thankfully, you run zombie spores in CO2. CO2 and spore kit. Okay. And then we have also an output available, though. We have the output of the system right here. What is coming out of here? Just out of curiosity. Zombie spores only grow in CO2. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Didn't think of that part. In here we have now once again carbon dioxide. Son of a... Now we need to wait until literally this tile here is water. It sucks the spores out of the gas so you can loop it. Okay, so you basically CO2 in, CO2 out. It doesn't actually use the CO2. It just literally filters out the spores. I see. I see. Okay. Now you can definitely try to get this thing up and running and see what the hell happens. Again, never used it. Always open to try something new. I mean, if it fails, who cares? What does it matter? But if you never try, you will never know, right? So let's put a little bit more water in here. So we can get rid of this CO2 tile right here. Or if we can get another CO2 tile, get down here, get in here. But other than that, we can close this here. And we are golden. You can take a look into the database though real quick. Spore kit. Can't really say I ever tried to grow one of those bad boys. What do you need? You just need a farm plot. Spore kits have an eerily alluring appearance to mask the fact that they host particularly nasty strain of brain fungus. So it just needs 150 grams of minimum air pressure. It needs to be in carbon dioxide in a farm plot. You don't have to feed that thing anything. It just grows by itself in a farm tile. Okay, that actually makes it supposedly very easy, I would argue. The drones are effectively free labor. They build and transport, but they ignore door rules. If a dupe doesn't have permission, but the door is still unlocked, the drone can go through. That does make sense, unless you have for every drone your own, like, rule setup. Let's take another look at our mini-pod here. Mini-pod, choose blueprint. A mallow seed and a bliss burst seed. Hashtag sad. Basically, it makes robots, but they are powered by little morb-looking critters. When they die, they get broken down back into steel and can be remade. Do I get exactly as much steel back as I put in it? I'm just curious about that. Can anybody, please, get to this bloody sludge press right here and get me the rest of the water that I need? Son of a gun. Yes. Okay, so if I put a ton in, I get a ton out. And all I need is zombie spores for it. Something seems right. You know, if something is too good to be true, it's usually not true. Yes, it's neutral, but it'll keep making them until you have about 8. The only thing that gets consumed is zombie spores. The most I've ever had running at one time was 7. And the electricity to pump the CO2 around, well, that makes sense, but... Again, not too worried about electricity issues here. Alright, we'll give it a shot. So, trying to get, not this thing. This thing here running next time around is going to be on the agenda, officially. We will see how it goes. Assign a duplicate to restore this building's functionality. I'm assuming nothing bad can happen. And we also have a snazzy suit for Croc here. So, Croc is going to get a snazzy suit. Croc is very snazzy, though, not gonna lie. Story trait by a bot builder. Alright. We have it. It weighs for 1,800 kilograms of steel. So one bot uses 1,800 kilogram. It's incubating a spore. At 100% incubation, the spore begins to convert absorbed zombie spores into photosynthetic bacteria that can be used as biofuel, okay? It is then ready to be assessed and transferred into a completed biobot frame. Consumption rate, 10,000 germs per second. Current total, 4.9 million out of 9.8 million. Okay, alright. It should be pretty easy. No, one bot is like 200 to 300. Okay, so the maximum you can put in there is 1800. I see. They're immune to radiation, heat, cold, etc. They have the same capabilities as the robots. Robots from space, you mean? What are they called? It's laying on the tip of my tongue again. What are those damn things called? Let's see here. Let's add a module. Where's the damn module? Rovers, that's what they're called. Gotta have a max level doctor to work it. Really? That is something we most definitely do not have. I'll give you that in writing. There's a 0% chance. We have a max level doctor. But yeah, we will definitely try this. Most definitely. And now we can also close this door. Our last tile here is carbon dioxide at 500 grams. We are totally fine. Close it off. And we have effectively built an infinite storage. Just as simple as that. Once again. All the different versions of infinite storages are very, very simple and quick to build. We can also take a look at our heat output here now. Of course, we're bleeding out a bunch of heat. But the truth is, we don't really care too much though. Doesn't really matter in any way, shape or form. Our water level right here is low again because we never actually dug down here, did we? I keep forgetting about the bloody ice that I want to melt. Oh no. Let's bring the ladder down. Let's dig 4 high all the way through. And once we have that done, we will go the other 4. Just as simple as that. That should give us a bunch of ice. And then we have even more ice available down here. More ice available right here. We have so much ice, we literally don't know what to do with it. Get yourself 6 spore kits. I don't think we have 6. I think we have seen 3. Oh, we have 9. Where the hell did we get 9 from? Oh, okay. The ones that were dug up. We got 3, I believe. I think there were 2 right here and 1 right here, if I'm not mistaken. But it's totally fine. The rest must have been in tiles looking kind of like this here. They can contain anything, apparently including spore kit seeds. There's 3 in the box inside the station. I think we opened that already. Didn't we? This locker right here? Yeah, the locker here is good to go. So we already got these 3 out. That's where they're coming from, probably. At least 3 of them. The steam vent is going to overpressure soon. Which steam vent? This one right here? Nah, this one right here is fine. Or this one right here. Not that locker, oh yeah, the biohazard locker. I do remember I have it demolished and we did open it beforehand though. I don't have another one. I don't know which steam vent you mean, Kionis. I have no idea. There was a box next to that locker. Yeah, I do remember it. We did get rid of it. Just like this office plant here. Go and die. Yeah. But yeah, we have accomplished literally everything that we wanted to accomplish today. It took a long time. I'm not going to lie about it. I expected it to go faster. Honestly. But here we are. Once again, of course, the entrance is blocked. Somehow I saw that coming. Which means Gremlin Jr. almost died again by being stuck outside. Where are you going? Oh, of course. You're taking 5 kilograms of algae with you. That's important. Oh, what are we doing right here? Why do we have so much rotten meal ice? Why is the temperature here? You should be cooling down much faster. Huh. I really don't know. I don't really see how that should be a problem right now. It should be coming down in temperature drastically. Unless you're putting old stuff in there somehow. That doesn't make it down in temperature in time. That could well be. Might have to build a proper deep freezer here soon. Because we are having no longer deep freeze. Yeah, I don't know why though. Temperature is not dropping as I would expect it to. I mean, it's 32 kilograms. I mean, there's no question about it, but All of these here are way, way below deep freeze temperature. Every single one of them. So how do we have a rotten meal ice out here? It's blowing my mind at the moment very slightly. How that is even possible. No idea. Well, what can you do? It's okay for right now. We will find a permanent solution with a single tile, extremely cold storage, a deep freezer. You know, it's not that big a deal to build. Just didn't think we would need it because we were on Rime. Like, what's the deal? Now that you've got your boiler up and running, you can start your stream here? That's right. That's funny. Oh, no. I think we are good. We have been here for almost just over 6 hours, as a matter of fact. Basically on the dot. And we got a good amount accomplished. I mean, it did take us some time to empty this here out. I wanted to be rather safe than sorry. Built it maybe a little bit bigger than I needed to. But again, could I have calculated everything beforehand and figured out exactly the size that I need and, you know, do all kinds of research on it and whatnot? Sure, absolutely, that would be doable. But is that really fun in a game? You know, that's the kind of stuff that I do all day, every day at work. You know, my boss is not really that happy about it if you just wing shit. But here in the game, it's really fun to just come up with something and say, okay, I'm going to build it kind of like this, but how exactly are we going to do it? I had no idea going into this. This year, the same like last week, like this year, no idea. I knew that's what I wanted to build right here, but what we were going to do down here in the bottom and whatnot, that was all made up on the spot. And that's the fun part about it. I mean, that's the part of the game that I enjoy. That's fun to just try around and, you know, find out at the end of the day. We're going to do something very similar with this Biobot builder right here. I have no idea how it works. I've never used it once in my life. Kind of like we did for the fossils right here. Whoever was here for the ancient specimen excavation down here, we were about seconds away from having a bunch of bloody sour gas in our base because I had no idea that this hot pocket of fossil exists. William says, good job. Go get a beer now. That is the plan. In fact, some dinner, maybe with a beer. That is the general idea. And yeah, let's see. I mean, I can't imagine that building this here is going to take very long. So what is another plan? What else could we do? Maybe you guys have an idea. What would you like to see? What we could work on? I mean, over here on Smelina, I believe when we go to the star map, we have a gold volcano. Don't we have a second one somewhere? We have a minor volcano, a normal volcano, a natural gas geyser, a water geyser. We still have an aluminum volcano somewhere on Smelina that we will have to find. So we may have to do some digging around here to uncover that thing and see if we can make good use of this aluminum as well. Keone says, tackle the bees. Could do that, absolutely. Brandon says, melt a rocket. Melt a rocket? I don't even know what that means. Oh, grief. Apart from building Biobot, I want to see how you mutate plants. That is also something I have never once done. We can certainly figure it out. Let's go to research. Don't you need a special building for this kind of nonsense? And I have no idea what it's called. Right over here, the botanical analyzer. So, I wanted to go in here, botanical analyzer. Let's get some info on this thing. It needs 480 watts. It identifies new seed subspecies. And it needs only seed subspecies, I assume. Do we have a seed subspecies? Yes, we do. We do have a blossom seed right here, where we don't know the mutation. Do we need a one seed or do we need more than one seed? Again, I have no idea. Never used it. I have maybe watched a video about it a long time ago, but I don't remember a single thing about it, honestly. New printables available. Dracos. More lime. But yeah, we could tackle the bees. The bees are actually relatively simple. You just gotta dig in here, more or less. But yeah, we can tackle the bees. We can get us some refined uranium. Or enriched uranium, sorry. 2,603 kilograms already there. The more radiation, the more easy mutation occur. Ah, yes, I do remember now. We have to irradiate it. That's why we only have this one right here. Probably because our chance is next to 0. I don't know if I can see that it changed anywhere. Probably not. But yeah, we have one laying around already, which is a good thing. We can most definitely try around a little bit. I don't really grow too much right now. You can see it. We have mealwood and we have bristle blossoms. That's about the end of it. You melt the wall of the capsule to open up the entire rocket map. You mean while you're in space? I can't really follow right now. You melt the walls of the capsule to open up the entire rocket map. I've never heard of that. I did not know that happens. How would you do that in flight, though? I mean, if I have... I mean, I only have a solo nose cone available right this second. I mean, I suppose... The rocket wall, it's made out of steel at 2,400 degrees. I don't think you have the capabilities yet to produce anything hard enough to melt steel, though. It's crazy. Francis John. Is that like an older trick, or is that something relatively new? It's a spaced out thing. Rocket interiors are small. If you melt a wall, you get the entire screen to build rocket interior. You melt a wall so it allows you to build everywhere, but it's considered inside the capsule. You do it when you're grounded. You do it to get more rocket space, and you put this entire colony in it with a nuclear reactor. Holy cow. Liquid uranium can melt it. I have never heard of this. I have to look that up. That sounds highly interesting, honestly. Use the refinery to get the liquids to insane temps. That does make sense. Huh. Liquid uranium in pipes. It's very exploity, but everyone seems to do it. That sounds insane. So basically, you go into this screen right here, and you melt everything. And when you have everything molten, then all of this here becomes your interior rocket space. Is that what you're trying to say? I'm just trying to follow along here, what you guys are saying. Yes? That's nuts. Like the entire inside that is selectable, huh? Let's see, how much space is that actually? 32 by 32. And you can still fly to space with it? No. Not the door. So you can... So this here still needs to be there so the dupes can get in and out. Okay, that kind of makes sense. That is insane. Yeah, I have never heard of that or seen of that. I said, unfortunately, I don't have too much time myself to watch other creators, even though I would love to. But that is an insane idea. I love it. You can't melt the door. You saying... You should not melt the door, or it's physically not possible to melt the door? Yes, and if I remember right, liquids that fall out of the map end up in the main map somewhere. Huh. Should not. Okay. That is a you know, details matter, as I like to say. That is an important distinction right there. You should not, or you cannot. Do not melt the doors or inputs. Okay. Crap. I mean, even though I've never done it before, I'm not going to look up a video either. We can try something like that. Not necessarily next time around, but eventually we can just mess around with that. And see what happens. It seems like you guys are experts. I mean, with your help, what could possibly go wrong, right? Do not melt the door. Not sure if it's possible, but it breaks the game. I can't imagine. The game's like, what the hell? There's an input, but there's no output. That doesn't make sense. Alan is also an engineer, so I'm literally too. Yeah. Details matter. My daughter likes to say, I can't, to which I usually reply, you can, you don't want to, there's a difference. Also makes sense. LOL, oh God, help us all. You can walk me through it, Brandon. I have 100% confidence. 3D, it's what SpaceX is working on right now with their new Starship, melting the rocket pod walls to make more room. Infinite rocket space hack, that's cool. How do you melt steel? The guys are saying with liquid uranium, which kind of makes sense. Didn't we have liquid uranium earlier? I guess not. We can just go in here though, go to liquid uranium. And liquid uranium, as we saw earlier, does not flash into rock gas until 4,100 degrees. So if you have a metal refinery with a closed loop, that makes perfect sense. It just gets hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter every time you make another piece of metal. That does in fact make perfect sense. Oh no, he's having network problems again? I hope not. Everything should be good. I see 0 drop frames here. Oh, don't see anything this time around. Frames are dropping. Wonderful. Gotta love it. What kind of dogs you got? It's only 1 dog, even though it sounds like 5 right now. I don't know what he's mad about. But he's a poodle. A standard full-blown poodle. Alright. A poodle! Damn. He's a good boy, though. He's a good boy. Not gonna lie. Love that thing. But yeah. Since the frames are dropping, and we basically are at the end, all I can say is, guys, if you are not already, I can highly recommend that you join the Discord. We always have a discussion going on about oxygen not included in one way, shape, or another. And of course, if you have any ideas for the streams, feel free. I'm always happy to, at the bare minimum, listen to it. Hop in if you have an idea. What we could build, what you want to see built. I'm wide open. You know, that's the nice thing about Oxygen Not Included. There is not necessarily a quote-unquote end game. There's not necessarily an end goal you want to reach. It's just about building some fancy stuff and having fun along the way. So yeah, let me know what you guys want to see, and I will make sure that we make it happen. What ends in a disaster, which is probably just as, if not even, more entertaining. For a poodle, he does sound loud. Yeah. Does have a pretty good microphone, honestly, so it's probably amplified times 18. Alan says, great stream. Glad I found this. Love this game. Hey, I'm glad you were here, Alan. It was definitely fun hanging out with you. And William says, 1 vote for Biobot. Full-size poodle, not one of those small dogs. Yes, it is a full-size poodle. I always get here at the end. Time to restart. Thank you, Durf 2002. Yeah, that is unfortunate, but I do appreciate it anyway that you stopped by and say hello. But yeah, let me pause the game here. We are right here. I want to make sure that you guys know we are always picking up exactly where we left off. So in this case, right here, we are in cycle 516. just about a quarter of the way through the cycle. And Jay says, I still want to see BierTier tame the hot polluted oxygen vent with the deodorizer teleport trick. He's of course talking about this bad boy right here. We can do that as well. Sure, might as well. Give it a shot. There's nothing wrong with that. Do we need it? No. But does it matter? Also no. So we will. But yeah, I think we are good to go for today. I'm going to save the game right here and we will be back very, very soon. Yeah. And we will actually next Saturday. I am not entirely sure if I can be here next Saturday. On Wednesday is Icy Venom's birthday. She's my girlfriend. For the ones that don't know that are still here. Since the birthday is on Wednesday, we do have a couple of things planned for Saturday. At the moment, it looks like I should be still able to stream for a few hours. Maybe not as long as today or last week, but definitely should be a good time. But yeah, if not, you'll be the first to know. And of course, the first to know is always Discord. And with that, I say thank you very much for watching. Okay, William has one more question. Are you based in Germany or in the USA? I am German. I do have a German passport. I moved here when I was 21. And I live in the United States since 12 years now. Moved here in 2012. But that is all I have for you today. And with that, I say thank you and peace.